You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
To lace these lyrical douches in your bushes who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet as you find me. The back of the club macking holes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music blasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with. Keep the ep a secret, why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it, I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f*** needy. No need to be greedy, I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers, true fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over, tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic, free. Honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's. Put the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Imagine ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gas strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking low. Optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, internet? How's it going out there? Hope everyone is doing well and good. I hope you're taking care of yourself out there. I'm doing all right. I'm very tired. Always very tired. But like especially more tired. I feel like I'm getting sick, which, you know, knock on wood. I hate being sick. I was just sick. I can't be sick again. That's impossible. Man, I didn't realize until I just started talking right now. My like voice is hoarse and shit. God damn it. Well, I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so perfect timing, I guess. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. I meant to start earlier since I have to go to bed early. I don't know if we're gonna get to the FD thing. We can do that tomorrow, maybe. Or maybe just start it. But yeah, my throat really hurts. Oh no. That sucks. I wanted to read an article and everything. God damn it. I thought I had a fever, but I just assumed it was like hot in my house. Yeah, I don't sound good at all. Sorry. That's unfortunate. Fuck. Well, in my doom scrolling on Twitter, I came across a tweet that was actually kind of nice. Someone in America was asking, like, what do you want us to do, like, here in the Imperial Core? Like physically, what can we do for you in Palestine? And someone responded, like, more than anything, we want you to hold the hope in your hearts, the same hope that we have that we will be free. Oh man, I didn't expect that to make me want to cry, but you know, like, I think that's like the best we can do right now is like hold our hope and, like, I don't know, pray if you're religious, I guess, but like more than that, like keep your hopes up so that you can keep protesting and using your voice, because the Palestinian people can't. And it's not useless, it's not silly or dumb. Like, being hopeful is literally necessary. Like, we have to. And you know, humans are nothing if not resilient. So I wanted to highlight some of these songs I found. I can't show some of the videos because they're like super TOS, but this first one especially I really love. It's vocals only, like there's no instruments in this song, which is incredible.
In this world of calamity, as everybody gonna lost their sanity, what happened to civil peace in humanity? Eye for an eye brings no clarity. Yo, as I walk on the holy land, I feel my spirit grow. How many prophets prayed there? I guess we'll never know. I swear the air feels blessed. I breathe it in, I let it go. I let it go, I let it flow, I let it go, I let it flow. As I walk with my 2 foot, I look around and see a bunch of alien living it illegally. Why they claim the land? They're not from the land. The great ancestors never bought the land. Cause this place you see, it never got for sale. Palestinian Arab, I never see them fail. Then I sit and dwell, them a rise up, rise up. Palestine morning, put your light up, light up. Me not wanna see no violence, me only want peace. Everybody live in unity, that's how it's meant to be. But oppression is oppression, so nobody act blind. When me 6 foot, did that be the day I stop trying, cause we got to keep on walking on the road to finance. Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free. We got to keep it burning. On the road to Palestine. Clean and pure meditation without a doubt. Truth will rise when the lies them are drowned. God, we are praise him, there we are shout. God, we are praise him, yeah. In this world of calamity, as everybody gonna lost their sanity.
Hi, I'm Sweaty. I'm pretty good. How are you?
Eye for an eye brings no clarity. Don't forget that a smile is charity, especially in the times of war and tragedy. Kids are growing up without no family. World peace slowly looking like a fantasy, but still, you guys to keep on walking on the road to finance. Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free. We got to keep it burning on the road to finance. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
أنتم دولة احتلال ظالمة فاسقة لا يوجد في قلوبكم أي ذرة.
Oh, wait, shit, I can't show this part. Oh, shit, I can't show this part, but I really want you to know what this says. Fuck, that's annoying. Okay, I'll read out the caption. It's actually, like, so powerful. It's this young Palestinian girl. You are an occupation country, oppressive, immoral, where no ounce of mercy is found in your hearts. You kill children and women, and they were carrying rockets. And of course, they were. The women and children were carrying rockets. You are a liar.
I swear, my G, my spirit's charged like a battery. But police wanna stop me at the gate, wanna ask me, are you a Muslim? Where's your dad? Where's your family? Wanna frisk me, wanna check, wanna pack me. It's all good. I ain't trying to lose my temper, but it kills me knowing Palestinians can't enter. That's a joke thing. But I swear I ain't.
Cowgirl censored. What, you were a cowgirl? No, it's just a flannel. It's just a flannel. Oh, you do understand. Oh, okay. Well, is that a good translation?
Laughing. Imagine being kicked out your yard and not let back in. You'd cause a madness in the streets at the door banging until they come out with a rifle and start clapping. Bang! They shot your brother in the head. Now tell me how you're gonna feel now your brother's dead. I know that's kinda mad, but that's reality for some. Imagine after your brother, now they came and shot your mom. I know that's kinda mad, but that's reality for some. Imagine after your brother, now they came and shot your mom. In this world of calamity, as everybody gonna lost their sanity. What happened to civil peace in humanity? Eye for an eye brings no clarity. But still, you guys to keep on walking on the road to finance.
أنتم كاذبون أنتم ليس في قلبكم ذرة واحدة من الإيمان والله سنسجد ركعات شكر لله ولكن في المسجد الأقصى إن شاء الله سنحرر فلسطين.
Eat them up. I've never seen such a small child with so much conviction. You love to see it. The oppression of the Palestinian people has long continued, but we must not lose hope. The month of Ramadan presents a wonderful opportunity to renew our intentions and sincerely help the people of Palestine. You can do this by praying for them and generously giving your charity to help them. There's a link pinned for Hassan's charity fundraiser, which will be multiplied hundreds of times over this blessed month. Not only that, but the one who aids his brother in need, God will aid him in his time of need, as per the saying of the messenger. Whoever helps his brother in his time of need, God will be there in his time of need. It was from 6 years ago. Aware. Okay. I forget which videos are TOS. Let me just scan this real quick. No, this one, I think this one's good. Oh, wait. Sorry, I wanted to link that last one as well. Okay, so this was the first one. The Road to Palestine. When it's called Free Palestine by Essam.
عليا ابو علم سيدي روف عليا عبد عليا ابو علم سيدي روف عليا.
My grandfather used to say when she calls and we always got an answer. Free Palestine till it's backwards. Now we heard her call. How many people gonna answer? Free Palestine till it's backwards. The streets flooded with tears from the bloodshed. It's a cold game. Smoke rising cause bombs dropping, city blowing up like it's propane. Killing kids and the innocent. Israel ain't showing no shame. One free Palestine till it's backwards with our proclaim. Every single day we pray. Truth is clear like night and day. So I'm always gonna speak up till I'm down in my grave. We gon' fight in back in waves. Battle scars gon' lead the trade. 7 decades still the same. I swear to God ain't nothing changed. The Ummah is one body. If you hurting then I'm hurting too. Riding for the pallies all the way trying to preserve their roots. Instead of knocking doors, the IDF stay knocking roofs. You see the picture in the videos, that's all the proof. Heal the children, expose the villains who killing for the thrilling. You would never know the feeling, body stacking to the ceiling. In my city they be drilling, man, I'm trying to change the focus, man. We try to unite the world, this a message to the hopeless. White supremacy, the greatest enemy. Our country's taxes really funding the Israeli military. Double standards, how they paint the picture oh so vividly. Forget the war on terror, they back in the terrorist entity. Grandfather used to say when she calls and we always got an answer. Free Palestine till it's backwards. Now we heard her call. How many people gonna answer? Free Palestine till it's backwards. He used to say when she calls and we always got an answer. Free Palestine till it's backwards. Now we heard her call. How many people gonna answer? Free Palestine till it's backwards. The streets flooded with tears from the bloodshed. It's cold game. Smoke rising cause bombs dropping, city blowing up like it's propane. Killing kids and the innocent. Israel ain't showing no shame. One free Palestine till it's backwards with our proclaim. Israel don't exist on the map. You claim Hamas as a threat, not the one who attacks. You touch my family, best believe that I'm gonna react. Pick up debris from the bombs and they throwing it back. From the streets of South Seattle, guns cock and shells rattle. Compared to them, my pollen's only make it seem like a shadow. Spitting words in the booth is the least I could do. My word play like Scrabble, narrating the truth. My whole city strapped up, got unite all the troops. And every track got a message, don't care to recoup. We more just than the least corrupt politician. In cahoots with these corporations and Zionism. The real criminals for the war crimes in private prisons. Family, listen, we more common than we got indifference. Ethnic cleansing, genocide, watching the natives minimize. Turn off the TV, hypnotizing, of the puppet criticizing. Ethnic cleansing, genocide, watching the natives minimize. Turn off the TV, hypnotizing, of the puppet criticizing. My grandfather used to say when she calls and we always got an answer. Free Palestine till it's backwards. Now we heard her call. How many people gonna answer? Free Palestine till it's backwards. 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 Free Palestine till it's backwards.
Palestine till it's backwards.
Free Palestine till it's backwards.
Till it's backwards.
Free Palestine till it's backwards.
Palestine till it's backwards.
Yo, this one's so good, but it's very TOS. So, again, I'm sorry.
This is for Palestine, Ramallah, West Bank, Gaza. This is for the child that is searching for the answer. Wish I could take your tears and replace them with laughter. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza. Palestine, Ramallah, West Bank, Gaza.
14 years ago. 14 years.
Wish I could take your tears and replace them with laughter. Long live Palestine.
While we listen to tunes made by ignorant fools, Israel blocked the UN from delivering food. They bring in the troops and you won't even glimpse at the news. They make money off the products that we're quick to consume. And it's not simply a question of differing views. Forget emotions, this is facts, what I spit is the truth. Makes no difference if you're a Christian or if you're a Jew. They're just people living in different conditions to you. They still die when you bomb their schools, mosques and hospitals. It's not because of rockets, please God, can you stop this all? I'm not related to the strangers on the TV, but I relate, cause those strangers could have been me. Words could never ever explain the raw tragedy. It's not a war, they're just murdering more rapidly, and we're automatically supporting pure savagery. Imagine how you feel if this was your family.
Free my people, long live Palestine. We will never let you go.
Sing it with me now.
Free, free Palestine, 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 free, free Palestine.
Palestine remains in my heart forever. We stand for peace, times of war, we shan't surrender. Remember, it didn't start in this dark December. Every coin is a bullet if you're Marks and Spencer. And when you're sipping Coca-Cola, that's another pistol in the holster of them soulless soldiers. You say you know about the Zionist lobby, but you put money in their pocket when you're buying their coffee. Talking about revolution sitting in Starbucks. The fact is, that's the type of thinking I can't trust, let alone even start to respect. Before you talk, learn the meaning of that scarf on your neck. Forget Nestle, Obama promised Israel 30 billion over the next decade. They're trigger happy and they're crazy. Think about that when you're putting Huggies nappies on your baby.
Free my people, long live Palestine. We will never let you go.
Sing it with me now.
Free, free Palestine, 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 free, free Palestine.
It's not just a war over stolen land. Why do you think little boys?
It's really crazy how many images are in this video of like just IDF soldiers just pointing their guns at children. Even from 14 years ago, like the fact that this has managed to stay up, you know, like how it's incredible, but like fucking 2 million views. Holy shit. Man.
Are throwing stones at tanks, and we'll never really know how many people are dead. They drop bombs on innocent girls while they sleep in their bed. Don't get offended by facts, just try and listen. Nothing is more anti-Semitic than Zionism, so please don't bring bad vibes when you speak to me. There's plenty of rabbis that agree with me. It's your choice what you do with this message, don't get it confused. I view this from a human perspective. How many more resolutions have to be violated? How many more children have to be annihilated? Israel is a terror state, they're terrorists that terrorize. I testify my television, televise, I'm telling lies. This is not a war, it is systematic genocide. But whatever they try, Palestine will never die.
Free my people, long live Palestine. We will never let you go.
Sing it with me now.
Free, free Palestine, 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 free, free Palestine.
Palestine, Ramallah, West Bank, Gaza. This is for the child that is searching for an answer. Wish I could take your tears and replace them with laughter. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza. Palestine, Ramallah, West Bank, Gaza. This is for the child that is searching for an answer. Wish I could take your tears and replace them with laughter. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza.
That's such a bop. Okay, this one's wild. I think I can show this to you.
Palestine's been occupied for decades, but a home for centuries. This land is generations of my family's memories. To plant, grow, and nurture the symbol of peace. The olive trees guaranteed that our people could eat. Living with limited
like 12, but like, why are his bars better than Eminem? Okay, yeah, there, I said it. I said it.
Take a look at the people's faces. Imagine being kicked out of the only house you ever known. We're praying for our souls while they're preying on our homes. It's not easy to put this into words. Looking at my baby sister, is this something she deserves? Growing up in a world where she's not treated the same, denied the right to live free because of where she came. They wanna occupy this land, won't let them occupy my mind. I stay occupied aside as I write about my life, because my only mission is to make people listen. This one's for Sheikh Jarrah, hoping it can make a difference. Cause the same thing happened in 48. My grandparents got evicted and forced to move away to the refugee camp in Gaza. No, nothing has changed. They can never return, so that's where I am today. Getting calls from cousins to see if I am alive. This year is not fireworks that are lighting the sky. We're trying to celebrate an Eid and keep the faith. I guess you could say it's how memories are made. Palestine.
Oh, wait. These are kind of out of order. Wait. Let me just... no. Oh. What? Really? Yo, I swear to God, YouTube just like has a ghost in it or something. It just hates me, or it just like glitches out and makes it go to the bottom, but only when I'm in like the pop out playlist thing. It's so weird. Okay, there we go. So this one's from 9 years ago.
Freedom for Palestine, freedom for Gaza, freedom for every child, mother and father who are being bombed by the bombs of Obama. I'm bursting out tears while you're bursting out with laughter. Freedom for Palestine, freedom for Gaza, freedom for every child, mother and father who are being bombed by the bombs of Obama. I'm bursting out tears while you're bursting out with laughter. Free Palestine and lay down your weapons. This is for the innocent souls that went to heaven, cause what happened in America on 9/11 happens in Palestine 24/7. Sing it, free, free Palestine, 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 free, free Palestine. You might think carrying a weapon makes you tougher, but in Palestine, kids carry weapons to protect their mother. I don't mean guns or bombs, I mean stones. They throw them at tanks, but the tanks crush their bones. They shoot against unarmed people with guns and drop bombs on moms right in front of their sons. So why import Israeli products? I would deport them. Killing the innocent, I will never support them. The Zionists and Jews are different types of people. The Jews ain't bad, but the Zionists are evil. Even the rabbis know the Zionists are crazy. We take life for granted, but they're killing newborn babies. Freedom won't be achieved until they feel the same pain. Palestinians shower tears pouring down like rain. Every word is a fact, not one was an opinion. When I say free Palestine, I'm talking for billions. Free Palestine and lay down your weapons. This is for the innocent souls that went to heaven, cause what happened in America on 9/11 happens in Palestine 24/7. Sing it, free, free Palestine, 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 free, free Palestine. Israel is funded by many, including Obama. Then they say that the bigger threats came from Osama. That's not true. Most of that stuff is lies. They don't show how hundreds die overnight. Can you imagine if that was one of us? Houses, families all blown down to dust. Many being kidnapped and virgins being raped. Many have been injured but none receive any aid. Is taking a life really worth it for just some land? Those who drink from Starbucks surely don't understand. More Israeli goods being sold means more more weapons, more bullets tackle Palestinians every second. Freedom won't be achieved until they feel the same pain. Palestinians shower tears pouring down like rain. Every word is a fact, not one was an opinion. When I say free Palestine, I'm talking for billions. Free Palestine and lay down your weapons. This is for the innocent souls that went to heaven. Cause what happened in America on 9/11 happens in Palestine 24/7. Sing it, free, free Palestine, 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 free, free Palestine.
Sorry, I had to keep censoring it, but like some really fucked up images flashing. It's really beautiful though. I don't know, like I want to be like glamorizing war with music, but like it really is like a language that we can all understand, you know. Sometimes, you know, words just aren't enough. So the same guy did a part 2 a few years ago. Yes, I wish to
Free Palestine and give back the land. You don't deserve to stand, you deserve to be hanged. How can you be a true soldier when you're sitting in a tank, shooting at little boys who fight back with stones in their hands? This is my command. Boycott Israeli products, they should be banned. They kill the innocent, this is why I demand freedom for Palestine all the way to the West Bank. Freedom for Palestine, freedom for Gaza, freedom for every child, mother and father who see their family being killed martyr after martyr. I'm bursting out tears while you're bursting out with laughter. Freedom for Palestine, freedom for Gaza, freedom for every child, mother and father who see their family being killed martyr after martyr. I'm bursting out tears while you're bursting out with laughter. Free Palestine from Israel's crimes. You show no remorse when you hear their cries, but when Hitler killed the Jews and millions died, Palestinians welcomed you and saved your lives. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza, under attack. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza.
Sorry, that line. It's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza.
Under attack, kicking them out, killing their loved ones too. This is what Israel puts Palestine through. Just like how the Nazis treated the Jews, but on the news they won't show all the things that they do. Cause what the media shows you has got you deceived. Oh please, you think Palestinians don't want peace? Israel wants every Palestinian to bleed. I'm screaming free Palestine till every prisoner's released. Not every Jew is a Zionist, don't blame their religion. Rabbis are Jews but support the Palestinians. They burnt their own Israeli flag out of shame. You don't have to be Palestinian to feel the pain. These cowards attack women, ripping off their scarves while they kidnap the men and put them behind bars. Most are killed brutally, some are set free, but when they return home, do you know what they see? Their land is even worse and homes have been blown down. They ain't got no family left, they're on their own now, digging up bodies from broken homes of their relatives. And when they try to fight back, they call them terrorists. Free Palestine and lay down your weapons. This is for the innocent souls that went to heaven. Cause what happened in America on 9/11 happens in Palestine 24/7. Free Palestine from Israel's crimes. You show no remorse when you hear their cries, but when Hitler killed the Jews and millions died, Palestinians welcomed you and saved your lives. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza, under attack. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza, under attack. Israel is committing these war crimes daily. They drop bombs on babies, raising their hands on ladies, and say they're doing it to defend themselves, when it's the Palestinians who are crying out for help. How are children any harm to them? Israeli troops are wimps, they don't fight like men. Do Palestinians fight like heroes? This is my opinion, they don't fight.
It might come and you
Oh,
aren't
hi.
ready for it. You
Oh,
gotta be
hi.
ready for the come.
Hi, Raiders.
And
Hey, thanks for the raid, Environmental Frog. I hope you had a good stream. We were just listening to some liberatory songs, for, you know, to sustain hope. because we can't look away from this, but we can keep our spirits renewed and ready to keep using our voices to free fucking Palestine. Yeah. I'll start the song over.
Free Palestine and give back the land. You don't deserve to stand, you deserve to be hanged. How can you be a true soldier when
A wood glued fetish. I'm sorry, what? Is this a substance abuse issue?
you're sitting in a tank shooting at little boys who fight back with stones in their hands? This is my command. Boycott Israeli products, they should be banned. They kill the innocent, this is why I demand freedom for Palestine all the way to the West Bank. Freedom for Palestine, freedom for Gaza, freedom for every child, mother and father who see their family being killed martyr after martyr. I'm bursting out tears while you're bursting out with laughter. Freedom for Palestine, freedom for Gaza, freedom for every child, mother and father who see their family being killed martyr after martyr. I'm bursting out tears while you're bursting out with laughter. Free Palestine from Israel's crimes. You show no remorse when you hear their cries. But when Hitler killed the Jews and millions died, Palestinians welcomed you and saved your lives. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza, under attack. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza, under attack. Kicking them out, killing their loved ones too. This is what Israel puts Palestine through. Just like how the Nazis treated the Jews, but on the news they won't show all the things that they do. Cause what the media shows you has got you deceived. Oh please, you think Palestinians don't want peace? Israel wants every Palestinian to bleed. I'm screaming free Palestine till every prisoner's released. Not every Jew is a Zionist, don't blame their religion. Rabbis are Jews but support the Palestinians. They burnt their own Israeli flag out of shame. You don't have to be Palestinian to feel the pain. These cowards attack women, ripping off their scarves while they kidnap the men and put them behind bars. Most are killed brutally, some are set free. But when they return home, do you know what they see? Their land is even worse and homes have been blown down. They ain't got no family left, they're on their own now, digging out bodies from broken homes of their relatives. And when they try to fight back, they call them terrorists. Free Palestine and lay down your weapons. This is for the innocent souls that went to heaven. Cause what happened in America on 9/11 happens in Palestine 24/7. Free Palestine from Israel's crimes. You show no remorse when you hear their cries. But when Hitler killed the Jews and millions died, Palestinians welcomed you and saved your lives. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza, under attack. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza, under attack. Israel is committing these war crimes daily. They drop bombs on babies, raising their hands on ladies, and say they're doing it to defend themselves, when it's the Palestinians who are crying out for help. How are children any harm to them? Israeli troops are wimps, they don't fight like men. Do Palestinians fight like heroes? This is my opinion. They don't fight like heroes, heroes fight like Palestinians. While Israel execute a pre-planned genocide, shooting pregnant women and the unborn child inside, blocking aid, cutting off water supply. How is a child with nothing left even meant to survive? They try to hide the lies, but the truth is in my mind. They can fool the blind, but can't fool the wise. They can take a million lives and tell a million lies, but in the end, only the truth shall rise. Cause they televise lies and hide their crimes, dropping bombs after bomb. Imagine a child being terrified, seeing bodies blown up. They can't be identified, and if they made it out alive, they're left paralyzed. Free Palestine and lay down your weapons. This is for the innocent souls that went to heaven. Cause what happened in America on 9/11 happens in Palestine 24/7. Free Palestine from Israel's crimes. You show no remorse when you hear their cries. But when Hitler killed the Jews and millions died, Palestinians welcomed you and saved your lives. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza, under attack. It's not your land, it's theirs, give it back. Gaza, Gaza, under attack. Till every child gets to rest and sleep in bed, I'll be screaming out, free, free Palestine. When there is no more wars and no bloodshed, I'll be screaming out, free, free Palestine. Till my voice reaches north, east, south and west, I'll be screaming out, free, free Palestine. Till my heart stops pumping inside of my chest, I'll be screaming out, free, free Palestine.
So good. Yeah, that what MC Ambassador, I think, or Ambassador MC is that guy's name. I also want to show you this real quick before you go, Environmental Frog. Um, this child has better bars than Eminem. I'll stand by that statement.
Palestine's been occupied for decades, but a home for centuries. This land is generations of my family's memories. To plant, grow, and nurture the symbol of peace. The olive trees guaranteed that our people could eat. Living with limitations, pushed down by the occupation. Wanna see the pain? Take a look at the people's faces. Imagine being kicked out of the only house you ever known. We're praying for our souls while they're preying on our homes. It's not easy to put this into words. Looking at my baby sister, is this something she deserves? Growing up in a world where she's not treated the same, denied the right to live free because of where she came. They wanna occupy this land, won't let them occupy my mind. I stay occupied aside as I write about my life, because my only mission is to make people listen. This one's for Sheikh Jarrah, hoping it can make a difference. Cause the same thing happened in 48. My grandparents got evicted and forced to move away to the refugee camp in Gaza. No, nothing has changed. They can never return, so that's where I am today. Getting calls from cousins to see if I am alive. This year is not fireworks that are lighting the sky. We're trying to celebrate an Eid and keep the faith. I guess you could say it's how memories are made. Palestine.
Incredible. Yeah, I'm gonna look for more songs, like especially like Palestinian songs. I'm not sure how to navigate the internet. I'm a boomer, is essentially what I'm saying. Okay. So I guess this is where we're going next, is to this article. I don't think a lot of people realize, like, how closely our police work with the police of Israel. They're besties. They love each other. They do a foreign exchange program. It would be funny if they weren't so fucking murderous. Okay, so the Black Alliance for Peace Atlanta Citywide Alliance, BAP Atlanta, rooted in the legacy of anti-imperialist, anti-war, and pro-peace movements within the African Black community, firmly denounces the ongoing exchange between the Georgia International Law Exchange, GILEE program, the Atlanta Police Foundation's Atlanta Police Leadership Institute, and the Israeli Occupying Forces, scheduled May 14th, 22nd, 2023. So this is already passed. I think they came. I'm pretty sure that it already happened. And the Urban Warfare Training Facility, Cup City. As an empire conceived in settler colonial violence, the United States continues to impose systems of militarized control upon Black, Indigenous, and Palestinian communities. This oppressive reality manifests itself through international interventions such as the GILEE program, as well as domestic initiatives like the proposed $90 million police training facility, Cop City. Local residents and activists have been demanding an end to the GILEE for many years. Yeah, this is just like one letter denouncing such a program. But I wanted to highlight this because it's, current and ongoing, and people have already died because of protests at Cop City. Like, the cops just murder them. So. GILEE's training exchange with the Israeli occupying forces disrespectfully falls during the 75th anniversary of the Nakba, the violent displacement of more than 750,000 Palestinians during the 1948 invasion of Palestine by Zionist settlers, an event marked by bloody, brutal, and destructive ethnic cleansing and occupation of more than 500 Palestinian villages. This violent occupation continues today with the complete and unwavering support from the United States military-industrial complex, particularly in military assistance. According to the 2022 Congressional Research Service report, Israel is the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. foreign assistance since World War II. To date, the U.S. has given Israel more than $150 billion. $150 billion! Current or non-inflation adjusted dollars. Non-adjusted dollars. Holy fuck. In bilateral assistance and missile defense funding. At present, almost all U.S. bilateral aid to Israel is in the form of military assistance. From 1971 to 2007, Israel also received significant economic assistance. The continued mass seller violence against Palestinians and the proxy state supported by the United States for geopolitical reasons has established an enduring legacy of conflict and injustice amid escalating violence against Palestinians. This disturbing reality illuminates the web of global imperialism and racial oppression that stretches from the occupied West Bank to Atlanta's neighborhoods. Simultaneously, we face the Atlanta city's government's insidious plot to release 381 acres of stolen Muskogee Creek land, known as Walani Forest, to the Atlanta Police Foundation. Massive proposed police training facility, Cop City, funded primarily by taxpayers, and also a ton of corporations, by the way, is a brutal example of colonial capitalist fascism in action. Designed to refine the tactics of urban warfare and repression, Cop City epitomizes the connection between white supremacy-fueled genocide, militarism, and oppression. It threatens to expand the cycle of state-sanctioned violence and political repression upon working-class African, Black, and Indigenous communities. And would further expand the GILEE's programs, resources, and capabilities. Yeah, like a university rather than just an exchange program. You know? It's so gross. BAP Atlanta asserts the unwavering link between the liberation struggles of African/Black and Indigenous peoples. We stand with the oppression against the oppressive forces of white supremacy, capitalism, patriarchy, and colonization. We demand the immediate abolition of the GILEE program, a halt to the construction of Cop City, and accountability for all acts of state-sanctioned violence. Our collective human rights, our dignity, and our very lives are at stake. We demand justice, transparency, and immediate cessation of all activities contributing to the operation of the GILEE and Cop City. Here's that. It looks like they're doing good coverage and, you know, outreach stuff. So this has been going on for a long time, and in fact, people have been speaking out against it for a long time as well.
Welcome to the Real News Network. I'm Mark Steiner. Great to have you with us. Israel has become the hub to train the world's police in military tactics, based on its 42 years of occupation on the West Bank. Here in the United States, literally dozens, if not hundreds, of U.S. police departments are being trained in military tactics, intelligence, and community control by the Israeli police. The Baltimore police, in the city where we broadcast from, are being trained by Israeli security forces, along with places like Washington, D.C. down the road, and the New York police, who also maintain a full-time office in Israel. The nature of the Israeli army has morphed over the last...
Yeah, like, it's not a euphemism. It's not a joke. We're not kidding. We're not, like, exaggerating when we say none of us are free until all of us are free. You know what I mean? This fascism stretches across the globe.
Last 4 decades, into a national police force to control Palestinians in the occupied territories. The world is learning, and they're training. Resistance to this movement came to a head in Durham, North Carolina, where movements like Demilitarize Durham to Palestine and one of its member groups, Jewish Voices for Peace, organized intensely that pushed the Durham City Council to vote on and pass a resolution that read, in part, the council opposes international exchanges with any country which Durham officers receive military-style training, since such exchanges do not support the kind of policing we want here in the city of Durham. It may have been the very first time that a city council has taken such action in the United States. And we're about to talk with Jasmine Williams, who's a communications and social media manager for the campaign Demilitarize Durham to Palestine, and a member of the group Black Youth Project 100, one of the coalition's member organizations. And Jasmine, welcome. Good to have you here on The Real News.
Thanks so much for having me.
So, talk a bit about the genesis of this in Durham and how this began, because it was, I said one of the first cities, but in fact, Durham is the first city in the United States to actually pass a resolution like this. Are we right about that?
Yes, you are.
So talk a bit about why do you think it happened in Durham?
Yeah, so this was 4 years ago. I don't know if this is still up to date, but like I couldn't find anything else about such a ban. It was only Durham. And I think they were forced to like walk it back in some way. We'll get to it, I guess.
And how did you do this?
Yeah, so one of the really good things about Durham is that there's always a lot of community organizing happening. And so this campaign didn't just start up 2 or 3 years ago. It came from centuries and decades of people organizing for a myriad of things. Ever since I've been in the area, there's been a lot of work focused around demilitarization of the police and efforts to really invest in the community. So when it came to this campaign,
is there a university there?
Of demilitarizing Durham in efforts to forge solidarity with Palestine, it really came out of an understanding.
Durham University. Wow. I thought there was like a bigger one. What, Duke? Is that it? Oh, yeah. Okay.
That the oppression that we face here, the police brutality, the anti-Blackness, the anti-Semitism, is something that we share with those in Palestine.
So I'm going to play this short clip here for people to watch about your movement, from people in your movement, and come back to talking a bit about the organizing and what this meant, and what we know about this from other cities as well. So let's just take a watch here for a moment.
The Israeli Defense Force brutalizes and terrorizes the people of Palestine, and so does the Durham Police Department. Here they brutalize and terrorize black and brown communities. So the U.S. funds billions of dollars to the Israeli occupation. So in terms of weapons, tear gas, there's similar things being used against people while people are protesting in opposition to the violence of both forces of the Durham Police Department and the Israeli Defense Force.
Many municipalities across the country, including Durham, have participated in police exchange programs with Israel. So we really feel like we have an opportunity to put a stop to these programs.
We just feel as a group that there's no room for militarization of police anywhere in America, especially in our home community of Durham. And we don't believe that our police should train with any military, let alone Israel.
So that was the voice of some of the people in your movement, Jasmine, obviously, in Durham, that our viewers, people are watching it.
Wait. Is the exchange with the IDF or with the IPF? Because that's what I could find, is that the police force of Israel trades, officers for training. But it very well may also be the IDF. I do not know, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure, our own military is training our police in some ways too. I don't know.
Are seeing at the moment, but this is across America, whether it's New York City or San Francisco or Dallas, Texas, small cities and large, Mesa, Arizona, police forces across America are being trained in Israel to learn how to kind of occupy inner city communities, how to stop rebellion, how to become a militarized force. I mean, Israel didn't create militarized forces in the United States. police forces already were beginning that way, but this is kind of taking an exponential leap. So I mean, what lessons did you learn organizing that might have an effect on the work that people are doing in other cities for the same reason?
I feel like a lot of what we learned was how to really push our values into this. When we talk about demilitarizing, we're not separating all of the nuances from the conversation. We're having all of the dirty conversations about what this means to interact with Black and brown folks and people of different religions, and to really get into what these things mean. Anti-Semitism.
Yeah, like the apartheid in Palestine and Israel, like it's no coincidence that America has had such a large part to play in that. You know, it's like it's segregation, but like much more violent and genocidal. But like it's in many ways it's like America's like testing ground for, like new military equipment, new police tactics. Like it's kind of fucked up, honestly. Like even if you only care about like Israel and Israeli citizens, like the police are being brutal to, just like Israeli Jews as well.
Anti-Blackness, the intersections that they have, they're important and they're personal. I feel like a lot of the headway that we made was really because we have people on the ground, nationally, globally, who are committed to fighting for communities that invest in people. And I feel like that was a really big part of our win here.
Did you have to really convince people in the city council? Did you have a lot of pushback from people who, when it came time to kind of put this before the city council, make the resolution pass? I mean, what was that political process like? I mean, everybody could not, on the council, clearly didn't have to agree with you, right? So, I mean, what was that process like?
We definitely had a lot of hesitation, especially with the mention of Israel. I feel like a lot of the misconceptions about the campaign is around the mere mention of Israel, and believing that just because Israel was mentioned in a conversation about demilitarization, it means that the conversation is inherently anti-Semitic. And while we definitely don't...
Oh yeah, because how having a brutal genocidal military is essential to Judaism. You know how those things are like inextricably linked, right? Like they just go together. I think that's anti-Semitic, right? Like,
don't want to have room in this coalition, this campaign for anti-Semitism, bringing up things that happen, because they did happen within our city. Does it make it anti-Semitic? It makes it uncomfortable. It makes it rather difficult to address solutions, but it's not necessarily something that we can walk away from under that regard.
And it is interesting. I mean, I think that the issue of anti-Semitism, which we could spend a long time talking about.
It looks like a Middle Eastern celebrity. I do love her hair.
Is a very sensitive one and a deep one. To hear you say that is, I think, really important, how you just described that. So I'm curious where you think this takes your movement and this whole, and all these relationships. This is not just about Israel, or it's about what we're doing to our police departments, the role that the Israeli police are playing in this, in training police departments here and around the world to kind of quell any...
Yeah, and it goes vice versa. It's also the way that we are training Israeli police. Like, their police force looks exactly like ours, on purpose.
Any kind of rebellion, and keep a lid on people, on indigenous people, Black and brown people, poor people. I mean, so talk a bit about how you see this, what this analysis says to you, and where you think this takes it, and can you translate what you've done there somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm hoping this takes us up and out. I really want this to spread. And I think it's important. It's a coalition that we've built of community members. They're people from the community, you know, of different races, of different religions, of different socioeconomic backgrounds, all coming together and putting forth what they know to be a fact in our community and trying to push for it to become better. So you have a lot of different perspectives. I feel like a lot of us making progress with our efforts has been really emphasizing the fact that this isn't just one organization. This isn't even just 2 or 3 or 4 or even our just 10 main coalition members. This is a large community. And I feel like really coming together and building of that community power, even if it's just one person at a time, is going to get us there. So I feel like taking it outwards, people really can utilize this model.
Really inspiring. I haven't heard of this organization before. Wait, what's it called? Durham to Palestine, I think?
Taking it outwards, people really can utilize this model. I feel like it might be different considering Durham is a fairly progressive city. However, it's definitely not impossible.
Well, Jasmine Williams, I really hope you stay in touch with us. We're going to stay in touch with you. This is really an amazing story, and I appreciate you organizing your work.
Yeah, sounds based. Multi-faith, multiracial coalition that works to dismantle structures of oppression and state violence in the fight for human rights and basic dignity for all people in Durham, North Carolina, in Palestine, and across the globe. Sick. Cool. Wait, so this is a collection of a collection of organizations. Cool. Cool.
Work and for taking the time with us here at Real News today.
Thank you so much for your time.
Take care. And that was Jasmine Williams, and I'm Mark Steiner here for the Real News Network. Thanks for watching. Take care.
U.S. law enforcement officials have been trained in Israel since 2002.
Okay, yeah. I wanted a history on this because I wasn't sure how long this had been happening or, you know, why exactly.
Customs and Border Protections, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Central Intelligence Agency. From states including Washington, California, Texas, Florida, and others. Months following 9/11, the
Wait, 3 years ago? Yeah, I feel like this has ramped up since then. It's probably way more states. Wait, this has 76 views. God damn it. That's crazy.
Defamation League and the Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs sponsored delegations of U.S. law enforcement officials to Israel to receive training from high-ranking officials in the Israeli military, police, Ministry of Defense, and Shin Bet, or Shabak, Israel's internal security agency. Participants' pre-existing notions of militarized security are reinforced by the Israeli officials who teach them methods of mass surveillance, racial profiling, violent repression of protests, infiltration of communities, and the militarization of border security during tours of Israeli checkpoints. Since 2002, these exchanges have become a reoccurring event, with hundreds of law enforcement officials participating in trainings in Israel, and thousands participating in similar trainings led by Israeli officials in the US. The forces that
I swear, like, if America could, they would just be training everyone's police. Telling them they all need AKs for every situation.
Train US officials during these exchanges are not only known for their widespread and systemic civil and human rights violations against Palestinians, but also the criminalization and frequent assassination of Palestinian political figures, often associated with protests or uprisings. These trainings only exacerbate U.S. law enforcement officials' disproportionate use of force especially against people of color.
Fuck. The bear spray straight to the face, like point blank. Ow, dude. Researching the American-Israeli alliance and the deadly exchange. What? Wait, what? What? Where? Oh, these are two different things. Got you, got you, got you. Okay, I'm just gonna put these in chat. This is an AP archive from 8 years ago about police in Israel to learn counter-terrorism techniques. Like, is this so different? I don't know. You're just shooting people.
And the counterterrorism activities and Israel has dealt with this for such a long time, and specifically in the last 18 months, I think we've gotten that first.
They've dealt with this, so we want to learn how to murder exactly like they have.
Hand knowledge of what to expect, how to react to it, and I think that it's a continuing learning cycle. It's not something that we're going to learn overnight. That's why we have this relationship with Israel.
Special weapons, special warfare weapons, counter-terrorist weapons. You've got a Glock with
special counter-terrorism weapons. A Glock. Okay.
There's a beam shot. Okay, this is designed for special warfare for clandestine operations. Handguns, submachine guns, knives, rescue tools, climbing tools, carabiners.
We had that trouble at the World Towers. We never really thought about it until then, but now it's kind of waking.
Yeah. Originally aired 2002. That adds up. Okay. All right.
Opens up everybody's eyes. Lets them know, terror is not confined to no certain area.
And at that time, the rural areas were much larger than urban areas.
It's a center, it's a training center for more of a paramilitary function for the Border Patrol and also for the Blue Group.
Always watching what the other one does.
This is so fucking dumb. Like, why did you have to learn from the IDF how to murk more people? Is that what policing is? Just killing more people? Fuck me, dude.
U.S. police are training in Israel, and that's something every American should be concerned about. As protests sweep across the U.S., it's becoming increasingly clear that law enforcement has become more militarized, treating the people they're supposed to serve and protect as a hostile foreign population. Part of the reason why is that since the 90s, and especially after 9/11, U.S. law enforcement, including police departments, the FBI, CIA, and immigration officials, have been trained by Israeli agents.
These exchange programs are exacerbating the violence in both places and lifting up the Israeli occupation as a global gold standard for policing.
And communities of color in the U.S. are disproportionately paying the price.
Yeah, a genocidal fucking apartheid state lifted up as the gold standard for policing. Shocking. I'm shocked.
Police, since its origins, have been a racist and brutalizing body. But through time, their efforts of brutalization have taken on a new character. That new character is police exchanges.
Hey everyone, I'm Dina, and as a Palestinian American journalist who's reported from the occupied West Bank, put the camera down. Okay. I've witnessed firsthand how Israel routinely targets unarmed Palestinians with force as part of its decades-long illegal military occupation of Palestinian land. I've also seen the militarized U.S. response to peaceful protesters in places like Standing Rock. And in this historic moment of uprisings in the U.S., the parallels between how American and Israeli forces crack down on civilians are more glaring than ever.
Looking more and more the same.
So why is U.S. law enforcement receiving training from Israel, a flagrant human rights offender? And what does it mean for people on the ground?
Again,
now, it's
3 years ago, 3 years ago, people have been raising the flag.
In mind that the U.S. police and military have historically brutalized communities of color and repressed movements for justice well before the existence of Israel. But now they're building on that by learning from a state that has mastered racial profiling, crowd control, and surveillance. To understand why these trainings are so problematic, you first need some background about how Israel systematically dehumanizes the Palestinian population it completely controls. Israel's creation in 1948 enshrined a nationalist policy of Jewish Israeli supremacy at the expense of the native Palestinian population, most of whom were forced to flee their homes, becoming permanent refugees. In 1967, Israel began its repressive military occupation of what remained of Palestinian land, subjugating the entire Palestinian population, denying them the rights of citizenship, and crushing any dissent against its policies. Since then, Israeli forces have routinely fired tear gas, skunk water, rubber-coated steel bullets, and even
What is skunk water?
Live ammunition at unarmed protesters. So this is a state that violently controls and suppresses the rights of an occupied people. And U.S. police are learning its tactics to use against American citizens. Thousands of law enforcement officials from all corners of the country have traveled to Israel to learn police strategies and exchange tactics. These trips became increasingly common after 9/11 as pro-Israel groups used the so-called war on terror as an opportunity to push for a closer, unconditional alliance with Israel, which had marketed itself as the world's leading counter-terrorism expert.
On these trips, high-ranking U.S. officials are visiting Israeli checkpoints and prisons, places where human rights groups all.
The odor has been described as the smell of sewage mixed with rotting corpses. Gross. What the fuck? What is it? No.
All over the world have documented Israeli discrimination and repression and torture and killing of Palestinians.
I spoke to Stephanie Fox from the Jewish Voice for Peace. Her organization was part of a campaign called Deadly Exchange, which outlines the dangerous consequences of U.S. police trainings in Israel.
Why do you think Israel is so attractive to U.S. law enforcement agencies?
U.S. policing has always been both about enacting a war on Black and brown communities in the U.S. and around the world. So I think that the two being both rooted in racism and state violence, there's a real natural attraction and a desire to trade tactics.
So who runs these exchanges? They're organized by pro-Israel groups like the Anti-Defamation League, which calls itself the world's leading anti-hate organization. The trips are funded privately as well as through grants from the Israeli and US governments, including the Justice Department. The ADL boasts that they've trained more than 15,000 law enforcement professionals and have sent more than 200 high-ranking US officials to Israel. And some officers fresh off these trips have high praise.
This was an outstanding experience, something that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
You've obviously given us a lot to think about, a lot of best practices.
And this is, in fact, the finest training initiative that I've ever been a participant in.
But we've seen the ramifications of these trainings here in the US, with police departments treating American citizens who are exercising their constitutional right to protest.
Okay, two things on this Wikipedia I have to point out real quick. They tried to use skunk water in India. It didn't work. So they managed to tolerate the smell without much difficulty. Those who can ignore the smell can also drink the liquid. What do you mean by that? Also, they sell a special soap, but only to cops that can get the smell off. But everyone else just has to fucking suffer. I hate it here. Oh, we're so free though. We're so free.
As though they're under occupation, especially communities of color. Take Ferguson, Missouri, for example. After the 2014 police killing of Michael Brown, the officers' response to protesters mirrored some of the tactics used by Israeli forces against Palestinians, which civil rights icon Angela Davis has drawn attention to.
The tear gas that was being used in occupied Palestine was the same tear gas that was being used in Ferguson.
And she's right. Officers in Ferguson used the same US-manufactured tear gas and flashbang devices to disperse crowds that Israeli forces regularly use against Palestinians. But that's not all. In 2011, the sheriff of St. Louis County, where Ferguson is located, traveled to Israel on one of the ADL-sponsored police exchange trips. And then, 3 years after the Ferguson uprisings, which catapulted the Black Lives Matter movement to the international stage, the city's police chief also traveled to Israel for training. He said he was blessed to be part of the exchange. And throughout all of this, Palestinians have recognized the shared struggle, even tweeting support and tips to American protesters. But Ferguson is just one example. Other cities and counties where officers have received Israeli training later became the sites of high-profile police killings. That includes Hennepin County, home to Minneapolis, where George Floyd was killed by police, and Atlanta, where Rayshard Brooks was fatally shot by an officer. And who could forget the militarized response to protesters in Washington, D.C. after the death of George Floyd? Officers from several agencies, including the U.S. Park Police, fired on protesters with tear gas and flashbangs. And it turns out that many officers from D.C. traveled to Israel for training, including the U.S. Park Police chief and a police commander. And then there's surveillance. Israel's massive surveillance system has inspired U.S. officials, so much so that after a former police chief visited Israel in 2008, his city adopted its techniques.
Our Video Integration Center in downtown Atlanta is modeled after the Command and Control Center I saw in the old city of Jerusalem.
Atlanta has installed over 10,000 surveillance.
I saw this incredible surveillance state, and I wanted my own.
Cameras, which have raised serious privacy concerns. But to really get a sense of Israeli inspiration, look no further than New York City. After 9/11, the NYPD and the CIA created a sprawling covert spying operation that surveilled and infiltrated mosques and Muslim neighborhoods in the New York City area. This led to widespread and unprecedented profiling of the region's Muslim communities. A police official told the Associated Press that the program was modeled in part off of how Israelis spy on Palestinians in the West Bank. That program was heavily scrutinized in the US, but widespread surveillance of citizens continues today. During recent protests, US officials surveilled demonstrations in 15 cities using drones and helicopters. They've recorded almost 300 hours of footage, which federal agencies and local police departments across the country can access. But it's not just the US that's learning and implementing new strategies at home. In 2016, Israel copied New York City's highly controversial and racist police policy of stop and frisk. The Israeli version primarily targeted young Palestinian men who were detained and searched without probable cause. All that said, a few communities have stood up to these police exchanges and won. In 2018, Durham, North Carolina became the first U.S. city to ban its police from training in Israel. I spoke to Abdul, a student and activist with Black Youth Project 100 who campaigned to make this happen.
I saw the interconnectedness between Black and Palestinian struggles. Because the United States and the state of Israel continue to strengthen their relationship, I think oppressed people within both of those places must also strengthen our relationship.
In 2014, the NAACP had called the Durham Police Department a broken system in need of repair due to a troubling pattern of racial profiling and police brutality. And guess what? The department also had a history of training in Israel. The current police chief had previously headed Atlanta's Israel Police Exchange program during her time with that department, so activists wanted to stop her from doing the same thing in Durham. Other communities have also successfully put an end to these trainings, including Northampton, Massachusetts, and the state of Vermont. But Ajamu says even though the win in Durham was exciting, racist policing isn't over.
So while we got a major victory, that we really had to look at the struggle to end the exchanges as part of a broader struggle to build a society where police are no longer necessary. And I hope this current period of rebellion represents a new era of Black and Palestinian solidarity.
Israel's occupation is illegal under international law and is premised on denying basic rights to the millions of Palestinians that Israeli forces control. Is that who we want?
Omega lol, international law, Omega lol. It doesn't mean much, especially when America, the one funding the shit, is like, nah, no international laws for us, thanks.
American police who are already in need of so much improvement to be learning from? What do you guys think about US police being trained in Israel? Let me know in the comments and be sure to check out
I think it's bad.
AJ Plus's continuing coverage of Black Lives Matter protests and the uprisings against police brutality.
In the first week of fighting in Gaza, the Committee to Protect Journalists reports at least 12 journalists have been killed. More are missing and injured. We're joined now by CPJ's Middle East and North Africa Program Coordinator, Sharif Mansour. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Sharif. In these last few minutes we've heard the story of Essam. Tell us what you understand about what's happened to journalists. He was on the Israel-Lebanon border. Israel says they're looking into it. What's happening in Gaza?
Oh, yeah, we did an investigation of ourselves, and we found it was fine.
Well, this is the deadliest time for journalists in Gaza. That is, according to our count, one of the highest toll for journalists covering the conflict since 1992. Since 2001, we've recently published stories of 20 Palestinian journalists who have been killed over the years, covering IDF operations. Many of them, 13, were in Gaza before the start of this war. But right now we're looking at least 10 Palestinian journalists, mostly freelance photojournalists, who are taking outsized challenge and risk in order to tell the story of what's happening. But there are, in addition to Essam from Lebanon, at least 1 or 2 journalists from Israel who've been killed and went missing since the beginning of the rave on October 7. We're also still investigating a lot of damages to media facilities in Gaza that were bombed over the course of the week. Reportedly, at least 48 or so. Many were injured, many lost their homes, and many cannot access the outside world because of lack of internet.
So let me ask you, what are the international laws and conventions in place to safeguard journalists and hold those responsible for their killings?
Well, we call on Israel to immediately investigate what happened to Essam and his 6 colleagues who were injured. We support the...
Can't we get anyone else to investigate it? Like, literally anyone else?
Lebanon complain in the UN to make an investigation. And we also call on Brazil, who is relying right now on this week on the UN Security Council, to make sure that journalist safety is included in any talks that's happening diplomatically.
And let me ask you, last week, BBC Arabic journalists Mohammed Tatunji and Haitham Abu Diab were reportedly stopped, assaulted, and held at gunpoint by Israeli police in Tel Aviv. What do you know about this situation?
Unfortunately, censorship is widespread, not just covering Gaza in Israel, and we've seen and reported a lot of journalists being threatened live, including from Al-Arabi TV just a couple of days ago. And journalists have told us they have received threats, in addition to all the misinformation that has been, spread to justify those attacks against journalists. And we saw the Israeli government right now making decrees to censor and close Palestinian media outlets and inciting against even Israeli journalists who would, quote unquote, harm national morale during the war.
And I wanted to ask, on Friday, the U.S. news organization Semaphore reported, quote, MSNBC has quietly taken 3 of its Muslim broadcasters out of the anchor's chair since Hamas's attack on Israel last Saturday amidst America's...
I want Mehdi Hasan back now. Put him back on now.
Wave of sympathy for Israeli terror victims.
The article... Mehdi Hasan, I think, is CNN. Wait.
Detailed how Mehdi Hasan, Ayman Moulding, and Ali Velshi have all seen their roles reduced over the past week, even though the 3 have some of the deepest knowledge of the region.
Yeah, like Mehdi Hasan was the only one like pushing back at all, on Israel and the IDF. And he still said all the right things, like I condemn Hamas, etc.
At the network, as Semaphore reported. Your final comments on this?
Well, journalists must provide accurate, independent account of what's happening, including in time of crisis. We rely on them so that the misinformation that we see does not fuel the conflict. We rely on them so that we know the motivation and the implication of all the warring parties. And we rely on them to expose any potential of human rights violation or war crimes. So we call for the absolute resilience of journalists and the support of their editors so that they can do their job fairly without censorship.
Sharif Mansour, we want to thank you so much for being with us, Middle East and North Africa Program Coordinator for the Committee to Protect Journalists. That does it for our show. A happy birthday to Juan Gonzalez and Miguel Noguera. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for joining us. We begin today's show in Gaza, where the death toll from Israel's 10-day bombardment has topped 2,750. The dead include over 1,000 Palestinian children. Over 50 Palestinians have also been killed in the occupied West Bank. Over 1 million residents of Gaza have been displaced, including many who fled their homes after Israel ordered the entire northern Gaza Strip to be vacated. More than 1,000 people are believed to be trapped under rubble following Israeli airstrikes. And the humanitarian catastrophe is growing as hospitals are running out of electricity and water due to the Israeli siege. Water's already run out at UN shelters across the Gaza Strip. This is Dr. Mohammed Abu Moghaissib, Deputy Medical Coordinator in Gaza for Doctors Without Borders.
The situation is very difficult. I mean, today we were for 2 hours searching for drinkable water. Even drinkable water is not available anymore. It's very difficult. Food, still there is food. No electricity, no pumping of normal water as well. The hospitals are barely working. I mean, there's a lot of medical staff who left the hospital with their families because they cannot, I mean, they are not safe, so they need to stay with their families to evacuate as well. Medication is really decreasing in the private pharmacies as well, so I mean, it's very dangerous. I mean, they are bombing all the day, so I mean, there is no humanitarian corridor. Today I'm in contact with some hospitals, mainly Shifa. Burn unit, there is only 1 surgeon, 1 anesthesiologist, no nurses at all in the hospital, in this burn unit especially. They have a lot of shortage, so I mean, we don't know what will be tomorrow and where we are going.
Oxfam's Omar Grebe recorded this audio message from Gaza after fleeing the northern Gaza Strip after Israel ordered the area fully evacuated. He described the mass exodus as Nakba 2.0.
Perhaps yesterday was one of the worst days of my life. We spent years hearing from our grandparents about Nakba and what that was and how they felt. And I think yesterday we had the chance to actually see it with our own eyes. When we were all pushed into mass expulsion to go from North and Center Gaza into Southern Gaza, and it was really horrible. People spent over 14 hours in an influx of a sea made of people, just walking with their belongings, holding children, holding sick people, holding people with disability, just walking and walking and walking under the sun, begging any passing car to take them. But most cars were filled to the brim. It was Nakba 2.0 happening right in front of our eyes, and we are actually a part of it. I don't know how and when we reached the south, but people kept coming. The streets were frantically busy, and I saw so many people just taking the streets, like putting their children and their belongings in the street and just sitting there, because most really left aimlessly with nowhere to go and no one to seek refuge to. And on top of that, they talk.
Yeah, where are they fucking supposed to go? There is nowhere for them to go. That's like the whole cruelty of it. Like, oh, evacuate. To where? To where? You can't even go on most of these roads.
About a safe humanitarian route, and then they bombed 2 trucks filled with people. 10s were dead. I saw the bombing place. I don't know what's gonna happen next.
That was Oxfam's Omar speaking from Gaza. Many Palestinians say there's no place for them to go. This is Mohammed Al-Aham, a grandmother speaking from a hospital in Khan Yunis next to her 4-year-old granddaughter, who is the only member of her family to survive after Israel bombed their home.
They were sitting inside the house. My sons and one of their mothers-in-law were at his house. Suddenly, without warning, they bombed the house. 14 people were killed. Only this girl, my granddaughter, Fula, survived. I hope she'll get better and stay safe and heal. May their souls rest in peace. God is the one who gives patience to people. May God keep me alive to take care of her, and she will be a good person. She is the only person alive from her father's family who is martyred. Also her brother, sister, mother, grandmother from her mother's side, her uncles, all of them, 14 people all at once.
In Israel, family members who have loved ones kidnapped by Hamas held protest over the weekend demanding their safe return. Israel now believes Hamas is holding 199 hostages, a figure that's higher than previous estimates. This is Avichai Brodetz, a farmer from Kibbutz Kfar Aza. His wife and 3 children were taken captive in Gaza, to Gaza.
And my kids are over there, along with my wife, I hope in good health. And I want them to come back home in good health. And I came here, this is where decisions are being made in Israel. If I could go to the center of Gaza and do the same thing, I would. And I wish I could go there someday. We have to stop. I think we got this right now as a sign from God just to stop the bloodshed. And I ask Hamas, which is holding my family, I hope, again, in good health.
Hey, why don't you ask the IDF to not fucking bomb them? Hey, what about that part?
Please stop. And the Israeli government to please stop and just bring the women and children back.
Okay, there you go.
We're joined now by Omar Shaker, Israel and Palestine director at Human Rights Watch. He's joining us from Chicago. Omar, tell us the latest. It's so difficult to make contact with people in Gaza right now. What you understand is happening. Israel demanding that the entire population of northern Gaza, which is the main population center, including Gaza City, must move south of Khan Yunis. Then, though, that we heard that they were bombing Khan Yunis. Talk about the situation now.
We're witnessing a situation that's simply not fathomable for any of us on the outside. We're talking about a population that has now for days been without electricity, that has been without water, that has been without, for large parts of it, without internet, that's been without food, that's been without aid. Hundreds of thousands have left northern Gaza. You know, if they're lucky, they've been able to get to relatives and family homes south of Wadi Gaza, but many, you know, do not have that privilege and, you know, are making temporary accommodations. They're under constant bombardment. We've seen some of the more intense bombing of Gaza take place over the last 24 to 48 hours. There have been reports of people killed as they were taking a safe route out of Gaza. The hospitals are operating on generators which are running out of fuel. People are now resorting to water that's unfit for human consumption. There are people that have not been able to leave northern Gaza because you have there Gaza's, you know, main hospital. You have people with disabilities. You have older people, and they're terrified of what might come ahead. You have Israeli officials who are signaling their intent to commit large-scale atrocities. So we really have a terrifying situation where people in Gaza are saying their goodbyes to the world. They're not sure, you know, whether or not they'll make it to the evening, to tomorrow morning. The humanitarian situation, despite reports, people are not being allowed, have not been allowed to leave via Rafah as of the time we're speaking. Aid is still not getting in. Electricity is still not getting in. There's, you know, no confirmed reports of even water having come back in. So
fucking atrocious. How can no one do anything? Makes me so mad.
It's a really desperate situation.
That Secretary of State Antony Blinken had pushed them to turn the water back on, but because the electricity isn't on, it couldn't be pumped.
Exactly. I mean, you need, you know, in order for water to be provided, you obviously need the electricity to allow the water to be pumped. You also need, you know, the ability for the desalinizational plant to operate. You need electricity. Water infrastructure has been damaged in the airstrikes. And again, the water was only being provided to, you know, to a certain part of southern Gaza, which is clearly part of the Israeli government's strategy of trying to empty northern Gaza of its population. There are obviously many other areas in Gaza. So right now, people have no choice but to turn to water, which is unfit for human consumption and which carries the risk for those who drink it of waterborne illnesses. So amid everything else, not having water, as the UN has said, water is life, and Gaza is running out of life.
Omar Shaker, in a long Twitter thread you posted on Saturday, you warned Israeli authorities are signaling their intent to commit mass atrocities. You cite a number of Israeli officials making statements suggesting precisely that. Can you document what you're saying and what they've been saying?
Absolutely. I mean, we have seen rhetoric from the Israeli government that signals that they hold the entire 2.2 million people of Gaza responsible for the heinous attacks that took place on October 7th. You have the president of Israel, Isaac Herzog, who said very clearly that the entire nation of Gaza is responsible. He notes that the people there could have risen up, you know, to topple the Hamas government. You have statements from Israel's energy minister, who was responsible for cutting the water, the fuel, the electricity, who has similarly talked about, you know, cutting off the last drop of water and the last battery until they're defeated. Again, he's referring, it's a statement that refers both to Hamas authorities, but also to evacuating the entire population. You have statements, of course, from Israel's defense minister that's gotten much attention about fighting human animals, declaring an entire siege on Gaza. You have Israel's UN ambassador that was on CNN a couple of days ago and spoke about how, you know, let's remember that Hamas, you know, that the population of Gaza elected Hamas. Of course, he neglects to mention that nearly half of Gaza's population are children who weren't even, you know, alive to vote at the last time there were elections. All these statements should worry the international community because they're not happening in a vacuum. They're happening as the Israeli government reduces entire neighborhoods and blocks to rubble, as hundreds of children and civilians have been killed in relentless bombardment. 6,000 bombs dropped in a 25-by-7 mile area. I mean, an open air prison. So these statements aren't happening in a vacuum. They're happening amid the most intense bombardment of Gaza we've maybe ever seen, in a situation where more than 1 million people, according to reports, have been displaced from their homes. So the international community must act to stop this. There is a moment that we can try and stop this, and we must do so before it's too late.
I want to play for our audience Israeli President Isaac Herzog claiming no one is innocent in the Gaza Strip, including civilians.
We are operating militarily according to rules of international law, period, unequivocally. It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. They could have risen up, they could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. But we're at war. We are at war. We're at war we are defending our homes. We're protecting our homes. That's the truth. And then when a nation protects its home, it fights. And we will fight until we break their backbone.
We will fight until we break their backbone.
Jesus.
I want to turn to your post on Saturday where you wrote, history teaches us that when there are clear calls to commit large-scale atrocities by parties capable of doing so, and actions taken consistent with those words, they need to be taken seriously and stopped. That's where we are today in Israel and Palestine, a descent into darkness. Omar Shakir, if you can take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, President Herzog talked about breaking their back. They have broken the back of the people of Gaza in a way that's simply unprecedented. The statement that the Israeli government is complying with international law is pure fiction. I mean, we know they've cut, vital necessities, as we've discussed, to the entire civilian population. They've sealed the crossings. We know that they have, bombed in a way that, again, is reduced, as has been proudly boasted by the Israeli Air Force on Twitter, of reducing entire neighborhoods and blocks to rubble. We really need to take note of these statements, because the Israeli government, and again, that what's striking here is that it's not meeting the sort of pushback that one would expect in a situation like this. I mean, it took days for Europe and the United States even to reiterate basic platitudes about the need to comply with international humanitarian law. You're not seeing sufficient effort taken to warn of the risks to Gaza's population. It is a situation that, as we speak, is deteriorating, and not enough is being done to stop it.
I want to ask you about white phosphorus. You tweeted, Human Rights Watch tweeted October 12th, Israel's used white phosphorus in military operations in Gaza and Lebanon, putting civilians at risk of serious and long-term injuries. White phosphorus causes excruciating burns and can set homes afire. Its use in populated areas is unlawful. Israel's denied this. What proof do you have of it?
It's really terrible. It will just keep burning forever. And you can't get it off of you. It's a war crime for a reason.
This, Omar Shakir.
I mean, Israel also denied it in 2009 when Human Rights Watch documented it, and that turned out to be false, as was disproven by numerous other voices. Human Rights Watch, verified this evidence. It's confirmed. We were able to take video footage that took place both in Lebanon and Gaza, verify that it was recorded when it was taken. We ran these by weapons and munitions experts who confirmed that it was, that what was shown was white phosphorus. And then we interviewed people who live in the communities where the white phosphorus was dropped in Gaza near the port area, and their description of what it looked like and smelled like was consistent with the use of white phosphorus. Amnesty International followed up with their own reporting, where they were able to verify, additional areas in which white phosphorus was used. They were able to look at, footage that was provided by the Israeli government of some of the weapon systems being used in Gaza, again, being able to source it. It was white phosphorus that was being carried by those planes. And of course, we're talking about a weapon that is, when dropped in civilian areas, is unlawful, because it can, burn homes and other structures. It can cause lifelong suffering for the communities that live there. The fact that the Israeli government is using it, and let's note that they have, even when not used as a weapon, even when white phosphorus is used for signaling or obscuring the army, it can cause harm to civilians. And the Israeli army has readily available alternatives that have much of the same effect in terms of signaling or obscuring without the harm it causes to civilian populations. Its use is.
Well, Omar Shaker, I want to thank you very much for being with us. Israel and Palestine director at Human Rights Watch, also authored the landmark 2021 Human Rights Watch report titled "A Threshold Crossed: Israeli Authorities and the Crimes of Apartheid and Persecution."
"70 people were killed after convoys of evacuees in Gaza were hit by Israeli strikes." These are fleeing civilians that were evacuating
Where they were told to go, literally doing everything right, and got bombed.
following what Israel told them to do after cutting off their food, water, and electricity, of course.
This morning, Israel dropped thousands of leaflets in the north of the Strip warning civilians.
You know why they dropped the leaflets, right? Because they know that that most people don't have access to the internet anymore. Most people in Gaza at this point do not have water. Their batteries have run out. They have no electricity. So they're dumping leaflets so they can still retain the position that they are the most moral army, which, of course, I don't think anybody really believes. Really, listen, I think that this doesn't work. Like every single instance, every single attack on civilian infrastructure by Russian soldiers, Russian military, is a war crime that has been adequately considered as such. Completely. Would it be justifiable if Russia was like, hey, before we do a artillery barrage, we're warning you, like, it's coming? Would that change the reality? Would anybody sit here and say that Russia is the most moral military in the world? Well, I know some people who would say that. The people pushing Z, they'd be like, Russia is so moral. They don't have the gay, they, them military that America does. That's why they're the best military. But like, would any normal human being, okay, would any normal, serious human with like at least 3.5 fucking brain cells say that that is like a genuine attempt at being moral?
This morning, Israel dropped thousands of leaflets in the north of the Strip warning civilians to go south. Quote, Gaza City has turned into a battlefield. Leave your homes immediately, read those flyers. The IDF told Gaza City residents they would refrain from touching an evacuation route until 8 p.m. That was just about 2 hours ago. Quote, no one knows where we're going, one Gaza resident told NBC News, but we're ready to run.
Here's a testimony from a young journalist in Gaza named Essam.
So, more updates about the evacuation that I've been talking about since the morning. Do you remember when I said that they push people to evacuate from the northern to the southern areas via a safe route, as they said? Okay, that was a trick. That was a trick. They targeted ambulances, cars, and buses in the road, and more than 150 people were killed until now, as I heard from other press and other journalists. So this is part 3. They are playing with us. They are playing with and on us. They told us this is a safe route. Innocent people took anything from their homes and went to the southern areas, and they killed them. They literally killed them. Literally, more than 30 ambulance cars until now reached the Shifa.
I think, like, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that invasion and the world's response to it, in my opinion, changed something really significant. One, it gave many more tools to smaller nations and smaller militant formations to be able to fight against like much larger foes, which I think benefited Hamas, certainly. But more importantly than that, I think that people, even if you are an enemy to the Western world, people basically just look at your actions and they're like, what am I going to do? Just think about it. What Russia did in Ukraine pretty much showed that even if you are not a part of the Western, even if you're not a part of the Western Marvel Cinematic Universe, you can still pretty much get away with doing whatever the fuck you want to do. Like, sure, there is a tremendous amount of retaliation, and you know, they will flood your country with weapons from the Western world. But ultimately, there's not much more interest in like stopping casualties in any meaningful way. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, Hassan, I can't believe you would ask for a ceasefire," which I have time and time again, and a interest in like negotiating and trying to stop the endless bloodshed in Ukraine. Ultimately, though, the lessons learned for larger state actors is you can do whatever the fuck you want. Now, obviously, Israel was doing that already. It was an apartheid state already, but I don't think that this is. I think that, like, the severity of these crimes and the frequency of these crimes have greatly increased.
It's not ended. It's not ended yet. Many people are killed. Most of them are children. The scenes are really hard. I can't even imagine that I'm living this. I can't imagine that this is real. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my life. Please do something.
6,000 bombs in 6 days.
Fuck, man. It's so sad. I don't understand how anyone could, like, not see these people's humanity, you know? Like, sure, they might speak a different language than you, but, like, that could be your sister. That could be your cousin. Like, that fucking humanity.
For comparison, an international anti-ISIS coalition dropped an average of 2,500 bombs per month across Syria and Iraq. I believe 6,000 bombs dropped in the last fucking 4 days or 6 days is more than the number of bombs that was dropped in Afghanistan in the first year of the occupation of Afghanistan. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but it's a lot of bombs, especially in a very small area. Israel is dropping in less than a week what the U.S. was dropping in Afghanistan in a year in a much smaller, much more densely populated area where mistakes are going to be magnified, said Mark Garlasco, a former UN war crimes investigator. They're saying out loud over and over again that they plan to commit mass ethnic cleansing while they are doing it IRL. There's no reason to hide it when you've been given explicit guarantees to blanket immunity by the U.S.-led rules-based international order. Yeah.
Netanyahu's Likud party, also a member of the Knesset, said this on the social media platform X. Right now, one goal, Nakba, a Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba.
It's shocking because, like, you know, Nakba and its existence is contested inside of Israel, I thought that it wasn't a cleansing, ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement. So why is this guy saying that it is and that we should do more of it, actually? Just something to consider. It's the classic, yeah, it didn't happen, but if it did, they deserved it and we should do more of it. And it was good. Israel's now bombing bus convoys of Palestinians they told to flee to the south of Gaza. 70 killed so far. Thousands aimlessly walk while bombs drop around them. My friends and internet will be cut off in a few hours with no more contact. I hope these are not my last words to you. Yeah, last night we saw some of the Palestinians basically saying goodbye. The World Health Organization pleads for immediate reversal of Gaza evacuation in order to protect the health and reduce suffering. It's like no one... These are... First of all, it took you this many days to say it. Like... That's crazy. Oh, here, this is the statement from the Reuters PR team. We are deeply saddened to learn that our videographer Essam Abdullah has been killed. Essam was a part of a Reuters crew in southern Lebanon who was providing a live signal. We are currently seeking more information, working with authorities in the region, and supporting Essam's family and colleagues. Reuters journalists Taher al-Sudani and Maher Nazeh have also sustained injuries and are seeking medical care. So who killed him? How did this happen? Did it was just like a loose rocket? Is that what happened?
I feel enraged to be watching this because it feels as though we are living through yet another Iraq war, with the mass hysteria being produced and manufactured by mass media, the kind of anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim sentiment spreading rapidly. And as the Israeli regime bombards civilians in the Gaza Strip, I mean, the death toll of children alone in the past 7 days has exceeded 500 children killed. And yet, you know, your earlier colleague had, you know, the the audacity to say that the people protesting in the street all around the world. We're protesting to be anti-United States, and not because there are literally thousands of people killed in the Gaza Strip, because literally there are people in the Gaza Strip besieged. There were over 1 million people being told to evacuate their homes and neighborhoods, even though there are no cars, no ambulances, even though everything is being bombarded.
Now, we're seeing these protests all around the world, from Arab communities and Muslim communities, angry, sad at what they're seeing. Can you just give us a sense of the depth of feeling, why people are coming out in their numbers? I think the protest that we're witnessing today in Amman, for instance, is one of the biggest I certainly have ever seen. Just give us a sense of
why are
how
these
people
Arabs
feel.
Why are these Arabs protesting an ethnic cleansing occurring? I don't get it. I wonder.
I mean, people are devastated. We are talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of lives, millions of families.
The other side of this, by the way, not to cut off our friend here, but the other side of this is also because a lot of Arabs, not their leadership, but a lot of Arabs see what is happening to Palestinians and the refusal from the Western world, and are reminded of their own atrocities. They are reminded of their own plight in the hands of Western imperialists. They are reminded of what has happened in their own countries, because this has happened in every single Muslim majority nation, with the exception of, I would say, Turkey, because Turkey has always been an unequivocal defender and supporter of American imperialism, the NATO nation of Turkey. That's it. That's why they see it, and they're like, this is the same struggle that we have experienced.
What do you think needs to happen?
The story did not begin and end with the past week. There has been a population of over 2 million people being held hostage by the Israeli regime, living under siege.
What? Historical events don't happen out of nowhere? What?
Living under blockade is not a sustainable solution. Neither is living behind a wall under military occupation, where thousands of armed settlers roam the streets. Just today, a Palestinian was killed by an Israeli.
That's not a bad question. That's a really good question. I think asking a Palestinian what they think is the best way out of this is not the worst question at all. This is a great question. It's rarely one that is asked. They're not going, hey, do you condemn the fucking violence over and over again? So I'm happy. It's good to hear the perspective.
By an Israeli settler in Hebron, and 2 days ago, 2 Palestinians were killed by an Israeli settler in Nablus, and during their funeral, 2 more Palestinians were killed by settlers. Again, this has been happening every single day. I mean, my own family has lost.
That is not covered by Western media, and I think that that is deliberate, and I think that that is by design.
There are entire fucking bloodlines being wiped out right now.
I'll say that much. I think that the reason why they don't cover the settler violence in the West Bank is because that is the type of violence that Americans can comprehend. That's why I usually will cover the West Bank and the treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank, because settlers engaging in acts of violence against Palestinians in the West Bank are so devastating, and ones that like even Americans can comprehend, because it's very similar to like the mass atrocities that you see in your own backyard. But usually when I talk about that sort of thing, people don't even believe it. It is very eye-opening for a lot of people when they see that, because they can't even comprehend it. They're like, what the fuck? You're telling me that like this has been a deliberate attempt to partition Palestinian land, that like the entire world is considering Palestinian land, and these guys have guns and they are completely unaccountable, and when they fucking kill Palestinians with the guns that they got from the government oftentimes, that they can just get away with it, and the IDF does nothing, and the IDF basically turns around and also continues gunning down the Palestinians because they have no legal obligation or responsibility to protect the Palestinians, even though they're like occupying this area.
All of this equation between Hamas and ISIS, all of this talk about quote unquote beheading and raping people is just preemptively readying you to justify and write a blank check for Israeli genocide. Do not believe everything you see on these television screens. People are lying to you.
Mohammed Al-Kurd, thank you for your time. I should also, though, point out, I've been to the south of Israel. I've met people. An attack happened on Saturday, and this is a response. One can agree or not agree to it, but it is, what happened on Saturday happened. But thank you very much for your time.
What? That's how you wrapped it up? Bro, what is happening? Like, that's really...
What? No one said it didn't. What the fuck? Why are we still talking about Saturday, though? He's trying to talk about right now.
You listen to this man's words, and you had to be like, let me get a final word in edgewise. You know, ethnic cleansing is going to happen because of what happened on Saturday, and there's not really much we can do about it, I guess. What do you mean, believe it or not? The fuck? It is what it is, homie. Sorry. Your family members have to die, I guess. This violence is an inevitability, but that does not mean, when I say that this violence is an inevitability, that does not mean that this is a justified thing. I need people to understand the distinction. It is horrific, it's monstrous, and the Israeli government is every bit responsible for it. That is also the type of violence that every day, every single day, Palestinians in the West Bank under Israeli authority, illegal authority of the Israeli government, experience. That is the type of violence that, it's less personal, but still the type of violence that exists in Gaza. That is the violence that begets violence. It was mind-boggling to me that the first step of action from the Israeli government when Palestinian militants, Hamas, had taken up positions inside of Israel proper, in kibbutzes and in police precincts, and their immediate reaction was not to stop that and to defend Israeli citizens, but instead immediately start shelling Gaza. That was their first action. Their first action was to immediately start shelling Gaza. It blows my fucking mind. How do you blame Israel for Arab terrorists? Because, unlike you, I understand how violence occurs. You have a simple way of thinking about it, where you think it's got to be because people are bad, and that's why they're doing it. They're bad. They're anti-Semitic. There's no other reason for it. They just want to kill all Jewish people. That is no way to actually try and stop additional violence from occurring, because you do not want to analyze this from the framework of people who have never seen an Israeli person in their entire fucking lives. Make no mistake, this is not a justification. So this fucked up religious extremism has nothing to do with it, right? Religious extremism is seasoning on top of the actual circumstances. It is just a simple call to action that is very effective. Religious extremism in the Israeli government is used as a way to further justify oppressive tools of the state. Religious extremism on the Hamas side, the Islamist fundamentalism on the Hamas side, is also yet a simple call to action. Religious extremists in the United States of America do 3%er gravy seal tactics and then go eat jalapeno poppers. They go to fucking Burger King. They don't go and institute or facilitate in unjustifiable acts of violence. Lone wolf attacks and stochastic terrorism still occurs in America because we're a very violent country. But the overwhelming majority of religious fundamentalists here are just simply going around and eating burgers. Why are they not going around and mercilessly and ruthlessly slaughtering everyone they declare their enemies? Perhaps it has something to do with our material conditions. I don't know. Think about it. Think about it this way. You can comprehend radicalization and the anger that people feel when they're wrong. If you can comprehend that, then try to expand upon that. Try for a single fucking moment. See how you would react if you were born into a fucking open air prison where you are being bombed regularly. What is the expectation there? Religious extremism is yet one other cause of said violent apartheid regime. This is a constant throughout history. Every single place where there has been occupation, every single place where there has been violent conditions that people are subjected to, more reactionary components take hold. When people are backed into a corner and they have nothing, they look to whatever they consider is an emancipatory force. Religious extremism is at the base of the occupation, though. Zionism isn't only supporting the current regime or not. It's, do you believe Jewish people have a right to the land of Israel and an ethno-state? Yeah, but that is, again, a fabrication. You know what I mean? That is just a way to try and justify it to every single person. Not the real reason, you know what I mean? If the IDF wanted to destroy Hamas, militarily destroy Hamas, they would go in and facilitate targeted extraction operations for the hostages is the most surveilled place on the fucking planet. Densely populated, but it's the most surveilled place on the planet. They would go in, but they don't want to do that because it's much easier to just fucking lob rockets, 6,000 tons of rockets from afar and kill a bunch of children. You aren't a military specialist. You don't need to be a military specialist to recognize that this bombing campaign is simply a way to engage in collective punishment and engage in an ethnic displacement campaign. It's not my opinion. This is shared by the World Health Organization as of today, and Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International, and numerous other NGOs, and the United Nations themselves. 420,000 people have been displaced already. 420,000 people have been displaced already in Gaza. Population of 2.2 million. 50% is children. Okay? 50% is children. That's 1.1 million kids that you have displaced, and you are relentlessly bombing. And you're not just bombing the children, you're bombing the Red Crescent, medics, another war crime. You're bombing UN. You're bombing UN. You're bombing the Doctors Without Borders hospital, or you've said the Doctors Without Borders hospital.
Fucking all the hospitals. The Child's Hospital, the hospital that said they couldn't evacuate in time, fucking everybody, the journalists, like, no one is.
Hospital is slated to be bombed. Here's what they said about it, that Israel has given the Al-Auda hospital just 2 hours to evacuate. Our staff are still treating patients. We unequivocally condemn this action, the continued indiscriminate bloodshed and attacks on our healthcare in Gaza. If you have no interest in defending or even seeing, if you have no interest in seeing the humanity of Arabs, Muslims in general, here are some good old white people that are there, okay? Not that it fucking matters. Health Ministry in Gaza confirms 40 people were killed, 150 injured by an Israeli airstrike that targeted Palestinians attempting to evacuate from Gaza as ordered by the Israeli military. Israel has ordered 1.2 million Palestinians to leave their homes in Gaza and head south. And once they did that, they bombed them. And yeah, I saw the video a couple days ago, and I didn't want to cover it yet. But now that Al Jazeera has actually verified the independent investigation I saw, I'll cover it as well. Yes, it was Al Jazeera digital investigation reveals that a video the Israeli army claims to show the killing of 4 Palestinian fighters. It is in fact 4 unarmed Palestinian men surrendering to Israeli soldiers before being shot at close range. They digitally altered the video to act like they had weapons. They never had any weapons whatsoever. They were just like walking around. I do not know that if they were actually Palestinian fighters that dropped their weapons, but even then, if they are unarmed and they're actually surrendering, that is still a war crime to shoot them and kill them. They also violently at gunpoint apprehended BBC journalists, for the record, in Tel Aviv. We never finished a Gaza Fights for Freedom documentary, which documented press and medics were being sniped. Yes. I remember when one of the medics that was sniped deliberately became yet another telegenically dead Palestinian. That is not my word. That is the word of Netanyahu and many other Israeli officials. And when some in the Western media chose to cover that during the right to return marches in 2018, what did Israel do? They immediately said she wasn't actually a medic. They fucking started doing mass propaganda saying that wasn't actually a medic, and they lied about her. Razan al-Najjar.
Humanitarian situation, quote, will only deteriorate exponentially, and that crucial life-saving supplies, including fuel, food, and water, must be allowed into Gaza. So the UN is saying you must do this. You are saying you're not going to do this. How do you?
No, we're not saying that.
He's saying do it. He's saying doing it immediately. What I'm saying is what you're doing.
No.
He's saying doing it immediately.
I got you. I'll tell you exactly what we're saying. I'm saying we will do everything for the Gazan people. Once and now we demand immediate surrender, unconditional surrender of Hamas. If Hamas people come out with their hands up and clear their weapons, believe me, everything will be restored to Gaza. It is Hamas in Hamas hands.
Now I understand. Thank you for clarifying that, sir. I think we're actually on the same page here. You're saying that once Hamas leaves, you'll grant the Gazan people food, shelter, fuel, electricity, hospitals, schooling. And if they don't, and if Hamas doesn't leave, then they'll continue to starve and die in hospitals. You are defining for the international community right now collective punishment. You're saying until Hamas.
I mean, they don't hide it. Like, it's not like any of the leaders in Israel have hidden it, right? I don't really know why they fucking turn around and whenever they're faced with this question, act like they're not saying that. You know what I mean?
Hamas acts differently, the 2 million people in Gaza are going to be treated this way. And once Hamas acts differently, these 2 million people in Gaza will be treated better. That is exactly what collective punishment is. You're holding them accountable for the actions of others. That is the definition, the textbook definition of collective punishment, sir. Now, you may accept that that's what you want to do, but this is absolutely a contravention of international law.
Well, I'll tell you exactly. No, if we pushed them into the wall, we're not pushing them to the wall. We want to open a humanitarian corridor so they can leave.
Then stop bombing it.
That's pretty funny. Hold on. That's still a violation. And now you're saying ethnic displacement, like at the barrel of a gun.
True.
Which you also fucking killed a bunch of people evacuating. Fucking anti-Semitic dumbasses. Do you agree its use as the protest for Palestine in the U.S. is the financial government is run by powerful Jewish? See Federal Reserve and Rothschilds.
Oh
yeah,
God.
Dude, totally. I despise anti-Semitism because it is fucking immoral, obviously. But I also additionally hate it because it's so stupid. Like, you have to be on a different kind of stupidity level to be able to get to this point and be like, see, the Rothschilds, thank you very much. He said, my citations, anti-Semitism. Jews do not control the American government or our financial industry. Capitalists do. Jewish people are not a monolith. You have been blinded into feeling this way. You are silly and easy to control. You might think that you are thinking outside of the box. You are not. You are so in the box that the former German government was thinking in that same box, in those same confines, okay? It was quite a popular idea, both in America and also in Germany. Bro, let me teach you something. I'll show you how wrong you are. Bro, you don't understand, dude. I'm about to fucking anti-Semite pill you so fucking hard, dude. Folks, I believe in dialectical materialism. Anti-Semitism is spiritual nonsense. It's idealistic garbage. It is absolutely ridiculous to assume that one group of individuals is monolithic in their thinking, in their attitudes, in the way that they have commanded entire nations or whatever the fuck you dumbasses believe, okay? The reason why you engage in this kind of anti-Semitic thinking is because you cannot comprehend that the structures that were designed by capitalists are designed in a way to oppress you and also make you blind to said oppression. So you look for some spiritual mumbo jumbo, like there's a group of bad guys out there. There are, if you want to think about it as though they're bad, even though I don't think that they're bad necessarily. So they do bad things because they're allowed to. But those group of bad guys, okay, in the way that you understand it, are not Jewish people. Jewish people are not a monolith. Those are capitalists, capital owners doing what capital owners do. It's crazy how this conflict is now moving towards ethnic cleansing. Brother, it has never moved away from that. It's just, if there's an ethnic cleansing dial and an ethnic displacement dial, it just gets cranked up and then dialed back. The Israeli security apparatus calls it mowing the lawn anytime they crank it up, and then they dial it back. Crank it up, dial it back, crank it up, dial it back. Right now, it's not even maxed out yet. Here, I mean, a opinion you are not going to hear. The son of a missing Israeli peace activist says that his mother would be mortified by the situation in Gaza and that the vengeance is not a strategy.
She was hiding in her closet. We decided to stop talking on the phone so she wouldn't be heard. And we wrote each other and until she wrote me there inside the house. And then we just said our goodbyes. I wrote her, I'm with you. She wrote back, I feel you. 10:54, that was the last message.
What would your mother think of what's happening in Gaza now?
She would be mortified because you can't cure killed babies with more dead babies. We need peace. That's what she was working for all her life. I don't want people to hear what I'm saying in Israel. I stand by my message. But my friends, how can you not want, everybody to die? Pain is pain. And talk with people from the kibbutz and we cry together. You can't mend that. But the only way to have safety and to...
See, scapegoating? Wait, what do you mean? There is no more moral clarity that you could ever have from someone who has been directly victimized, and yet still, even in that moment where his emotions are supposed to be much higher than you, his emotions are supposed to be much higher than the majority of people. Hamas threatened him to say this. You can see, dude, some of you guys are fucking insane. Yeah, Hamas threatened him. Really? That's the guy? This guy's a Hamas guy saying that? This is the Hamas guy? Is that what you're saying? At Channel 4 News? What kind of fucking brain dead nonsense are you guys operating on? Bro, Channel 4 is Hamas now? That's crazy. It's insane. And this is far from, he is far from alone on this position. You've heard this from people who've had their children kidnapped. Literally, as soon as, even before Israel started its bombing campaign, one of the fathers whose daughter was kidnapped by Hamas went on television and said, I am afraid that the counter to this from the Israeli government is going to lead to more death and destruction in Gaza, and I am sad for them. I'm sad for them. I grieve for them.
But the only way to have safety and to live good lives is with peace. Vengeance isn't a strategy.
This is what Ethan was talking about, by the way. Kibbutz is
That's all.
Kibbutz is
That's all it is too. It's just straight up revenge. Just like everyone's so horny for revenge, and like it's so gross. Like that's not gonna do anything. It's just you're just doing genocide.
is like a communal formation. A lot of those dudes in those villages are not like militant formations in the same way that like the settlers are. They're just like a farming village community. You say fucking settlers, but like if it's a kibbutz inside of a fucking inside of like a barely formed, barely developed fucking Israel proper, it's very different than like the settler formations that you see in the West Bank. It's just a fucking commune. The original idea of kibbutz, by the way, was literally it was supposed to be a communist one, and was supposed to literally occupy areas that people didn't live in. Yeah, some of your famous favorite anti-Zionist Jewish thinkers, from Bernie Sanders, well, who is not an anti-Zionist, but you know he's more of a soft anti-Zionist. But regardless, to Noam Chomsky and many others have literally fucking lived in kibbutzes. It's a communal space. It's not supposed to be weaponized against Palestinians. They're cooperative. They're communes. They're cooperative formations. A lot of those people are just like fucking chill ass farmers and shit. The reason why people misunderstand it is that like some of those kibbutzes literally fucking predate 1948. Some of those kibbutz formations are, stop saying on stolen land. Listen to me. I don't think you're understanding. Like I get the way that you want to talk about it, but there is nuance to this situation. You're ridiculous for just like for writing it off, because you're also wrong. You're literally wrong. The original kibbutz strategy was supposed to be like putting Jewish people from Europe that were escaping pogroms or the Holocaust into kibbutz formations that were on areas where no one was actually living there. It was not supposed to be like displacing Palestinians. As a chatter a couple days ago correctly talked about, a land for, what was it, like a land for no people, for a people with no land was originally supposed to be about putting populations into areas where no one was actually living there. The kibbutzim were founded by the members of the Bilu movement who immigrated to Palestine, like the members of the first Aliyah who came before them and established agricultural villages. Most members of the second Aliyah planned to become farmers, almost the sole career available in the agrarian economy of Ottoman Palestine. And the original formations were not like supposed to be viciously ethnically displacing Palestinian people. Some of those kibbutz people are literally the most anti-Zionist anyway. They were not there during the Ottoman era, meaning they were European settlers that came during British colonialism. Stop defending them. Palestine is for Arabs only, not Europeans. I want to maintain a position here.
The whole point of being anti-Zionist is that you don't want an ethno-state. Like, you can't just say, like, oh, it's for Palestinians only, not Europeans. Like, no, the point was that, like, in historical Palestine, there were multiple religions. There were multiple ethnic groups. So, what do you mean by Palestinian? I don't know what that means.
When I say I'm a one-stater, I am for a single-state solution. I want to present something to you. Make no mistake. This does not mean that my one-state solution means a cleansing or a forcible displacement of all Jews that are currently living in occupied in the occupied Israeli 1948 territories. Okay, there's no way you can do that. That is impossible, and that's wrong. On top of that, if it is wrong to ethnically displace Palestinian people during the Nakba and the Arabs during the Nakba, it is also wrong to try to.
Yeah, I'm for just peaceful coexistence. I know it's like kind of a crazy idea.
Forcibly and also frivolous to even make this argument because it's never going to fucking happen anyway. But it's also wrong to try and make this argument that they deserve to also be displaced. Not only that, but it also feeds into the hands of people. It feeds into the hands of
Video whenever that person was trying to show his son bad. God.
people who maintain the position that like that's the goal, that's the ultimate goal, is to just wipe out every Jew. A one-state solution for me means giving reparations to Palestinians, allowing a right to return for all Palestinians globally, okay, and having a singular state where everyone has equal rights and equal representation. Now, when you present this idea, which is the best possible idea, most people will say, and it's a singular secular state, not a Jewish one and not a Muslim one, obviously, which, would not happen regardless. So the idea that we can't reach that conclusion is one that people often directly place the blame on the Palestinian side. If you're in the fucking Western world, there is no reason for you to also continue on with this narrative. By the way, people say two-state solution. I have this conversation with my Jewish American normie friends all the time, not like anti-Zionist ones, but normie ones all the time. And they'll be like, two-state solution. They say the inverse of this, where they say two-state solution would turn into like a mass displacement of Jews because there's more Muslims, and then they would turn around and turn it into a Muslim state, and then they would start ethnically cleansing the Jews. This is a very real fear that American Jews have and Israelis have as well. That's like why they claim, whether it's correct or not, that's why they claim that you can never have a one-state solution, let alone a one-state solution that revolves around the maintenance of a secular state.
Yeah, like you shouldn't need a two-state solution. If people could just be free. You know what I mean? Killing landlords.
It's hurt poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
My understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude. Oh my god, in a video game, of course. NFL Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. Sorry. I meant in a video game.
In San Francisco. My,
It's hurt poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude. Oh my god, in a video game, of course. Holy shit.
In a video game,
Holy
of course.
fucking shit, dude. Sorry.
Holy
I meant in a video
shit,
game.
dude.
My,
It's hurt poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them.
result.
Kill those motherfuckers in a video game.
Ooh. Oh, Hassan. I love that motherfucker. I don't even care what that was about, honestly. Wait, why are they mad? Wait. Explain the situation to me, because it's so confusing. I see half my timeline support one group and vice versa. Oh my god. Can someone explain to me in simple words the conflict between Israel and Palestine? Oh, honey. Hassan explained it best. Same guy that said the street should... are you a capitalist? Uh-oh. Russia is justified in rolling over Ukraine? He did not say that. He did not say that. The same guy that said America deserved 9/11? Yes, and he was right. Proud of radicalizing young people. Yeah, good for him. Good for him. Are you a landlord? No? Then you shouldn't worry. Yeah, right? Devin. I am. Welcome you to stack up. Cope. 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 He's so cool. Salem. Wait, are you trying to make us like Hassan more? Okay, you did it. All based. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's funny. Sorry, I've been quiet. I've been working on this thing where I'm allergic to so many medications, but I can't figure out like what the inactive ingredient that I'm allergic to is. So I've spent the last couple hours working on this compilation, color-coded, okay? Color-coded. So I can show my doctor that I'm not crazy. I just don't know what ingredient I'm allergic to. Because, hello? How am I supposed to know that? How? So many of them use the same shit. I don't know what it could be some of these. It could be all of them. It could be a couple of them. I'm not an allergist. I just work here. Oh god. I thought that making this list would be enlightening in some way, but it's just very frustrating. It could even be as simple as like one of the starches is contaminated with a gluten. What is cellulose? I don't know. That seems to be in most of them. That could be it, but it's not in Claritin. So it has to be one of these three, but those three aren't in all of them. So I need like a very big Venn diagram. Anybody good at making graphs?
It's a pleasure to welcome back to the program Lisha Brooks. Lisha, Michael would have been 40 yesterday, and I should say, like, part of the well, I mean, the reason why we're celebrating his birthday, at least this year, as opposed to when he passed away, is based upon your suggestion and the idea that, like, you know, time to sort of maybe get a little bit more positive. I don't know how really to express that, but to celebrate Michael's life as opposed to, you know, lament his death, or at least sort of change the weight of those two sort of sentiments.
Yeah, I mean, so much of what people express, like, around the country and around the world is that he brought a lot of, like, levity and optimism to how they felt about the world and their circumstances. So it kind of felt, I don't know, like, it's a tricky balance because, I mean, you know, every single day there's this great heaviness and sadness that my brother is dead. And then there's also this, like, really unusual thing, which is that.
What would you have Israel do differently? Easy. End the blockade. You know, let people leave Gaza. End the apartheid in general. Give rights to Palestinians, such as water, and stuff like that. Those would be pretty good, like, first steps, I think. Yeah.
People still.
Oh yeah, and stop fucking bombing indiscriminately. That is obviously the first step.
Message me, you know, almost daily, saying that he's just made them laugh and brought them through such darkness and made them feel like, you know, there maybe is a way out of this. So I don't know. Celebrating the birthday just kind of made sense, I guess. Did I say that any better than?
I think you did. I mean, I think you did. I mean, I think you know, I like the idea of celebrating his life and the work that we have and sort of like that perspective on. Damn,
I didn't realize yesterday it would have been his 40th birthday. That's so fucked up. We should watch another Michael Brooks. Realize your response would lead to the death of all Jewish people in Israel. Are you fucking kidding me? No, it wouldn't. That's insane. Do you realize that 40% of Palestinians are under the age of 14? They're children. You think children are gonna murder all of Jewish people in Israel? Are you fucking stupid? I don't even have patience for this shit.
You know, bringing guests on who, you know, he particularly enjoyed talking to, and sort of allowing those ideas to continue to sort of like go forward. Give me a sense of, like, I guess over the past 3 years, I don't know. I mean, everybody experiences this differently. I think even within the context of our audience too. But for you, what has that been like over the past?
Israel's first response to 1,300 of their civilians being slaughtered was to adhere to those requests. They not only show weakness. What are they? Fucking gladiators? What is this? What year is it? Incentivize Arab Muslim neighboring countries to attack them. What the fuck are you talking about? The IDF has the full might of the American fucking military. They get $8 billion every goddamn year. Probably more this year. What the fuck do you think any of those countries surrounding Israel is gonna do about that? The war on terror has killed 4.5 million people. Why are you for genocide? Why do you like that? You better have a good fucking answer, because I don't know if there is one. What do you mean, back to the start? Palestine immediately attacked Israel? Oh, do you mean when Israel invaded Palestine and colonized it? Like when that happened? You mean when they got colonized, they fought back? Wow. Shocking. Israel colonized Palestine. Yeah. Literally, just go look up the history. Israel didn't exist 100 years ago. You fucking idiot. Bye.
3 years.
Well, there's like the element of it that's losing my big brother, which is just so intimate and intense and like not, you know, something that I share with other people who have lost siblings, but it's not really something I per se, and they're honestly, it's horrible, but there are a lot of audience members who've also lost siblings. So in that sense, I share that with some people, but then there's also just a lot of people who miss him as, you know, a leader and someone to look to when you're kind of unsure of how to feel about something, or someone to go to when, you know, you're just feeling so like down about everything. And so I also can kind of, you know, identify missing that just perspective in my life and that kind of like, you know, point of reference. So I guess the last 3 years, like a lot of it has just been like coming out of like acute shock and grief and like just kind of getting back into a place where it's not just all I'm thinking about all day, every day. And it's still like, okay, usually like there's certain times of the day or certain things that make me like really think of Michael. I repost the shows on the Patreon on tmbs.com, or sorry, Patreon, now it's gonna laugh, I always used to fudge this, on patreon.com/tmbs. I do a weekly repost re-air of the show. We're up to 112 tomorrow. There was 149 episodes before he passed. And so like that kind of makes me feel like, I don't know, a connection with him, or I'm like helping him. He was always like so overwhelmed by like logistics and like back end stuff. So I kind of feel like I'm like, I don't know, somehow like helping him out or doing something that way. To segue, not to monologue, Sam, but just on the topic, a lot of people have just discovered his work through various shows, including yours. And so it's been cool to see that he's continued to be able to teach, you know, the illicit histories, and some of the interviews that weren't just the weekly show are really evergreen. I know you mentioned that in your intro about how you all were talking about some of the debates and some of the stuff in his book has continued to be.
Here, let a much more patient man rest in peace tell you about this, if you're still lurking being angry.
All right, we'll go to the final call. You're calling from a 732 area code. Who are you? Where are you calling from? You there?
Hi. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Hello? Hi, this is Alex from Edison, New Jersey.
Hey, Alex. What's going on?
Big fan of the show.
Thanks.
I would like to debate Israel, but if you don't want to do that, I'll settle for some impressions.
I mean, As if it's really limited, we could do a little Israel debating, but I mean,
Pew.
yeah, I would prefer to say, or I could say that it's an apartheid state. Sorry, that's just the way it is. And I know all of the technical arguments against it being an apartheid state, but being non-pedantic fool, it is an apartheid state. In some ways, even worse. I think we can agree with this. How is your health? How is your mother?
If you are against Israel because they're an apartheid state, fine. But then you have to be against every other country between Libya and, like, Malaysia.
Well, I love
Because
Malaysia.
they're the-
I'm a very big fan of Muhammad Mahathir in Malaysia, obviously. I'm a huge proponent of his dictatorship. Yeah, I mean, no, dude, I guess I hope he comes back to power in his 90s. You know, I guess I feel like that line of argumentation with somebody like me just really doesn't fly. There's no other country that you're talking about, certainly not in that loop, that anybody here is a defender of. So that just doesn't work. The only other distinctions I'd say is that it is unique. And the specific there, Morocco is in a similar situation in some ways in the Sahel, and Israel in the West Bank and Gaza. That is a very specific, historically unique, and indeed South African-like situation. And the third thing that I would say is it's not just the thing that happens in the United States discourse. And there's other people. I've called out people who are specifically focused on Israel in a way that at times for some people certainly is anti-Semitic. But the reality is in the United States, if I criticize, Saudi Arabia, which I actually probably spent more time criticizing than Israel recently, nobody's going to come to me. They might say, well, look, Saudi cooperates with us on certain important intelligence areas, whatever. They might have kind of realist arguments for Saudi Arabia. No one is going to come to me and say, you have it all wrong. Saudi Arabia is the most moral monarchy in the world. How dare you? You're anti-Arab and all of this bullshit. So when you have a country where literally in front of your face, nonviolent protesters, or fuck it, maybe even slightly provocative protesters, but people who are not any way threats to the well-being of soldiers are getting shot point blank range, and people are still going to defend that, you have something profoundly wrong and sick going on. So I don't have any specific, I don't have a specific brief for Israel. The last thing I'll say is, look, man, I mean, I believe in democracy. I believe in social delivery for everybody, and I don't like ethno-states, and I don't like any form of ethnic discrimination. So how can I be gung-ho about Israel? It's impossible.
Hot take. Ethno-state's bad. What?
Read Afram Berg. That's kind of my rap.
I understand, and I feel like I'm very progressive on this issue. And in the interest of brevity, I'll just leave it at this.
Yeah.
There is no Palestinian peace plan other than complete capitulation by Israel.
Tell
me I'm wrong.
You're wrong in actually several really significant ways. So one is that, first of all, let's make
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
Distinction here. The Palestinians that actually run, the Palestinian Authority, is not only the only upholders of a two-state 67 process and have given into Israel on many, many, many vital policy issues. They're literally like a local Israeli government in the West Bank. So as far as that faction, the governing leadership of Palestinians are the only moderate faction in the whole sort of process, and they're security subcontractors for Israel. So that's crazy. Hamas, first of all, they're very, it's a complete asymmetry of power. But even Hamas has actually talked about essentially like decades-long
It's not even comparable, It's not even comparable.
ceasefires and incredibly extended, quote unquote, temporary agreements, which would enshrine a two-state process, but in fact, liberate Gaza, then, and that, of course, doesn't, Hamas has committed great crimes, no doubt about that. We don't need to whitewash anybody, as of course is Israel. And then the third faction are people like Marwan Barghouti, who are engaged in nonviolent civil disobedience and BDS campaigns, because they say, if you're going to control my life and I'm going to live under you and I'm going to, follow your laws, you're going to control my freedom of movement, then I should have the right to vote and have an assembly. And any person in 2018 that doesn't agree with that premise, whether they be Palestinian or American or Israeli or Sudanese, is my political enemy, period. And we're at a point now where the two states has become logistically impossible because Israel's never stopped constructing settlements. And so the real question is now, just as
yeah, it's a colonial state which has been expansionist since its inception.
Ehud Olmert said in 2003 it would be apartheid or a one-state democracy. And Ehud Barak has said the same thing. And any person who has progressive politics has to support that and work towards the security and the well-being and the democratic representation of every single person in that landmass, period. And that's where we're at. I appreciate the call. Definitely call in again soon, and I'll do impressions for you.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate the call so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chatter, for enlightening on how apparently I'm for the genocide of all Jews. Come on, man. I'm out here talking about how I think genocide is bad, and you're like, oh, so you want a genocide? He had so many good moments. So many good moments. God. I wish I could be as patient as Michael was. Oh.
So Michael Brooks went on I-24 News Network.
God damn it. It's Kyle Kulinski.
Michael Brooks is a fellow left-wing host. You all should check out his show. He debated the issue of Ilhan Omar with this random English smear merchant, and I loved every second of this. He pummeled him.
David.
Smear merchant.
This was a victory you would acknowledge for progressives and perhaps something of a setback for staunch supporters of Israel.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. But, problematic in a number of ways. And I think perhaps what it was the first sign of is what Bret Stephens called today the Corbynization of the Democratic Party. This is something that the Democratic Party has got to be very careful about, where the radical extremes, fringes of the party start to move to...
You know you're powerful when they make you into a verb. The Corbynization.
Towards the center and the mainstream and take control over some of what the party stands for. This is not the historic nature of what the Democratic Party stands for, and I think it's a great shame and tragedy that somebody like Ilhan Omar, who is an overt anti-Semite, can hold the Democratic...
Mod check? Any instances of her being anti-Semitic?
Party by the kahunas, as they say.
Michael?
Well, I just want to note, first of all, you're always at a bit of a disadvantage when you're up against an accent. So I just want to have that noted in the playing field. But let's be real here. I mean, there was one group that wasn't included in that resolution, and that was the Palestinians as a people, where regular racism and dehumanization towards them is entirely accepted. The reality is that Ilhan Omar is correct on the merits. She's correct on the policy. Saying that she said this comment about dual allegiance is a great leap to begin with. And I have to say, I find it extraordinary that people on the right who sometimes accurately, by the way, not always, but sometimes accurately, say people on the left, jump to accusations too quickly of various bigotries and read into things. They've been reading into every single thing that the Congresswoman has said from the beginning, most of which are substantive critiques of a sovereign nation state that happens to administer a horrific regime that violates people's rights on a daily basis in Gaza, the West Bank, and even inside Israel in some respects. The new indictment about Netanyahu isn't just garden variety corruption. It involves actually undermining democracy. So I support Ilhan Omar. I don't buy, and I also, in fact, support Corbyn, in fact. And the reality is that these things are going to become debated on the merits. And we're not going to have a false equivalency and actually drag down the profoundly serious issue of anti-Semitism by equating it with all criticism of a sovereign nation state that it...
Yeah, like, if my suggestions would lead to the genocide of all Jewish people in Israel, then why would rabbis suggest the very same things? You know what I mean?
administers apartheid in reality.
Look, I think this is it's quite astounding to hear somebody sit here and speak like this. I mean, a recent poll came out in the UK that only 24% of British people do not consider Corbyn to be an anti-Semite.
Well, you guys have done an effective job, but let's focus on Omar. You've done a great job of smearing Corbyn. You're not going to do this to Congresswoman Omar. Focus on her. Don't worry.
Let's do that. Let me try to do that. Let's try to do this, and let me set this up. Let's focus on Omar.
Because this is important. This is really important.
And one of the issues of it that she has argued is, and look, we can agree that maybe she was sloppy, maybe she got too close to an anti-Semitic trope, but as far as the actual policy is concerned, you mentioned a minute ago that the Democrats are engaged in something radical. Is it radical to criticize the Netanyahu government in Israel for the settlement policy in the West Bank?
Let's be clear about something, okay? And this is what's incredibly disingenuous about what you've just heard here. That is absolutely not what she is being accused of by people on the right and by members of her own party, the leadership of her own party. She is somebody who has accused Israel of hypnotizing the world.
That
has
was
accused supporters, has
tweet,
accused
which
supporters.
she has already backtracked
Excuse
on.
me, I let you speak.
Right, don't touch
let me finish, please.
Sure.
Excuse me. She has accused supporters of the Jewish state of being motivated by money, and she has
every lobby plays a role in politics.
The largest,
that's reality.
The largest.
Well, yeah, she's called out American lobbies too. Is that anti-Christian or like what? Like Hello? Yeah, capitalism is ingrained in states. It turns out it's not like unique to Israel.
Pro-Israel Jewish organization.
Right, and that's a resolution condemning her for that. But again, to my question, is it radical to criticize the Netanyahu government for their settlement policy in the West Bank?
That's not what this discussion is about.
That's absolutely what this discussion is about.
Is it radical? It's not.
This discussion is about the role of lobbies.
But that is not what this discussion is about. That's not what Ilhan Omar is
about the power of lobbies.
That's not what she's being criticized before.
This discussion is about money in politics. This discussion is about foreign policy in the Middle East. Also, Ilhan Omar has been a robust critic of Saudi Arabia. She said people should boycott the Hajj because of Saudi Arabia's conduct. The reality is that the old stagnant frames of both the sort of Saudi and Israeli consensus is being undermined and disrupted and critiqued in a robust way, which is oriented on global human rights standards and not, in fact, ethnocentric identity politics, which is a problem wherever it manifests. And the smearing of her, the lies about her, the disgusting, grotesque display against her you just saw is only going to strengthen people's commitment.
But can you understand why a lot of people who support Israel, they may criticize the Netanyahu government, feel that Israel constantly gets singled out by people on the Democratic left in a way that is unfair compared to the rest of the world?
So in terms of reality, let's break this down. Number one, there is... First of all, if Israel wants to be held to a higher standard than a place like Saudi Arabia, it's going to be held to a higher standard. When people say, well, why don't you complain about the Saudis? First of all, everybody does, and the Saudis at least don't have any pretensions that they're anything other than a brutal theocracy and monarchy. The Israelis have maintained a position of being the only democracy in the Middle East, while they have maintained an occupation.
democracy, yeah.
Of another group of people for over 40 years and regularly killed and bombed civilians. And the second standard is that, look, again, in terms of reality, Israel has not only serious and profound and systemic problems, which even poses a threat in some respects to our security, but like Egypt, we happen to fund them greatly. And so therefore, it is a different relationship. But you will find that those who criticize Israel in good faith, as many Jewish activists do, of course, are going to be actually the same people, as you see with Omar, who are questioning the relationship with the Gulf monarchies and other areas of dysfunction in Middle East policy that will never be wrong, no matter how many lies and smears people throw at her.
You know, we can have a long discussion about Middle East policy, but what you have seen tonight is disingenuity at the highest level.
I agree.
This is not what this discussion is about. This is not what Ilhan Omar is being accused
policy.
of. Please don't interrupt. I let you speak. I let you speak. Please don't interrupt.
And focus on policy.
Please don't interrupt.
Focus on
this
policy.
is about a person who has come into the United States Congress and repeated, as a repeat offender, bigoted tropes against the Jewish community. She's been called out from it.
Like what?
Across the board, from within the Jewish community, from within her own party. And the concern is...
The people who agree with you, and look, there are plenty of people who do agree with you, and may say that, you know, what she did was unconscionable, but by playing it out the way it did, by hitting back so hard at Ilhan Omar, who doesn't seem like any sort of threat to Israel or people who support Israel, the Israeli right has essentially lifted her stature. She has more power now than she did a week ago.
But also, let's be clear, most
not
people
about the
don't
Israeli
agree
right,
with her.
right? The criticism here is coming from across the political spectrum, and it's a very specific criticism. This is not criticism about discussion of Israel. It's criticism about repeating anti-Semitic tropes.
And
that's the charge of Jew loyalty. That's the charge of being influenced by
which we don't
money,
accept that premise.
right? And that's the charge of Israel hypnotizing the world.
And every single
These are the kind of tropes that you saw in
every
Nazi
single
propaganda.
person is influenced by money from every single lobby. There's no magical exemption with AIPAC, and she's right.
Well done by Michael Brooks. Very well done by Michael Brooks. This is something we've been saying for a while.
Kyle seems so different. He was different back then, man. Man, Kyle, you've changed.
The left has fighters. The left has teeth. Let us use them. Because you have to realize that there was a generation of Fox News and Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity and talk radio really framing the discussion and just driving the discourse. And they drag that Overton window so far to the right that even, you know, like a mild milquetoast centrist like Alan Colmes was viewed as Che Guevara. And Alan Colmes would have to go in there and like, I 25% agree with Hannity, but I 75% disagree, and let me politely explain what I'm talking about, and take forever to get to my point. And it ain't like that anymore, man. The era has totally changed. We're in a new era of politics. We're in an anti-corruption era. We're in a pro-populist era. We're in an era where the left pulls no punches, fights back, has clear policy goals, and also is not
aware 4 years ago, aware goals,
not willing to play games with any bullshit smears. What happened to Ilhan Omar 100% is a smear campaign. I mean, she literally said it's all about the Benjamins, talking about AIPAC and how they buy influence in Washington, D.C., and they get politicians to do the bidding of the Israeli government. That's not even controversial. That's objectively true. And the idea that she singles out Israel is
yeah, and it's true just as much here as there. Like, come on.
Just false. As Michael Brooks pointed out there, she always goes after Saudi Arabia. She always goes after them. You know, oh, why don't you go to boycott Saudi Arabia? She has. She has. So is she Islamophobic? So they're smearing her. And they've doubled down on it, and they've tripled down on it, and now we have somebody fighting back. And also, by the way, he happens to have a Jewish background. I don't know if he's still, practicing in terms of religion. My guess would be he's just not religious, but, he's Jewish. And he's stepping up and saying, no, this is nonsense. And by the way, some of the strongest defenders of Ilhan Omar that I've seen, people who are, from a Jewish background. Glenn Greenwald, for example, Katie Halper, Michael Brooks, and many others. Many others. So that was awesome. He absolutely nailed his ass.
It's almost like it's not a religious issue. It's just an issue of humanity and empathy and just having a moral compass.
To the wall. And it's refreshing to see finally, people fight back, and now this dumb narrative, which has been universally accepted in corporate media in the U.S. and in mainstream politics in the U.S., this dumb narrative being busted up once and for all, and people finally hearing out the other side, which happens to be true.
Okay, Kyle, thank you. Thank you, Kyle.
Helpful to people as like a educational resource, but just the archive of that last couple years of his work are just, immensely educational.
Oh yeah, we were just watching that. I'll get the link.
Yeah, and I hear. I mean, I probably not necessarily to the extent
Michael
that
Brooks
you do, but
went on I-24
there's not
News
a week
Network.
or or a couple of days, frankly, like that goes by where I don't hear from a listener on Twitter, or I run into people on the street who talk about, what they learned from Michael, how much they miss Michael, or they've discovered some new thing. And we have listeners, Danarchy, one of them, who will dig up stuff and put together compilations every now and then, new ones and old ones.
I think this is what they're talking about, right? This is like the legacy project on his former show channel.
For me, the funnest stuff is the comedy. Because I have the most, I think, visceral reaction to that, because it literally just brings me back to times where we were just laughing, and he would do his best to crack me up, or vice versa, and that was fun. I mean, it was really just fun. But again, he had the ability to do political comedy in a way that I really have rarely got.
Well, like Jeb Bush doing something funny would mean that the next day at work would be
exactly,
enjoyable.
exactly. And there are many times too. I'm sure you must go through this in just different aspects of just your daily life. But we had a clip of Vivek Ramaswamy rapping, and I just feel like that would have been 3 or 4 months of Michael dining on that.
He would. I think he would just hate.
Cool. So I guess she's working on a show. I just linked it. Beards. Maybe we can watch it. Eco Shine, maybe? I don't know who produced it. I'm scared I'll get claimed or something. Against the Web. Legacy Project. Oh, it's on Patreon. Cool.
Ramaswamy. I don't know if he'd be able to sublimate it into comedy. I think it would just be he's a loser.
I don't know. So before we launch off into this, we've got 4 or 5 guests coming up next. Anything else that you want to leave us with?
Yeah.
Please.
I was there. So basically, the one thing that comes up a lot that people sort of share is that for people who don't kind of organically find Michael's work, they'll be trying to communicate to other people about who he was and what the impact he made was. And it's kind of hard to there's...
I'm so mad and sad. I didn't know about him until after he passed. I'm that new to leftism. Baby leftist. So much conviction for someone that admittedly was kind of a lib a few years ago.
The Majority Report, there's TMBS, there's all of his appearances all over the internet. And so most of your audience is familiar with the fact that I've started working on a documentary about Michael, just kind of, about his education and what led him to this worldview and this body of work, and then kind of just impact post-death. And I got to go to Northern Ireland. Maybe Drew Mikhail will talk about that. And that was really cool to kind of retrace the steps that he did in Belfast. And it's really exciting to be able to kind of be putting together this doc, but it's also, you know, really draining. Like I've been rewatching those like tribute shows that we did on Majority Report and TMBS, and it's like awful. Like it's really cathartic, and people say really beautiful stuff, and I feel grateful to have it, but it's like there's parts of it that are just like it's overwhelming how much just content of Michael there is, and how much content, you know, the internet, at least it felt like to us who were immediately, it just felt like the internet just exploded on July 20th for like about a couple of months, just with, you know, amazing tributes and articles and all sorts of Michael. So wading through that, and hoping to make good headway this year, but it's been exciting and fun, and also just really overwhelming and emotionally exhausting. But I just wanted to give a little update on that project, because I'm sure some people.
Oh, that's so nice. Oh, of course she's fucking awesome too. That's like a really lovely like thing to do, like spending years remembering his legacy. Like,
people are curious, and yeah, I don't know, I miss Michael obviously every day, and I'm laughing because you all who knew him more privately, it's like there's the political routines, but then there's also like, you know, he had Sam, but he did like everyone in my hometown and everyone in my family, and there's just, it's like the news cycle, yes, but then it's just so hard for me to not be able to call him and be like, so and so did this, and, you know, just that the intimate comedy rants were obviously a treat that will be missed.
Indeed. Well, Lisha, thanks again. And folks, just give that the Legacy Project URL again.
It's patreon.com/TMBS, and it's just the archives of everything Michael put out before his passing, and every week we just do like a roundup and repost the show, and it's available for everyone on his YouTube channel, the Michael Brooks Show YouTube channel, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Great, Lisha, thanks so much. It was great to touch base again, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Happy birthday to Michael. Take
Thanks,
care.
Lisha.
Bye.
rest in peace, King. Rest in peace. Oh yeah, Khadija. Oh God, I love Khadija.
Enough is enough. Ma'am, stop talking.
Yeah. The celebrity response to this fucking escalation from Israel has been just atrocious, really bad. Just overall, please stop.
Everything I know about this people's relationship, I have learned against my will.
Celebrities, whether you love them or hate them, it's safe to say that most of us have interacted with celebrity culture to some extent, consensually or not. When celebrities started flocking to social media sites, it was fun. Getting to know them better, taking a look behind the scenes. It was like those people covers. Celebs, they're just like you, but all the time. We got to interact with them.
Oh yeah, I forgot to shout out Lasso yesterday when they're hanging around chat. But they're celebrating their 4-year anniversary right now. So, you know, go show them some love.
We're interacting back. We got to hear their thoughts and opinions about things. It was all good. And then they just kept talking. From a global pandemic to war to all manner of social unrest, celebs just had to let us know exactly what they were thinking and doing. And though the public sometimes demanded that of them, it seems that request is being rescinded. Nowadays, it feels like, correct me if I'm wrong, the more
I wish you wouldn't. Yeah, no, please stop.
We hear from celebrities, the more we wish we didn't. So what changed? Is it us? Is it them? Is consciousness just a violent existential nightmare, forcing us to repeat vicious cycles and traumatize each other till we destroy the planet? I don't know, but stay tuned, because we're going to unpack it, all right? Celebrities, does not mean integrity. You fool. If you know, you know. Most of you should know. Back in my day, I used to love a celebrity documentary.
Hello. What's up, Jesse?
I'm talking E-True
You're up late.
Hollywood stories. I'm talking fabulous lifestyles of the wealthy and famous, or whatever that VH1. If it was on VH1, I was watching it because it had to deal with pop culture, and that's what I love to talk about. But you know, I was a youngin' in the early 2000s, and it was really interesting to see how obsessed with celebrity our culture was. Talk about finding out information about people against your will. That was just par.
Yeah, like the whole obsession with like Paris Hilton, Nicole Richie. Wow, what a time. What else was in the 2000s? There was what's her face? I don't remember her name. Wow, my memory's cooked. Been too long. The affiliate anniversary? Wait, it is today? Oh shit. Well, tomorrow. Wait, today? I forgot to check. But thank you. Kind of already celebrated it, yeah. We should have a party this weekend though. Maybe like Friday to Saturday. I'll do a little streamathon or something. Gotta figure out like a Halloween movie or something.
For the course. Even if celebrities made mistakes or said some wild out-of-pocket stuff, for the most part, people still looked at them as aspirational, as glamorous, as this is what you could become if you just work hard enough. No, they're not Nepo babies.
Shut the hell up!
But celebrities are only aspirational, glamorous, all these things, somewhat by our decree. The audience holds a lot more power than we tend to give our—
Whoa, dude. Celebrities are only celebrities because we celebrate them. Whoa, dude.
ourselves credit for, especially when it comes to what celebrities are willing to do and say in order to stay in the public's favor. Fame is a fickle, fickle bitch, okay? If you are addicted to her, she gets to decide when she gives you a fix and when she pulls back. This metaphor is getting away from me, but either way, I'm just saying, as a public who consumes the lives of other people as entertainment, as spectacle, as all these things, we have a responsibility for what pressure celebrities feel or do not feel to speak out and say something. Listen, I'll get to the celebrities, but right now, we gotta talk to each other, okay? We gotta be honest about ourselves.
Okay, bench now.
It means you are a far-right authorization.
Perfect clip. Perfect clip. Thank you. Sleep well.
Okay? Fame is a sort of prison. It's a seductive, beautiful looking cage, but it's still very stifling. It is very attractive to be someone that everybody likes, or it seems like everyone likes, pays attention to, wants to know what you're doing, cares about what you think. That is a seductive thing. To have influence, it is, seductive. But with that comes the burden of a lot of things. Responsibility is one of them, and we'll get to that when we critique the celebs and all these things. But with that influence and power also comes expectations about what you are supposed to do and be and act like.
Yeah, see, okay, now I feel kind of bad because I did do a little piling on. I did a little bit of piling on for fun, just like as a treat. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of pressuring, just a little bit of peer pressure. Okay. 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 H Bomber Guy is a noted leftist who has spoken out about many an issue, but all of a sudden, when it comes to the genocide of Palestinians, it was fucking crickets. Okay. So, you know what? Yeah, I just asked a question. I just asked one question. You know?
Based off how we are accustomed to you. With that power and influence comes being marked in a way. And we've talked about markedness on this channel a lot. Being marked basically meaning you're tainted with something, and tainted I know is in the negative. It's not necessarily always a negative, but you're tainted with something that makes you different from the quote unquote normals. Being a famous person is very different from being a quote unquote normal. Regular people don't walk around with other people being like, hey, oh my God, what's up? So being a celebrity, being famous, you are marked to an extent. You're different. There's something different about you. And when people are marked, we tend to use it as an excuse to treat them differently than we would other people. All manner of regular, everyday social decorum goes out the window when somebody is marked. You're like, I can walk up to them and ask them all sorts of questions. They're giving me, as Julia Serrano says, phantom invitations. By existing the way that they do, they're in.
Yeah, like you hear a lot of creators talk about this, like how people will be super fucking weird to them in public. Like, can you just like act normal, please? Like, can you like not interrupt me in like the middle of something? Like,
inviting me into their space. We will talk about the celebrity of it all because I know sometimes they really are inviting us into their space. Like they need us to pay attention. I will get to it. But we view celebrities as slightly less human than us. And I know a lot of them are wealthy and stuff. So it's like they are really living on a different planet. Some of them, fair. I'm just saying, we have very fickle expectations of people in the public. We tend to feel really entitled, not just to their lives and what they're doing, partially because of social media and how willing people were to show their lives and express themselves, and our nosiness because we've equated doing something to the highest level as you have to be someone who wants fame on top of that, and so we have to pay attention to you. But somewhere in the timeline, we stopped just caring about celebrities' personal lives and like the gossip and started getting into what are your personal beliefs? What are your values? What are your morals? What are your politics, girl? I'm going to give the 2010 some more credit and how.
Honestly, like that part, like maybe it's not the worst thing. If celebrities didn't have such dog shit politics, it wouldn't be that bad. But unfortunately, a lot of them do. So I don't know. But like in general, I like getting rid of the stigma that like, oh, you shouldn't talk politics. Like, oh, it's impolite to talk politics at dinner. Like, fuck that. Fuck your Puritan ass bullshit.
How we started to expect our fave celebrities to start weighing in on more political affairs. Because this video is a fact check, this video is an opinion piece, okay? A big example of that, the Arab Spring. People using Twitter in this way that it hadn't been thought of to be used before. And more people using hashtags for protests, using online spaces, which they probably were doing before to meet up and organize, but even more efficiently and even more worldwide. In the 2010s, we were becoming more aware, not just of our place in the world, but the world itself, at least for maybe a lot of folks that live in this part of the world that don't pay attention. And then we get Me Too. And you have people beginning to debate more and more. Can you separate the artist or the creator from the art creation? In an example like, for some of us, it's a no-brainer. No, I'm not going to support that artist. But then, with other issues all of society hasn't fully agreed upon, it becomes a bit more murky. Most of us can say that if you find out your favorite artist is a pedophile, you're like, I'm good, bye, done. But what about if your favorite artist had a racist tweet once? What about if your favorite artist smacked someone on a booty and they didn't really like that and it was inappropriate and it was like, oh, crap. We all have our different standards of what is moral and right and what is not. We have a societal standard, but we all have our own personal ones. Don't act like you don't. And if you don't, get a backbone. Come on now. But Me Too was a time of solidarity and sisters are doing it for themselves. And it's the 2010s feminism and we are all together. I mean, you had Rihanna's famous speech where she ended inequality.
Tell your friends to pull up.
And when Beyonce invented fucking feminism, come on now. Don't
Thank
act
God.
brand new. And then you got 2020. I'm going to talk about the pandemic in a second because we got to talk about that Imagine video. But when we were dealing with all these protests.
No, not the Imagine video. I wanted to forget. Khadija, why?
When Black Lives were mattering and whatnot. After something like Me Too, if you're quiet on this, but you chose to speak out on that, then what's the truth, girl? A lot of people are looking sideways. Everyone's having a racial reckoning.
Yeah, see, that was the thing with H-Bomber guy. It's like, oh, you've never had a problem speaking out before. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? When Pepsi solved police violence. Livers!
So all the celebs gotta come out and let them know, yeah, even in Hollywood, we deal with these issues and we're gonna be better. Which, yes, good. But this is a time period as well where you started to see more and more celebs not only talking, but being expected to speak out about these issues going on in the world. And that, I feel, was because the Panorama, the People's Choice Awards, the Publix, the People's Academy. Everybody was stuck at home, except for essential workers. People had nothing to do but spend time on their phones, learning about the rest of the world, learning about every nook and cranny of this planet. And the celebs were doing it too. The very first thing being that Imagine song.
Hey guys.
No, not IDF Barbie.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try.
No hell
Ah! Ah!
below us.
Above us only sky.
Imagine all
Oh, I remember when this caused world peace. Yeah, good times.
the people
Living for today. You hear?
Okay, I love that Sarah Silverman was not taking it seriously.
I was reminded that Pedro Pascal was in that video. And we just don't talk about it. It's like that Viola Davis, Michelle Obama TV show. We just don't talk about it. We love you so much, we just don't talk about it.
Oh my god.
Why is your mouth doing this? I love you so much, but girl. But celebrities did that, and it was so cringy. It was like, girl, leave us alone. The pandemic really exacerbated a lot of things that were already in the air. Inequality gap is one of them. We saw people getting wealthier and wealthier, and a lot of us were relying on government checks. If we were lucky, like we got lucky with $2,000 a month, other places much less. And celebrities are talking and complaining about shit that you're just like, wow, you really don't live in the same world as us. This is crazy. This gap of time between when we wanted celebrities to talk
leave Pedro Pascal alone.
About and show us who they were wasn't very long, because during the pandemic, I think a lot of folks started to look around and realize, okay, what's going on here? Okay. What? And so to be going through all that and have all that uncertainty.
Everyone finally got a chance to like pause and be like, hang on, what the fuck? This is all kind of fucked up. Did y'all notice how fucked up this is?
Be stressed about money, be stressed about your living situation, be stressed about your health, and have these celebs just talking. Oh my God. It was just, when somebody has a lot more than you and they're doing a lot better than you, and you're just like really struggling to make it, and they're just shut up. Shut up, please. I feel like a lot of us lost our patience with celebs. I'm just going to say it. And as a result, anytime they started talking, it started to get a bit more aggravating. One of my favorite lines in Kendrick Lamar's most recent album, and I mean the entire album, is celebrity does not mean integrity, you fool. I understand the trap of looking up to people that seem aspirational, that seem...
Yeah, that's true. Like, don't idolize anyone. You will be let down. There is no perfect, like, role model to look up to. Like, and especially don't look up to celebrities for your political takes. Like, that will for sure lead you astray.
not only beautiful, glamorous, and wealthy, but also like they help other people and inspire others, and that everything that they do for their material gain and success is for other people. It was a little salty at the end there, but for the most part. But as I've gotten older, my view of celebrity has drifted into that territory of celebrity does not mean integrity. It doesn't. Celebrities are regular people that have been elevated by institutions and us. That's the difference. We're all still human. There are going to be celebrities that are going to say stuff about especially serious things like a war that are going to make you go, you freaking dumb. They're going to do that. We as a
Praying for Israel shows picture of Palestine.
Public need to manage our expectations about how we look at celebrities and what it means to be a celebrity, and learn to have discernment about the face that people put out versus how they are behind the scenes when we or everyone isn't watching. Celebrities also need to understand, even if they are just a regular person to themselves, because of this elevation by institution and public, they have large spheres of influence. And as a result, there is an obligation to move thoughtfully and with consideration. We're not perfect. Human beings are fallible. Everything on the internet moves so fucking fast, unnecessarily so, in my opinion. It can make a lot of us think that we have to formulate thoughts and opinions at the drop.
Yeah, it's not just like online either, though. Like the 24 hours news cycle has always been moving very fast, like since it started, you know.
Of a dime, because if we don't, people are going to be like, where were you? Why weren't you saying stuff? Blah, blah, blah. It is okay to take a beat. All of us are susceptible to peer pressure to varying degrees. And if you don't have your own opinion about something, why talk about it? That sounds harsh, but I'm just meaning, like, I know people say God gave you breath to waste, but you don't got to waste it on everything. And especially when people's lives are at stake, your opinion might not really matter, because
yeah, maybe pipe down if you don't know anything. Just maybe learn a few things, you know. Listen to people who have been disenfranchised and marginalized.
In the long run, what does it do besides serve you feeling better? And now I'm just talking to everybody, myself included, because sometimes I'll be talking, I'm like, Khadija, do you need to be speaking to the, you know? Maybe some people might say it's videos, I don't know. Anyway, I say all of that to say, given recent events, aka literal war, I'm even pausing a lot as I am saying this because I'm trying to make sure that I'm really considering what I'm about to say. It's more so because I want to be thoughtful about how I speak. But yes, given recent events, I find that a lot of celebrities, in order to either make themselves feel better, look like they care about something that they probably don't even keep updates with on a regular basis, treating their fans like constituents. Basically, it's a weird vibe.
Yeah, like performative activism, like performative politics.
I don't know if y'all get that vibe, but like really treating fans like constituents that they have to barter with in order to keep their celebrity. Kind of like that. They're saying and doing and posting things recklessly, and I just want y'all to stop. There are celebrities that have always been activists. Jane Fonda is the first one that I think of someone who's had a long career in Hollywood and has been protesting and arrested many times throughout that career. I look at Matt McGorry, even now Angelica Ross, who's looking to get into politics, is like, bye Hollywood. There are people that have a level of fame and notoriety that do care about politics, that do care about global issues, that are well versed in these things. And I'm not saying you can't go to them and listen to them, do it. But the rest of y'all, you can talk to the people in your lives about it like people used to before social media. That's what they used to do. You'd hear about shit and you talk to each other behind the scenes. The scenes is the internet.
Like outside, in the grass?
Behind the scenes is real life. I know I'm putting it in film terms anyway. At the end of the day, there are a handful of celebrities that I really do appreciate, look up to, am huge fans of. If I met them, I'd be very honored, and it would be like, oh my God, this is so cool. I can't believe I got to meet this person. There are a handful of celebrities that are like that for me. That being said, the way I view those celebrities now in terms of my quote love for them is more to do with an appreciation. I adore and appreciate those handful of celebrities because of what they have done for me in my time and the fondness I have for them for certain moments of my life that they were part of, that they wouldn't even know, but that their creation was, right? They are people that I am more willing to separate the art and the artist to an extent, because even I have my limits too. There's only but so much I'll be able to tolerate from even my favorite celebrities. But they are the ones that I am much more willing to not only separate the art and the artist, but have also been able to do that because they are the type of artists that don't make their personal lives my business. Yeah, I'm talking about Adele. Yes, I'm talking about Beyonce. For the most part, right? Everything to an extent, but I don't know.
Yeah, like I don't care about Taylor Swift's 400th boyfriend. I'm sorry, I do not care. I simply do not. And like that's not Taylor's fault, probably. Like Swifties do a lot of that legwork for her. But like I just don't. I swear to God, if I have to hear about another boyfriend this year, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Banning Taylor Swift from all socials.
Know that much about their personal lives, and they do that on purpose, and I'm grateful for it because I don't know if I would like them if I knew more about them personally. Ignorance is bliss, y'all. It really is. As a public, we can be so supportive, so caring, so amazing, and then we can also be the biggest assholes and hurt and ruin people. And so I do think celebrities need to move more carefully with how they speak online, especially because their spheres of influence are so large. But I also think we need to use a lot more discernment when it comes to who we're expecting to speak about certain things versus not. Because then eventually we realize, actually, I didn't want to hear you do that. And it's like, well, why did we ask in the first place? Why did you ask XYZ celebrity for their opinion about this in the first place X years ago? You needed to know that a celebrity cared. I get that it feels, everything around us feels so out of our control, but that's what you feel when you feel completely disempowered. And that's how, not me getting on my soapbox again, my stoner soapbox. That's how the man wants you to feel.
Yeah, and like, I don't know. It can help having like celebrities like speak out about a certain topic or issue or whatever, but like, at what cost? At what cost?
Disempowered so you don't fight for your right. God, as always. Be sure to feed your plants, to water your plants, and remember that you can always change your mind because you can. And I will see y'all in the next one. Bye. Leave my nails.
Cute.
Okay, you got a little too self-cautious in that one. Let's try one more. Okay. That's one way to do it. Okay, let's try another way. Okay. Take two. Third time's a charm, and that's it. I got my nails done, so I just keep like pointing them. Okay. I really do believe. Anyway, okay, you high. Stop. Okay. That's the one. That's the one! Okay.
Love her. Definitely go follow Khadija.
If you could talk a little bit more about the experiences of migrants with this kind of electronic surveillance and how ICE has used this kind of technology to its benefit on the border.
Sure. But just to address a minute the idea that it's better, because I mean, I've encountered this argument, it's better than jail, it's better than prison. And I think, I mean, what I always say is that I'm never going to say to someone who's sitting in a jail or prison, especially during COVID time, oh no, don't go on electronic monitor, it's really bad. Well, I know where you are is worse than that electronic monitor. But my point about that is that what we see as the best solution or the optimal solution for an individual isn't what we must look at when we look at the big picture. So yes, if someone wants to come out of an immigration prison and go and be with their family on electronic monitor, whatever the conditions are, maybe that's better for them as an individual. But is that what are we content with that? Are we going to say, this is good, this is the solution, let's move on to something else? And that's our point around electronic monitoring. We don't want electronic monitors. We want people to be given resources and access to opportunities and not be tracked, not be confined to their house, but be given a chance to connect with their families in the same way that that's not happening under ICE and home and release and so forth. What are the conditions under which people are now are subject to when they're put on these monitors or under the so-called alternatives to detention program of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement? So we're seeing right now that the Biden administration is cranking up the number of people that are going to be on surveillance. In the past, most people who are under ICE on electronic monitors were not actually under house arrest. They could pretty much move around in most instances, but their data was being tracked and used in many ways against them. But now they're going to start to introduce at least 12 hours a day of house arrest as they expand the use of electronic monitors. So, I mean, I'm predicting that that's going to get tighter, number one. But number two, organizations like Just Futures Law, Mi Gente, have done incredible research looking at the ways in which companies like Palantir, LexisNexis, and so forth have been gathering the data on electronic.
Man, it's so annoying. Like, when we said abolish prisons, we didn't mean like, oh, just put everyone on an ankle monitor and surveil them. That's not what we meant.
Electronic monitoring, and this is one of the only instances where you can actually get national data because it's under ICE, whereas with the other electronic monitors under county or state authority. So they're building all these networks of criminals and who's working and who's working without a permit, and also who's using state resources and not giving back.
Right, and it's just expanding their cloud of knowledge. I want to now expand on what you talked about with Palestine, because that is just such an important point. Because yes, it's a surveillance state, but it's not bound by state borders, by national borders. These are the surveillance of Palestine makes total sense given the fact that Israel and the United States have a close relationship when it comes to sharing technology and the murderous technology that we use in the Middle East. We often share with them as well, and of course that's being used in the oppression of the Palestinian people. They're already in an open air prison. Now let's monitor them and imprison them even further.
Yes, I mean, well, I think it's interesting also that two of the biggest electronic monitoring companies in the U.S. are Israeli-based. That's Atenti and Supercom. So they're, I mean, as you pointed out, they're really at the cutting edge of the development of a lot of this surveillance technology. And in fact, the Palestinians are, really experimental subjects for a lot of this technology.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying before. Like, we develop or fund the development of these surveillance or military technologies and just test them out on Palestinian people. It's incredibly fucked up.
And what I was really trying to point out in that chapter is the fact that people are beginning to talk about open air prisons in the United States, and the fact that a lot of, say, Black communities become like almost like an open air prison with the technologies that are used with stingrays and surveillance cameras and facial recognitions and license plate readers and extensive police occupation. And I mean, so I wanted people to connect the dots between, what happens in those communities and what's happening in a place like Palestine, but also to realize that in Palestine, there's a whole other dimension to this. And that is that we have actual physical walls that keep them in there, physical barriers, and B, that the population is subject to military attack and bombing by the Israeli Defense Force, which isn't exactly what's happening in the U.S. But I think we just need to be aware.
Not happening all the time, but has happened. Google move bombing for more.
That these things take different shape in different places, but there's still connections between the technology that's used and, most of all, the mentality of people that build systems, that build these punitive systems, which target certain populations.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, we talk about that. We've talked about this a bit on the show before. There is a lot of shadiness and lack of clarity on the extent of the United States operations in Africa, where we have a larger presence than is widely publicized. And my guess is there is, I'm sure, a lot of testing being done there in terms of surveillance technology, but now I walk myself back a little bit there too, because a lot of it's just happening here in the United States on poorer populations as well.
But I think there's an important international connection there that the raw materials, the minerals that are used for a lot of this surveillance technology are being mined in Africa by children in some cases, by super exploited labor. So I mean, I think that's another way of connecting the dots of, even in our cell phones, we have various minerals and so forth that are coming from places like the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So we rely on exploiting that labor in order to be able to surveil countries and continents.
Yes. Well, I mean, your book is an incredible read. I would encourage everybody to check it out. James Kilgore, author of Understanding Incarceration, Electronic Monitoring, the Surveillance State and the Future of Mass Incarceration. Thank you so much for being here with us and bearing with us on our first day with our new streaming situation. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Emma. It's been a great conversation. I appreciate your work.
Absolutely. And you too as well.
Sounds like a good book. Would read. Okay, we're almost through well, not really. Wait. I planned too much. Too many updates. But I have an appointment in the morning. So maybe we'll just do these tomorrow. I'll come on earlier, I promise. Okay? I promise. And we'll do these updates. For now, we'll get into Johnny Harris talking about the moon landing hoax. Why not? Why the fuck not, Fuck it. Oh, we can do fuck the police tomorrow too from FD. We're definitely not getting to that. I just need a momentary break. And to hear this song. Bing, bong, bing, bing. No.
Bing bong bong bing 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 bong bong bing 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 bong bong bing 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 bong bong bing 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 bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing bong bong bing. 6 o'clock. I think I'm being indicted again. Bing bong bong bing 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 bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing bong bong bing 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 bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? Most indictments in the shortest period of time. Who is it? Trump. But when they indicted me, and then again and again and again, I was never indicted. Now I'm setting records. Al Capone was not indicted so much. If you looked at Al Capone in the wrong way, he'd kill you. He was not indicted like me. They had a weightlifting deal. This one young woman, she was so proud of it. They put a 1/4 of an ounce on each side of the thing. Then this guy who recently transitioned. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, boom, boom, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, boom, boom, bing, bing, bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? We will immediately stop all of the pillaging and theft. Very simply, if you rob a store, you can fully expect to be shot as you are leaving that store. Shot, 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 shot. Get up! You deserve a little entertainment. I have a problem. Everybody wants it. They're screaming, dance, dance. Bing. My wife, the first lady, hates when I do this. She said, it's not presidential. I said, yeah, but people like it. Bing, boom, boom, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, boom, boom. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, boom, boom, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, boom, boom, bing, bing, bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? You don't hear about the American dream anymore, do you? You used to hear the American dream. The American dream, there's no American dream with Biden. I mean, a guy can't find his way off of the stage. Look, here's the stage. And this guy gets up. Where am I? What a loser. Please don't say that, it sounds too obnoxious. I said, I don't mind being obnoxious. Bing, boom, boom, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, boom, boom. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, boom, boom, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, boom, boom, bing, bing, bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you?
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to a YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it today. And all you have to do is click the big red subscribe button on the YouTube channel.
Folks, it's wonderful to be back here again. Let me start on a serious note. Stand up. Come on. You same ancient. I same wise. Mark Brandon. Stand up. Get up. You sing over the hill. Headline. Mark Brandon. Stand up. Come on. Biden's advanced age is the big issue. Mark Brandon. Stand up. Get up. Trump's, however, is not. Give me a break. In a lot of ways, this dinner sums up my first 2 years in office. I'll talk for 10 minutes, take 0 questions, and cheerfully walk away. If you find yourself disoriented or confused, it's either you're drunk or Marjorie Taylor Greene. I love that guy. Like I often say, I love NPR because they whisper into the mic like I do. But not everybody loves NPR. Elon Musk tweeted that it should be defunded. Well, the best way to make NPR go away is for Elon Musk to buy it.
That's definitely where things are headed, for sure.
Stand up. Come on. You same ancient. I same wise. Mark Brandon. Stand up. Get up. You sing over the hill. Headline. Mark Brandon. Stand up. Come on. Biden's advanced age is the big issue. Mark Brandon. Stand up. Get up. Trump's, however, is not. Give me a break. Yeah, I know. I just announced my re-election campaign. I can often say, come on, man. But the job isn't finished. I mean, it is finished for Tucker Carlson. It's a lot. Ron DeSantis, he was asked if he had a mandate. He said, hell no, I'm straight. I'm here. I'm a new woman. MSNBC owned by NBC Universal. Fox News owned by Dominion Voting Systems.
Is that accurate or not accurate? That is accurate.
I'd call Fox honest, fair, and truthful. Then I could be sued for defamation. Stand up. Come on. You same ancient. I same wise. Mark Brandon. Stand up. Get up. You sing over the hill. Headline. Mark Brandon. Stand up. Come on. Biden's advanced age is the big issue. Mark Brandon. Stand up. Get up. Trump's, however, is not. Give me a break.
God, I love them. Okay, I changed my mind about the Joni Harris. We'll do that tomorrow as well, but I want to do Fear&. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Fear&. podcast, where we are mourning the loss of our dear co-host, Cutie Cinderella.
That's right. She had a horrifying self-suck accident.
That's right. She tried to eat her own.
Yeah.
No!
Oh, wait. Fuck. We can't say that. It's too early.
Oh, wait, no. Okay.
No! Cutie, why? I mean, who amongst us hasn't tried, you know?
Bleep it out.
It's going to be demonetized.
All right. She tried to eat her own vagina.
Well,
okay.
She was the victim of a cult
suicide pact.
Right.
At Taylor Swift movie premiere.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
We've all seen the clips.
Oh,
That's right. It's
no.
awful.
Horrific.
It's
from tragedy.
horrifying.
Scenes reminiscent of Waco, Texas.
Yes.
Bodies
Yeah.
strewn everywhere.
It was wild how happy she was.
Friendship
like you could
bracelets.
see in her
Yes.
eyes, like I've never seen her smile like that.
That's right.
It was
Shake
weird.
It Off. They actually shook
Yes.
The
packets
babies.
of Kool-Aid into their arsenic.
Yes.
And at the
Fans hung by their own friendship bracelets.
Sad.
So sorry.
Yeah, it was wild.
That was crazy.
It's wild.
It's too real. Too real. Like if Taylor Swift turned into a cult leader, it's so Jover.
It's like
That was
no one
horrible.
is talking about
That
it in
was
the
horrible.
media. No one is talking about it in the
going
media,
down.
but we're here to report on it.
Yes, we are. Was that too
Yeah.
much?
No.
No.
Every time I'm not here, you guys talk about how I suck my own dick to death. We gotta,
Yeah, but that's good, clean family fun.
Yeah. Also, how about you stop? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
you
not
gotta
our
stop
fault.
that.
You
Can't
fucking like doing
can't
it.
stop.
You
won't
keep coming
stop.
back from the
Steve
dead.
Irvin ass. What is this?
I was gonna say, so does it feel
I
like?
like it.
Does it feel? Have you done that before?
I've done what?
Sucked your own dick?
I have.
Have you really?
Yeah.
No way.
I've talked about it before. It
That's
feels
crazy.
Yeah, I've talked about it when I had in an earlier episode with Myth. We've both done it. It feels more like you're licking a penis than you are actually getting your dick sucked.
I did it once in my teens just to see if I could do it.
And not to completion either. Like it requires way more. No, not because I was like scared or whatever.
Oh, it's
I
painful.
was so horny back then, dude. I don't give a shit. Yeah, it was hard. It's hard as fuck to just like constantly contort yourself that long. But like I said, I think it's because like your tongue is like closer to your brain.
Austin's like gay.
Yeah.
Suck your own dick to
Yeah.
completion.
Yeah.
Idiot. He's bullying us.
Yeah. What the fuck? Chill out, bro.
Yeah.
And we can suck a little dick if we want to.
Yeah.
We can suck a little dick if we want to.
Chill. Been gone for 30 seconds, and all we've
anarchy.
spiraled into cock.
Yeah,
immediately.
we've turned into Compound.
Yeah, no. Welcome to the Fear and podcast. It's great.
Yeah, we
We're
talk
missing
about
Cutie.
self-suck a lot.
Classic.
We
Which
miss
is
Cutie.
important.
She'll be back
It's a running thing. Yeah, it should be the intro to every pod.
next week. We're gonna be in Las Vegas next week, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, you want to know something that I've been
me about
doing? Okay, maybe you guys will like this. There's a delicate balance that I've struck. Okay, so I went through Band of Brothers. I watched The Pacific.
World War II.
Now I'm watching Generation Kill, which is not as good. I don't think it's as good as the first like 3 episodes were really bad. It started getting really good after the 3rd episode. It was so corny though, the writing when they say like shiznit and stuff like that. I'm like, ugh.
But you forget that was the 2000s.
I know.
Wait, hold on. Is
And
this
they're
World War II
Marines.
stuff?
Yeah.
No, Generation
no,
Kill is Iraq.
Yeah.
It's
That's the get some
That's,
generation.
that's boring war. I like World War II.
So I like that too. So here's what I've been doing. On the one hand, I've been watching the Untold History of the United States from Oliver Stone. It's a documentary. It's really, really
propaganda,
good.
I see.
It's really good. And it makes me very angry at America's war crimes. And then
Even more angry than you were before.
Yeah, even more angry than I was before. Right. And then in order to balance out my anger, I go back to World War II in color so I can be like, but
That's
America
right.
was good there.
I do that. I watch World War II in color, and then I supplement it with historic national anthem singings at the Super Bowl.
Oh, so you're just going in one direction. I like to balance it out. I'm like, oh, I really hate America. And then I have to like level it out.
I don't feel bad when I'm eating my dessert in bed watching World War II documentaries. I want to feel patriotic.
You are literally a 98-year-old man.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I can just picture him with his hat and his robe.
Chocolate chip.
Okay, I mean me too, though. Literally me. And what? And so what?
Cookies with a little milk on the side.
I do eat chocolate chip cookies with milk. How can you eat chocolate chip
Jeremy, Troy, don't come in my bedroom. I'll be watching World War II docs all night.
I do. I fall asleep to World War II.
Do you sometimes
documentaries.
point to like the veterans like, oh,
Of course he does. Of course. And they're probably just exclusively World War II docs about the planes.
I served with that guy.
Yeah. I usually, it's crazy.
That's Hank.
It's crazy to wake up to Blitzkrieg. It's nuts.
Yeah.
I
It's
can just
loud.
see him trying to teach the twink of the week about like
Yeah.
major World War II
I've been
moments.
seeing this twink recently that loves World War II.
Does he actually?
He
or
does.
he just do it
That's
to
weird.
appease
I
you?
could
I
go.
don't know. That's what he tells
I could
me.
go in a
What?
weird direction, dude.
Wait. So
Yeah.
World War II, like fucking.
I don't know. Maybe they. There's a lot of femboy Nazis out there.
Well, that's crazy. That'd be
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy if I was having sex with a Nazi. I don't think I am. I hope not. That'd be
Yeah, maybe you should.
I hope not. What do you mean you hope not? I like to make sure I'm not talking to a Nazi before I sleep with them.
Check yourself or you wreck
maybe,
yourself.
I don't know. God, that's crazy.
Just show him World War II, and then if he gets really excited the Blitzkrieg, and you're like, "Oh, dude, what the fuck?"
Yeah, that's
What
crazy.
the fuck? You can't be excited at that.
That's crazy. I didn't even think that a twink could be a Nazi. That's nuts. I should probably evaluate the situation.
Yeah.
I mean, how do I bring it up? Like,
Put it up. No, put up the documentary. See how excited he gets.
Hey, babe. Any thoughts about Mein Kampf?
Is when Hitler is like fucking screaming.
How do I talk to him about it? Do I bring it up? I'm starting to think you're a Nazi.
Show him one of Hitler's paintings and be like, how do you think this guy has any talent?
What? And
Is he good? Is he any good?
And if he goes, ooh, yeah. You think
Then that's when you know.
That's when I know he's a Nazi. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know. Speaking of which, I have something to tell you guys. There's been a couple of TikTok clips recently about me and the world has found out of my obsession that I like twinks. The world.
Oh, yeah, your very well-kept secret.
The world is found out.
I'm so happy. This is my moment of solace.
Yeah.
That like this is the one.
Yeah.
That's go ahead.
The world has found
The
out.
world has found, like it's a state secret.
Yeah, it's a state secret. Okay, they found out. I've been going out.
Because you were keeping it a secret.
I was keeping it a secret.
Like you
Nobody
were
knew.
definitely never publicizing
Tana
it.
Mojo was the bridge to the twinks for some reason. She was like, she unlocked it. It was crazy. It's going to be documented in history. So I've been going out in West Hollywood recently. Okay, people have been coming up to me at night and they go, "You're the twink guy." They don't even know my name. They say you're the twink guy, and I'm like, I'm Austin. They're like,
Austin, you have leveled up from.
You're living my dream. If at some point buxom women would come up to me and be like, "You're the tit guy," I'd be like, I'd tit myself to death.
You've leveled up.
They don't even know my name. They come up to me and they're like,
you hate it.
You like twinks, and they're
look, he's
no
positively
either they say you're the twink guy or you have a podcast. And then I'm like, do you know Hassan Piker? And they're like, no.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. He leveled up. He leveled up. He was the Hassan Piker's friend.
That's awesome. He's surpassed. Oh my God.
And now he's the twink guy.
Threw that shade on there.
Yeah.
They're like, no, who's that? Oh,
Yeah.
wait. Or they'll say, oh,
I'm sorry.
You mean that guy from the Young Turks?
Yeah. I'm sorry that the WeHo gays are not invested in what's going on in Gaza, okay?
No, it's crazy. No, they are.
The WeHo gays have left me behind.
He leveled up and now he just despises us.
Yeah. Like, I don't need you no
We're
more.
just tag along
Immediately way too good.
for the twink guy now.
No, but it's crazy. They don't even know my name anymore. They just call me the twink guy.
I love that this podcast is literally your only outlet to actually.
It's like a womanizer, but for twinks. A twinkinizer? A twinkizer? We'll workshop it.
Put out content,
Yeah.
so you just use it for TikTok clips.
I get so.
And you use the TikTok clips so you can get
farm
bussy.
us.
No, I don't use it for bussy. Look, there have been a few times where people have approached me and said, you're the guy from TikTok, and then we happen to sleep together, but it had nothing to do with... No, I'm kidding. I've never slept with anybody that came up to me like that. But I could have. I could have. I didn't, though. I didn't. None of us slept together. We didn't.
Wait, what?
No,
None of us slept together.
None of us? What do you mean? Wait, what? Like there's an orgy?
What was happening?
No, none of us. We didn't have. It's crazy.
It was a quick suck.
It's crazy. I was talking about you today. I was talking about Hassan today. I was telling him. I was talking to some gay couple, and I was like, they knew you, and I was like, oh, great. I said I can't get him out here for more than 30 minutes. So he said, because he's like, where's Hassan? I said, oh, he's covering the Israeli-Palestinian conflict right now. He's very busy. And I told him I couldn't get you out to the gay bar for more than 30 minutes.
You can't get me out to the gay bar for more than a minute.
Really?
No.
You can't handle it, can you?
No, I'm so homophobic.
People just look at you there. They didn't love you.
I mean,
he's not the twink guy.
Yeah. We should just go and be as slutty as we possibly can just to ruin his day.
Yeah. Oh, you guys would own me at the gay bar.
Yeah, of course. We used to go.
We
stopped going for that reason.
Did you go for attention?
We owned too hard.
If I went hard enough, you'd be the twink guy and I'd be the twink man.
Oh,
yeah. They would you would hate
Yeah.
it because no one would pay attention to you.
No, I'm leveling. I'm learning more about gay culture. I've gone to more bars than the Abbey. I've been meeting.
Finally.
I've been meeting old gays.
Hell yeah.
I got invited to a yacht today. That was
Wow.
cool. Oh yeah. Somebody bought me a drink. Oh my god. I was
Wow.
living.
Wow.
I was living crazy.
An old gay or
Yeah,
a
an older
young
gay,
gay?
an older gay, and he bought me a drink. He asked to eat my ass. It was crazy. It was awesome.
Slid that in there.
It was crazy. I turned him down, but look, you know what?
You went. Yes to the sex on the beach. No to the asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you fucked them, but not had your ass
A
eat.
drink.
A drink.
Oh.
I got a drink. I got a free drink. But no, I got a free
Yes
drink.
to the mojito.
Yeah.
No to the
ass.
analangus.
Yeah, exactly. No, but it was a great day. I had a great day. I drank. I'm a little tipsy, to be honest with you.
You have a problem.
It shows. And it shows.
I'm
He just comes into LA to live. You know what? I'm okay with it now.
Thank you, Will.
It's
He doesn't even back in the day when Austin would enter the premises of Los Angeles, he'd like at least let me know. Now he's just like, I don't even know if Austin's here or not.
Hassan texted me this morning. He's like, "Is Austin even here?"
Well,
I was like, "I've been here for 3 days."
Since the events of Showergate, I think your relationship has changed.
Wait, what's? Oh yeah, Hassan's.
God stopped you from sinning.
For those of you who don't know about Showergate, Hassan's facilities are they're not up to code. Let's just let me know.
That's insane.
Yeah, they're not up to code.
I can't believe you're trying to like rewrite history.
His shower is like the equivalent of like erectile dysfunction.
Are
for
you
a shower.
okay?
I'm okay. The SLS has powerful showers.
Okay, it's
Scarred him forever.
it's call out time.
Oh.
Apparently,
Did he bring a building inspector to check his?
Apparently, no. This is just for you. This is on you. Apparently, someone here sometimes has a tendency to ship twinks around.
Oh, ship twinks.
Yeah, ship twinks around
It
the
could
country.
be anybody.
We talking
Yeah.
about?
Marsh, is this you?
Are we
Yeah.
talking about?
Marsh, is this you?
I don't know. I'm not gonna point any fingers at
There
anybody.
may be.
Okay?
Are we talking
I'm
about
not gonna
FedEx
do
or
that.
what?
Are you trafficking twinks?
No.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And worst of all, not first
Are you trafficking twinks? Stop.
class.
Okay. That's
Explain yourself.
I
Okay,
hear
look.
you've been flying your bussy economy.
No, I have been. Look, I have flown a couple of men out. Okay, and by a couple I mean
Go
one.
ahead. Tell us they're tiny, so it doesn't matter.
They
They
look,
fit perfectly
They
in
are
the seats.
compact. I've been flying some Look, I've had some guys that I've met, and they live in different parts of the country, and I want to be in Los Angeles, and so I've flown them out to Los Angeles.
You are getting gayer by the second.
and I have flown them, and Hassan is upset at me because I've flown them coach.
That's insane.
What you think is insane?
You can't fuck them and then have sex with them after.
Wait, are you? Wait. So you think it's wrong of me to look?
Wait,
I upgrade them to a preferred seat.
What about if you're on the same flight?
Oh, then we're both flying first.
Oh, okay. Okay,
If we're on the
fair.
same flight, I would never fly
Fair.
separately for them. When they fly with, that's the Austin.
I'll see you when we land.
Yeah.
No, when we this is my.
Don't worry, I'll send some crudités.
No. So here's my deal. Unless we're dating, unless we're like in an official relationship,
Yeah.
I'm not going to fly you first class unless you're with me.
Fair.
When we're dating and you're my boyfriend, that's all you do is you fly first class.
Okay.
But until that point,
He's farming us again.
I know.
He's
Until that
farming.
point-
This is a TikTok.
This
Every
is a
time you talk,
TikTok clip, and all the gays are gonna go, "Ah."
every time he speaks, I see him like this. Okay, I'm like TikTok. Yeah, his subtitles.
How's this gonna look in vertical?
Subtitles right underneath him.
Well, wait, you need quiet. I need the context.
Yeah, for the clip.
So,
Mouse to camera.
oh no, but I fly them coach, but I do buy a preferred seat, aisle seats. Okay, and if they're flying red eye, it's comfort. Okay, 100%.
Oh, so you upgrade for the red eye.
I do. But you know what? I think
Thoughtful.
You don't want that pussy tainted.
no. I'll be honest with you. I think I'm gonna start flying. You think I should be flying them first class? I need your opinion on this.
Yes.
I have no opinion.
Okay.
I mean, sure, yes.
Okay.
You should fly them.
But
first
look,
class.
and these are.
I want
to be very
the
clear.
record.
These are
I
friends of
want
mine,
to
okay?
let the record show that I have always been a defender
It's so funny to me. Like, oh, well, if you earn it by being my boyfriend, then you get first class.
of bottoms.
Oh, You're a bottom right.
I'm a bottoms right activist.
You are a bottoms right activist.
Yeah, and I'm saying this. Yes, all bottoms deserve to fly first class.
The
They have
BRA
to put up,
is a very
until
yeah. They put up with too much. They put up with so much.
Are you saying that like the bottom rights coalition is
the BRA?
Have they called me? Oh, BRA
Bottoms right
Association
activists,
Have they called me out for what my actions? Has there been a call out for my actions?
I have not talked to the union.
Well, they're talking about collective bargaining.
Really? Really? So that's
they're going to shut you
are
off.
they
dude.
negotiating first class?
They're going to shut you off like a Dearborn, Michigan plant.
That's
okay?
crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. No, but look, I think here's the deal. I think that's a reasonable thing because I don't want to give too much, right? Like I think that like until you get to know somebody, I don't want to.
Wait, why are you flying people that you don't know?
No, I know them. Believe me, we've met a few times. But look,
A few
I like. Look,
times.
I mean, I'm very particular. I have certain types of people that I like, and these people are very. Look, chemistry's chemistry.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, how much do you like them? I don't know. If you could afford it, like, why not? I don't know.
Right? You think
That's
it's
love.
wrong for me to do this? Is this wrong? Look.
You're doing politics.
Wait, why do you say I'm getting gayer by the second? Is this a very gay thing to do? Is to fly somebody in?
I mean, I feel like this is you're becoming more gay.
I
for
also
sure.
fly myself in, so it's not like you know what I mean?
What does that mean?
Well, it's just like
what does that mean, Austin?
What?
Well, like I'm flying too, so it's like it's not as bad when we're both
There you go,
flying.
there you
Right?
go.
We're both flying.
Hey, we had a very successful episode of Name Your Price.
Speaking of which, that's what we have to do, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a special announcement
It was very fun.
to make
right.
actually on this podcast.
That's right.
Folks. Will and I have been traveling. We've been doing a great show called.
I'm not one of his bottoms. I'm not.
Yeah, I didn't fly Will in.
Yeah, he flew me in steerage.
Yeah.
He duct taped me to the bottom of the plane.
If they're straight, it's awful. They barely make it. They're flying standby.
Yeah.
Will and I have been doing a show called Name Your Price, which is which is a fabulous show that's been on tour. And I have to announce, folks, that we've got a great show coming up in Long Beach, California.
Wow.
On November 11th, that is including the entire cast of Fear and Hasan Piker, Will Neff.
Wait, what?
Austin Show, Cutie Cinderella.
Wait.
November 11th, Long Beach, California.
Woo!
It's going to be great. Yeah. NYPLive.com. We're putting the tickets in the... You told me you were going to do the show. You told me you were going to do the show.
I didn't know about
Okay. He's going to be on the show. He's also going to be in Vegas at TwitchCon. We're doing a show at TwitchCon.
Wait, what?
Hasan Piker. I think I haven't announced the cast yet, but on the show in Long Beach, Hasan Piker, Ludwig, NMP Lowell, and Carl Jacobs.
Wow,
all
wow,
together. It's a stacked
Let's
cast.
go.
Cutie Cinderella. I would love to do
Let's
a Fear
go.
and podcast live at NYPLive.com. Yeah, tickets are on sale right now. Tickets as low as $20. If I could give them away, I could, folks. But somebody's got to make some cash.
And if you buy those VIP tickets, Hasan Piker is personally sucking off every one of them.
That's right. Yeah, and Will Neff is doing a fuck a fan contest.
Wait.
Stop. Oh God, they really need Cutie for this show.
Yeah, fuck a fan contest.
We're just piping.
Just fully off the rails.
And we're just piping all of you.
No, tickets, NYPLive.com. Seriously, come see us. We're going to have a great time in Long Beach, November.
We're giving
11th.
away sauce at our meet and greet.
Yeah, we are. We are. Will Neff sauce is being given away. This is
I've almost finished Austin's sauce that he left behind as well.
Wait, I left that behind. Do you have any more for me?
No. No.
No. Because my heart was shattered.
Yeah, you left it
Do you
behind.
remember the diatribe you went on? I'm going to check this as a bag.
No,
I'm going to check the sauce as a bag.
Well, look.
I
folks.
knew he was going to not do that.
Oh, I knew.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I looked at the sauce. I'm like, fuck, I can't check that as a bag.
Yeah.
It was a lot. It was like it was unopened. It was going to burst. It was going to burst over my toiletries.
It was unopened?
It was open. It was opened. It was
Oh.
delicious hot sauce, though. I'm telling you, it was delicious.
You don't
I'm
deserve it.
gonna
Don't
take
worry
some with
about
me.
it.
I'm gonna check it
Oh,
as a
we're
bag.
gonna give away a lot of bottles. I'm excited about. Do you know that our meet and greet sold out because they're free in 30
Oh yeah, at
seconds?
TwitchCon.
Yeah.
The Will Neff
That's amazing.
Austin
It
show
always-
featuring Hasan Piker meet.
Yeah. It always goes up quick.
Yeah, it's crazy. The
That's
Austin show.
that's fast. That's wild.
It's
It's
crazy.
because Austin's on it.
Yeah,
that's
that's right. It's on my
I'm
TikTok clips.
I want to say once again,
featuring Will and
I'm
Hasan.
so fortunate. I'm so fortunate that Austin was like, Hasan, I'll let you be on my meeting.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
It's actually called Twink Guy Meet and Greet with
Yeah.
special guests.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we're not actually named.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
We're the shadow
Yeah.
outline, like name that Pokemon.
That's right. That's right. The Twink Guy meet and greet featuring
Very kind
Hassan
of you to
Piker
do
and
that.
Wilnef. You're welcome. It's a
Charitable
privilege
guy.
to meet my fans.
Yeah.
And I hope you guys.
And he's talking about us.
It's a privilege.
Privilege to meet my fans.
I can't wait. TwitchCon's gonna be great. We're gonna have a good time at TwitchCon or what?
I think TwitchCon will be fun.
Last time we were at TwitchCon, you didn't go.
Yeah, there's gonna be lots of little events and stuff. I'm gonna try and keep up with all of it and stream it and stuff. I definitely want to catch some of the panels. Bari's gonna be doing a bunch of fun stuff. I think Caroline too is going.
Doors unlocked.
I'm very happy I didn't go.
You didn't go. Hassan and I went and almost got killed in a tragic golf cart accident.
That is still crazy.
Fuck, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Shit, dude.
I
Broke
almost
your ribs, bro.
I
Yeah.
tragically almost shattered my. I suffered a severe finger injury.
Dude, that was the worst part about it. Can you how was the recovery from the trauma
of that?
Yeah.
Well, I every time I see a golf cart, I collapse into the fetal position.
Yeah.
That's
that was really. It must have been really hard for you to have.
It was incredible, and I
have to keep constantly asking for more the finger band-aid that you put on.
That was a pain in the ass.
To
You
make
didn't
sure
have
that
to-
everybody knew that
Hey.
your finger was fucked up.
No disrespect, you didn't have to wrap your ribs. Okay,
true.
You know
Yes,
what I mean?
they were broken.
He didn't have to sit there and wrap his fucking
not
ribs.
wrong.
I had to do a
Imagine
fucking-
every time you point, you're like
I had to do a
this. I mean,
fucking
it's
meet and greet where I like hugged 1,000 fans with a broken rib immediately after.
That was noble.
And then I went to
So nice. I probably would not have gone through with that shit.
my hotel room and I slept for the rest of the entire for the rest of the day until the next morning. It was
Very
fucking
selfish
awful.
of you, by the way. They were
Yeah.
devastated fans that couldn't meet you that day.
No, that's not true. I met every single fan.
No,
Yeah, there's a bunch of photos of Hassan like this.
Yeah, I was like
Cringing.
wincing.
Yeah, no, it was you were he was in a lot of pain because I crushed him.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and not fucking die this time. I hope.
Yeah.
Tensions are very high, so we'll see.
We'll be good. You have your own private security guard. I've got one too. I've stolen him a little bit. No, I'm using him as well.
Wait, I didn't even think about that. Aware. In Vegas. Wait, Kuwait. Don't say that, Hassan.
Everybody's coming after me. I'm the twink guy now.
America's Most Wanted.
He's gonna take my security guard away because he like wants to have a security guard, and then some dude is gonna assassinate me for like raising funds for Palestinian children. I'm just gonna get fucking killed because Austin was like, "Oh, come on."
Because I was getting a security guard for the aesthetic.
Yeah, come on, you don't need it. You don't need the security guard. You're a big guy. You're a big guy.
No, I don't have my own private security guard at TwitchCon. I don't. We all have one if we need one. They call us three and Cutie a swarm risk.
Yeah.
The warm risk. That's true.
Basically, people will come up to, especially during Name Your Price. It's Saturday at 2 p.m.
Name Your
Pacific
Price.
at 5 p.m. Eastern
Hey,
at TwitchCon with
your
Hassan Piker,
price.
among other guests, including Germa, George Not Found, and Pokemon, and Will Neff.
Whoa.
Wait, you just leaked it.
Oh, I did. By the time I'll announce it Tuesday. They can get a pre-leak. I'll announce it. This is a pre-leak. Fuck it. TwitchCon. Show up. Buy your tickets.
That's a stacked deck, baby.
It's a stacked deck. You like that?
I like
big
that.
show.
Oh, the show is really stacked. This show is going to be incredible, too. It's going to be awesome.
It's gonna be a big show.
It's a really big show. I forgot about that bit that we used to do, and I totally blew
The
over it in
biggest
Miami.
show.
Yeah, I kept
gotta
trying to
bring
get you to do it.
Yeah, and you're like, really big show. And I was like, yep. All right,
Yeah,
moving
moving
on.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Hey, it's our first time back.
It's our first time back. It was good.
What else you guys have going on? You guys got anything new?
Yeah, what's going on in your life?
Anything
I'm trying to
new in
think
your
about
life?
something that's not gay that I can speak about.
There is literally nothing that has happened in my life over the course of the past 7 days that is not directly related to Israel Palestine.
So light conversation.
So
right?
that's all I've been doing is nonstop. That's what I've been doing. But hey, listen, there's one positive out of all of this. We've raised
Healthy.
more than $600,000, and
It's almost at $1 million. I forgot. I think it was like 800K.
in 2 days.
That's
for
amazing.
Multiple Palestinian aid charities. So that's pretty fire.
I mean, you're gunning for what's your goal? $1 million or more?
His original goal was 250,000. So he
Jesus
crushed it.
Christ, that's crazy.
Yeah, we blew past that first
I
day.
saw somebody respond. Just bring.
Yeah, he blew past that in like the first few hours. It was crazy. Yeah, it's at 831K.
Brain dead, just being like, wow, millionaire raising money. Interesting. Isn't that crazy? It's like socialism means broke and you can't raise money. It's crazy.
It's just
It's unbelievable.
Well, better that than the classic, oh, you're funding Hamas.
Oh, that's crazy.
HasanAbi.
Yeah.
Is what I've been getting.
HasanAbi.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah, no.
Why am I
that's-
laughing at that? That's
yeah.
awful.
I mean, it's funny.
It's good wordplay.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny as well, but it's like, am I dense? Like, am I crazy? Like, there's like motherfuckers out there who just straight up say that like I support terrorism. Like,
I mean, that's crazy.
a little bit racist, I think.
HasanAbi.
Hopefully, as long as nobody like tries to kill me for it, it's fine. Whatever.
You know.
You know.
No.
Anyway, light stuff.
Yeah, light stuff.
Finally, culmination of months of endless harassment.
Oh.
And slut shaming.
I have no idea where this is going.
Ooh, nude calendar.
No.
Oh.
Dylan Danis and Logan Paul
When will we get the calendar?
faced off. They were the undercard, right? I think KSI fought some. Who did KSI
I think it was a
fight?
co-main event, but yeah.
That's crazy
Yeah.
how they did the
KSI fought Fury's brother.
Oh, did he? Oh, did he get whooped up?
No. Actually, he should have won the fight because Fury got a point deduction in a 6-round fight, and it looked pretty even, in which case the person who got the point deduction should win. But KSI lost in a decision, which was really...
That's crazy.
KSI lost in a
KSI could
decision.
hold his own
Oh,
against
man.
Tyson Fury?
Well, KSI implemented one of the strangest boxing techniques I've ever seen, where he kept his hands at his side and he was like doing jumping jacks, and he would just immediately clinch. And for whatever reason, they just refused to call a stalling warning or anything like that. And so I would say there were more clinches than punches thrown in that fight.
Oh. So that wasn't fun. And the Logan Paul one I heard was not fun at all.
Logan Paul one. Dylan Danis threw 8 successful punches in the entire fight.
Wait. Did he get clobbered? I didn't watch a single thing.
8.
That's insane. Did he get clobbered at the end or no?
I think it was in the 3rd or 4th round. He was in the corner, and I mean, he was just doing like a Philly shell the entire time. He was just basically like totally knocked up. But I mean, Paul was just unloading. So I mean, he fucked him up pretty good. He didn't drop him because he was basically just in a shell the entire fight.
So Logan Paul fucked him up.
Logan Paul fucked.
That makes me sad.
This is a victory for women.
As much as I despise Logan Paul in general, I really want him to fucking do some damage.
I think Dylan Danis got dealt with in such a... Here's the thing. Everybody watching the fight, I think fights are always colored by the commentator, right? In football, in any sport, if the commentator is like really hammering a narrative, the audience starts to believe that narrative. And the commentator in the fight was like, this is an absolute embarrassment to boxing. Dylan Danis, possibly the worst piece of shit I've ever seen enter a ring. He
Oh no. Oh, it's so mean.
hasn't thrown a punch. In fact, it's like he's thrown more punches at Logan Paul's security than he has at Logan Paul. An absolute disgrace.
He deserves it. He doesn't deserve the
Wait, who is this guy?
purse that he's gonna get. He deserves the ritualistic humiliation.
I don't know if he's going to get the... Well, first of all, he said he would give the purse to Logan Paul if he lost. I don't think
Wait, I kind of heard about this. Wait, is this a Nazi dude?
he's going to do that. But
What's
I think
the
his purse is going to be... I don't know if there's a rule on this. You'd have to look it up. I don't care enough. But he got disqualified. He tried to do a double leg takedown of Logan Paul in the last round. And Logan Paul's a wrestler. Like, I know everybody's like, Dylan Danis is, jiu-jitsu, but Logan Paul was a wrestler, so he didn't even get close to taking him down, and he was disqualified in like the last second. So everybody, I think, who bet on Dylan Danis losing by decision lost that bet to like in their actual betting thing because it was ended by disqualification.
He ended by disqualification
with like 2
Damn.
seconds left in the fight, if that.
So
he's such a, and he pissed off all the gambling addicts.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
dude, he deserves all of the fucking worst shit. I'm gonna be honest.
What's
like,
a purse?
I have no idea. I didn't care enough about the fight. It's got to be a lot.
No, what is
Dylan-
a purse?
Oh, that's what you're paid to.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dylan Danis is the perfect representation of why like you can't even lend a platform to scumfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, he had nothing. He was a fucking loser. Everybody knew him as a loser.
He tried to get disqualified before the fight.
He hit, he hit Logan Paul in the face with a mic.
Cut his face.
Yeah.
That's crazy. He tried to get disqualified before?
Absolutely. He didn't want to fight that fight.
Yeah, he's just he's this. This is all he's got, it seems. You know?
Oh man, I
did want to see him get fucking pummeled though.
He got pummeled.
Okay, I might watch it now. I might watch it because I was just like, I don't even like Logan Paul, but I was just like, dude, you are such a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god.
Yeah. Will, I want to see you
I've never heard of this guy. Something I should know.
fight.
Me?
Yeah, I want to see you fight.
I guess I'd fight.
Will, you would kill anybody.
I don't know about that.
You would, Will.
I
It'd be
don't know
very
about-
sad for that person.
These boys are juiced
Will,
up,
but
man.
you
I got to
know
get
what-
on the sauce.
Yeah.
Will, you would murder whoever that was.
Dude, but imagine if you also got juiced up.
Got juiced up, that'd be sick.
You would have that dog in you, Will.
I'd have that dog in me. If I got juiced up.
Will, I've
Logan
heard the
Paul looks
stories.
so good. I hate
His
that. I
biceps
hate
look
it.
so
I
nice.
hate how like peeled he is. Like his
So
shoulders.
peeled.
He's got Dwight Howard shoulders. Like you can see the fucking front indentation. It's just nuts.
He looks sexy. I'll give it to him.
I fucking hate
Did you hear
that.
about Dwight Howard's diet at the peak of his career? He revealed his diet. It's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
No.
25 candy bars a day.
Jesus.
Respect.
Delicious.
That's a decent
That's
amount.
insane.
That's an awesome amount of candy bars to have.
That's insane.
I like that.
Oh man, I love candy bars.
Oh, Dylan Dennis was involved in a cryptocurrency thing, the NFT. Wait, I don't know what project it was. Okay, so he got paid $1,000 for a fake project on his Twitter. The website was the 20 cryptocurrency NFT projects that Dennis endorsed. And CoffeeZilla claims are skater. Other than that, he has like an arrest for an altercation with a bouncer, accusations of another altercation. A reporter. Wait, that's recent. Wait, his fiance. Wait, what? Wait, what? During the build-up to his boxing match with Logan Paul, Dennis continuously shared images of Paul's fiance, Nina Abdul, on social media. Got a restraining order. Oh, what a creep. Yikes.
25 though?
25 is a lot.
Your mouth would fall apart.
I feel like
What kind of candy bars?
you're speaking to someone who has eaten so many cookies that like I was in pain. Like I've had a
been there
sugar
for that.
hangover. I've had a sugar hangover in the past, and also I've had so much sweet stuff that like my mouth hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hate
I
that.
didn't. I can't.
I feel like
relate to
25 candy bars would do that
Oh,
to me.
yeah.
What do you say?
Twink guy can't relate to this.
I just.
He said, I can't relate to this.
I
Shocked.
actually, I start to get a little sick to my stomach after a cookie or two.
2 cookies?
1.5. I had somebody delivered me chocolate chip cookies before I came down to LA. I warmed one up. I had one, and then I put the rest in the fridge. They're delicious, though. They
Call
were
yourself the F slur right now.
Look, they were delicious.
Oh, okay. Oh, so the $1,000 was a prank. CoffeeZilla paid him to post the link, and he didn't know what the link was. The link was exposing his fake NFT scams. I get it now. Wow. Yeah. No, CoffeeZilla's awesome.
Sometimes I wonder how we're friends.
I love it. I ride so hard for
We
it.
are-
You know what it is?
We
It's
are
like-
on opposite parts of the planet.
We don't
It's like-
hang out really. We need to hang out.
Okay, I was just kidding. God
at you.
damn.
Actually, though,
You just fucking came at me.
Actually, though, Austin's right.
Yeah, we don't hang out enough.
Hang out with us.
Yeah,
I mean,
Hassan.
what are you?
When are you going to come to the Abbey with Will?
You know what? You know what being friends with you is like sometimes, though.
Me?
It's like being friends with the gay version of Larry David.
I love it.
It's some of your stories are so funny, and they're like so.
Oh, I have a new story. But
habitually, Austin, please give me one.
No, please. Well, I met this girl on a flight a month ago. She worked at Nike. Beautiful, gorgeous. We had the best time. We drank the whole flight. This is 2 months ago. And it's crazy because I don't get recognized that much. But for some reason, this particular flight, I was recognized like 4 different times.
Sure.
So I looked like a mega star. So like she didn't know who I was. So like I was sitting down, somebody came on the plane. Oh my God, Austin Show. I was like, this doesn't happen that often. At baggage claim 3 or 4 separate times, whatever. Okay, fast forward to a couple days ago. I get on the plane. I look at my seat right next to it. She's like, shut up. It's her.
Again.
We had the best time. Drank,
Oh my God.
whatever. Just a small world. This short story.
It's meant to be.
There's no payoff at all.
Meant to be BFFs.
But it's just, I just saw the same girl twice. Isn't that crazy?
Did you use that story as a vehicle to tell us how many times you had been recognized on a plane?
No. But I am getting recognized more.
I'm in awe. That was your story?
That was a vehicle to let us know how often he's being recognized.
Dude, there's no...
You just had to drop that in.
There's no story where like the cool, interesting details are front loaded. Where's the conclusion?
I helped her with her bags when we landed.
That's insane.
She moved to Los Angeles. I was helping her with her bags.
This is Larry David.
Oh my God.
I had a great time with her. It was wonderful. But I get recognized more for this podcast than anything else these days. Do you as well?
Yeah, I wonder why, Austin, because you don't make content that's not this podcast.
He literally doesn't. Like, it's just name your price right now. Like, that's it. Those face.
We got Name Your Prize.
Once like every 2 months.
Once every a lot of this in the next couple months. A lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
Fair.
Okay. What is it like being my friend, Hassan? Come on, tell me.
No, it's great. It's awesome.
You like it? Okay. You guys are the best.
You don't come out enough.
I don't.
We need to do more boys' days.
We need to do a boys' trip.
The thing is, like, I do stuff that's not, on stream, and it's always like boring shit.
But it's early morning.
It's like 7 a.m.
disgusting.
7 a.m. workout session. You can bet that I'm gonna be
I'm out
there.
of bed by then.
Also,
Yeah, yo, Will, you want to join me? I'm going to eat a lot of fiber and then fucking work out before the sun comes up. Oh,
yeah.
sick.
So I do that.
Sounds so fun, bro. Fiber in the morning with the boys.
And then I play basketball at night sometimes, and also in the mornings.
It's crazy.
I do.
And then
I
you
play
go to bed
basketball.
at 8 o'clock.
Somehow you've become old men on opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I go out and party till I was out last night till 11, like 1 or 2 in the morning.
At least I party.
Yeah, he's like an old gay.
Yeah, you're like an old gay.
Do old gays go out?
Fuck yeah. What?
I love old gays. Can I
They're
just
great.
say
What do you mean
something?
do old gays go out? Look around when you go
Can
out.
I just say something? Old gay men are so wonderful. They fought so hard for the rights of men like myself to be able to.
Bro,
be able
they
to,
survived.
Yeah, they survived. No, seriously. Like I think younger gay men need to appreciate older gay men. They paved the way for us. And I love hanging out with them. They've got a lot of wisdom, and they're a lot of fun too. So I love hanging out with old gay men. I really do.
Next podcast, he's gonna come back and he's be like, "I'm the old gay guy now."
I mean,
old gays love me.
Yeah,
They just
I mean,
keep
I'll-
coming
I've
up
started
to
a
me.
war between the twinks and the old
Oh
gays.
God, that's true. Oh, I did meet.
Would you fuck a old gay?
Look, we all have types.
Yeah, press conference.
No.
This is press conference.
You know what?
Go ahead.
You know what? I don't see age.
Okay,
I
have
don't
you
see
fucked?
age.
How old is the oldest man you've ever fucked?
26.
So literally younger than you is
Yeah.
the oldest person you've ever had sex.
Wait.
Is younger than you by multiple years.
I think I may have.
Younger than you by multiple years.
I think I may have like hooked up with somebody that was like 27.
Still younger than you by multiple years.
A couple years.
Where?
Year. Give or take. Depending
Depending on how you're
Chinese New Year.
All right, are we doing a boys trip?
Yeah. Where do you want to go? Boys trip to Japan.
Las Vegas.
Next weekend.
Vegas trip with the boys. Hangover.
Are we going out? We going out in Vegas? Are we going to go out in Vegas?
I think I'm just going to fucking gamble my face off, dude.
Oh, fuck yeah. He doesn't give a shit about your money.
Gamble for shit.
Wait, what? No, when I go to Vegas, I ball out.
How much do you spend? Can you give me some money?
When I go to Vegas, when's the last time you went to Vegas?
Like a couple months ago.
What?
I went with my family. I took my mom and my brother. But I think it was like, it might have been a year at this point. I forgot. It's been a while. But yeah, when I go, because I get like the concierge shit, and that's the only place where I have points. Actually, what do I have? I have like a gold membership at this point. I'm trying to get that pearl.
Do you use that?
I gotta pee real bad.
For MGM?
Well, I don't actually use I don't really care about the membership perks as much as like I see it as a justification for all the free shit I get.
Yeah.
Because like I have a host.
Okay.
So when I go out and I gamble and stuff, like I see it as like, this is how much money I would have spent if I got this penthouse and everything where I had to pay for it. And then I just gamble that.
You just gamble that amount.
Or
how much would you say you gamble in a weekend? Or do you not want to disclose that?
Last time I did that, I thought, because it was a big trip with my whole family and they gave us like this penthouse and everything, right? And I was like, okay, I'm gonna put $10,000. I'm gonna get $10,000 worth of entertainment.
Yep.
It's all free.
Yep.
All the food is fucking comped and everything else. So I'll do $10,000 worth of gambling.
Did you win?
I didn't lose it.
You didn't lose
I
it?
lost and then I won it back.
Okay.
So then it like didn't.
Nice.
I mean, but it doesn't matter because
Easy.
the points still accumulate if you're sitting at the table.
So $10,000. That's a good weekend. $10,000. God, you are the fastest pisser I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, by the way, XQC has recently just lost the amount of money that his son raised for Palestine. Something to think about.
That's crazy. That's a genetic thing.
You missed it. I was talking about.
He took 10,000 out for gambling for a weekend in Vegas. You know what I do? I take.
The way I see it is like, however much I'm getting in for free from the hotel, I say I'm gonna gamble that amount.
I gamble an amount of money that I just know. I take an amount of money where it's just too little to even want to get up from the table and cash it out. So I just know I'm gonna lose it.
I don't gamble much money. I just play craps till I'm drunk.
How much? I pull out $200.
I
play blackjack. That's like the only thing I enjoy playing.
I'd like to go bet on the ponies.
Ooh.
Let's go bet on some horses.
Let's get.
You're a horse girl.
I'm down.
I bet your picks would be good. You could look at their junk and tell me who's faster.
No, I don't know.
Is that true? The bigger the horse, the bigger the cock on the horse, the faster the horse.
I don't know. He's a horse girl. He can tell you. How much does horse cock affect horse?
I don't know.
Yes, they're called fillies. Are there female horses?
What do you mean, Austin?
You for real right now?
No, I know they're female.
Yeah, mares.
Horses.
Also.
But do they watch female horse races as much as the male horse races?
Female horses participate in the horse races, and they're called fillies.
Are they as fast as the male horses?
I don't know. I don't know. Probably.
This is very.
Are you trying to be sexist to like horses? What's going on?
I'm genuinely curious.
That's.
Are there trans horses?
So insane.
No, I'm genuinely curious.
You are literally gay because you're misogynistic.
No, it's not a misogynistic take. I'm just genuinely curious.
My man wants to talk about.
There's a biological difference between.
Can the female horses drive?
What the fuck? My man's about to start talking.
Can they even do math?
About how we got to stop these female horses from participating.
We have to get more female horses in STEM subjects.
Nobody loves female horses more than I do.
They're beautiful and they're
natural. They're beautiful.
I love a female horse.
Yeah,
power to the female horses.
Sure,
right? Nothing female horse bosses. I
huge Philly fan.
Love female horses. I'm just genuinely curious because with male and female,
yes,
right? If you were to put a male and a female in a race, I mean, sometimes the men will win, right? Right? Sometimes the men will win.
How many times?
Phillies have won major races.
Okay.
I don't know what the odds are.
I'm just curious what the genetic situation is.
Yeah. Okay.
Biology.
Why
I'm
do you
just curious.
care?
I don't know.
Why do
It
you
doesn't
care
matter to
about
me.
it? Why do you care about it so
It
much?
doesn't matter to me. I love women more than
I'm just curious about biology. That's all. Just asking questions.
anybody else.
It seems like you're saying women are
Nobody
inferior.
has been more of an advocate for
Do you know
women.
that statistically, though, gay horses are faster?
Really?
No, but I knew you'd buy that.
Really? I'd be curious if there were some.
What horse is not gay? All animals are gay as fuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think we're all gay.
Okay.
You like we here are all gay.
Everyone is gay.
We're just suppressing it.
You are, because like in the animal kingdom, they're fucking. You made a good point. They're fucking everybody in the animal kingdom.
That's true.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Do they
Yeah.
like get their?
A hole is a hole.
Were you about to say they pierce their gay ear like the gay horses? That's what you were gonna say. You're free.
Stop drinking before these.
They
podcasts.
only shoe their left foot, so they have
Yeah.
like a gay horse walk.
Yeah, they're sassy.
Nay.
Nay.
Look at the gait on that gay horse.
Oh god.
There's something wrong with you.
I'm having so much fun today.
Yeah, this is a fun one.
Yeah,
I'm having a good
yeah.
time.
Finally, now the fucking cutie's not here.
Yeah,
Jesus
God.
Christ! What
Yeah,
a
this is going-
I'm crying. Oh yeah, the boys can finally let it all hang out and talk dick.
in your life.
Yeah. Dude, there's literally nothing going on in my life. Oh, I mean, I am probably gonna, I fucking feel, it's like painful saying it even.
Are you okay? Physically?
I might give away Kaya for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, depending on the training.
Wait,
Yeah.
you're sending her to boot camp?
Yeah.
Here did boot camp.
Oh no.
He's such a good dog, and he's sending
She did everything right, and they indicted her.
her away.
That is
Yeah.
so crazy. How abusive.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd do it if it was a male dog.
I truly
Yeah.
don't believe
It's because she's a female
he's sending
dog.
her to.
Do it. Call her what she is.
A bitch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew it.
It's my bitch.
You got hate in your heart.
I do.
Wait, is he sending to a female?
Yeah, why
dog
are you
camp?
doing this? She's so well behaved.
I know, but there's, I want her to be like, perfectly trained.
But she's goofy.
If I were to have
She's a goofy
she's a
goober
goofy
girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I want her. Well, she'll still be goofy. I want her to be able to walk without a leash everywhere I go. I want her to have perfect recall, that sort of stuff, and that takes like intensive training. That I don't have enough
She's
time.
gonna be a police dog.
goober.
She's gonna be a police dog.
Goofy goobster.
That's what I would want. I want a police dog.
Why?
What?
If I were to have a dog,
What? God damn it, Austin. Why? Why?
You want a dog with PTSD?
no, I want a
Literally.
dog that's a killer. If somebody walks into my
You want a
house,
racist ass dog?
no, not a racist.
I want
dog.
White Fang.
Yeah.
My God.
I just want people to.
I do not want a dog that can actually kill somebody. That's terrifying. No.
No, I've got cats and they don't do shit. They just purr and eat food and they won't even drink their water if it's not fresh. I need a.
Oh my God, your cats are you.
My cats are so prissy.
Yeah.
Like I have to.
They're cats.
Can I tell
Well, yeah, they're cats.
you what I have to do for my cats? I left them for a couple days and I did have a cat sitter. But I left them for a couple days and my cat refuses to drink out of still water, like water that's sitting. He has to have running water. So I have to leave a sink on over the weekend for my cat to drink out of.
No.
He will-
Austin, no.
No shot. You have to? You have to? You can't just have like 2 bowls or something? Oh God. Oh God. Hassan is breaking the sound barrier.
No. What is your water bill?
No, it's like in a dribble.
Austin.
It's in a dribble.
That is just hundreds of gallons.
No, it's just
Yeah.
a dribble. It's just
That
a
No, that is so much water.
is hundreds of
It's
gallons.
not like it's on constantly.
over a weekend?
A dribble. Just
Over a weekend.
It's-
Buddy. Oh, buddy.
dropping.
So canceled.
Drip, drip, drip.
That is.
drip.
You know his ass cranks it too.
It would,
Just
be,
saying
it
is a
would
dribble.
cost less to have someone come and turn the faucet on, let your cat drink.
You know
and-
cats are on their own schedule. Drip, 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 drip. He gets under there.
they have devices
Okay,
that circulate.
You can get a fountain.
For those of you that are going to criticize me for this move, watch what? You want my cat to die of thirst?
They have those water pumps. that
Yes,
pump
I know.
Yeah, a water
I
fountain.
had a fresh water filter. It broke. This is a temporary solution.
Do you think your cat will die before it drinks still water?
100%.
That's not true.
I don't know. He had some kidney issues, and we had to take him to the vet.
That's so crazy.
They said he needed to.
Your cat is like no Aquafina.
His cat would rather die than drink water that's been left out.
No, cats are like that.
Guys, but seriously, it's crazy because he won't do it. He will not do it. He's because I watch him when I'm at home, and I don't do the faucet thing when I'm at home because I can watch him and make sure he doesn't die. And I watch him around the house, and he's drinking out of toilets. He's drinking out of faucets when I turn them on, and he
drinks out of toilets.
Yeah, he drinks out of for some reason.
Just leave the toilet.
That's a good point, but I'm always afraid he's gonna fall in and drown or something.
I'm afraid of that
a little
too.
scared about it.
That's why I just leave the seat down because I'm afraid they're gonna knock their little head.
So I don't know. He can't swim.
Fall in and drowned in a toilet.
At that point, it's natural selection, dog. You gotta let that cat go.
Austin, that is
So mean. Stop.
6 inches of water.
You never know. You never know.
You think
you can drown in 3 inches as a human? So yeah.
Your cat's gonna die in the toilet?
I've heard of cats dying in toilets. What if he gets trapped? What if the other cat closes the lid on him or something?
Are they freaks like that?
I swear you're the gay Larry David.
No,
do they
it's crazy.
Do they hate each other?
No, they get along. They cuddle a lot of times.
Okay, so then they wouldn't murder one another.
No, they
Why
wouldn't
would they?
murder. Yeah, but they
Sometimes they play.
may do it on accident. I don't know. I've been scarred. Is it bad for the environment to do that? Because
Yes.
it recycles.
Yes, Austin.
Austin, hundreds of gallons.
Yeah, no, it's
no,
a lot of
it's
water
drop,
that you're
drip,
wasting.
Drip.
Over the course of a weekend?
It adds up, dude.
You couldn't even fill in a gallon jug in a weekend.
You want to experiment?
I want to let everybody know it's been never for more than 24 hours. Okay, just for anybody that wants to cancel me for dripping.
No,
too
it's
much
over.
water.
Some
No, it's so over.
PETA activists are gonna fucking show
No
up.
one's gonna cancel you for wasted water because we
The EPA is personally visiting your house.
fucking wait.
No, but it recycles. I've got it goes into the sink and then it evaporates back.
You don't have a thing. That's not a thing that happens.
It evaporates back into the atmosphere, gets recycled, and then drips back into the cat's mouth, and then they pee it out, and then into their cat box, and then I
Drips
throw it
back into my cat's
We
mouth.
now
That's the circle of life.
now know who would die first in the apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
We knew that before.
Yeah, for
Austin's
sure.
cat would die first in the apocalypse because it wouldn't drink still water.
I mean, look, I would die in the apocalypse.
Yes, and then your
I'm
cat
not
would
built.
die.
I can't face
Yeah.
much adversity.
Yeah, I'm not built for that shit. I don't know how long I'm gonna make it, to be honest.
No.
Your mom was telling me how she went camping recently.
Mhm.
She hated it. I also hate camping.
I hate camping too.
Oh, do you like camping? Will likes camping. I could never do it.
I just see no point.
Well,
To
can
me,
I ask you a real question?
Sure.
Ever actually been camping?
Yes. Washington State.
When?
In a few years.
A few.
I feel like you can poke holes in this story.
Wait, where? I don't remember sleeping in it. I guess I slept in a tent. How old was I? Probably 23. I was in my 20s. Yeah. We camped.
Are you not anymore?
I'm still in my 20s. No, I legit am in my 20s. That's not a lie. For a little bit longer.
Yeah, he's like 26, right?
How much longer?
About a year and a month.
Oh, about a year and a month.
Year and a month. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not ashamed of my age. I'm 29
Oh,
years
really?
old.
Is that why you're?
I'm soon to be 29 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're being
29-year-old. And you know what? I think
so. You're being truthful.
I'm being truthful. I think we should do a fear and camping trip.
Fuck no.
I'm gonna be honest. I will say yes to it,
That would be fun, actually.
but I just know I will have to do everything.
Like drugs?
No, like set the tent up, start the
No,
fire.
I know how to do all that. I've done it. I did one of those wilderness survival camps that like parents send their misbehaving Mormon children to. Not really. Yeah.
Fucking delinquent.
Yeah, my parents
You were
did
the lone Islamic kid at a
Yeah.
at a Mormon survival.
No,
camp.
literally, my parents didn't know what it was. My mom thought it was like fun, and she sent it to me, and I almost died.
Wait, like they killed you?
Yeah,
For,
no.
I am.
Oh my god.
Coming hard.
Hi. Hi. 1 year. Thank you. Thank you for a whole year. Thank you for all the support. I appreciate you. I hope you're well.
No. Your beliefs?
No, it wasn't
Have you
all
heard of
Mormons.
Joseph Smith?
It's called like what was it? It's like wilderness training or something. But it was like run by some like fucking former military guy who was insane. 21 days out in the fucking wilderness. Every night you're sleeping in a tent. You're rock climbing. You set up your own tent. You carry your own fucking you carry everything around basically.
So you camped.
Yeah, for 21 days straight. And
I should do a vlog
It was
doing this.
awful. It was so awful that it just like I'd never want to do that again.
Did you catch and kill any fish?
Super busy getting ready for TwitchCon and moving. Let's go. I hope you have so much fun. And good luck. I believe in you. You got this. It's gonna work out. It's just gonna work for now. Yeah. Praise. And I wish I could help. But Godspeed. My thoughts are with you.
I did not because I don't eat fish. Did we fish? I can't remember, but we did a lot of kayaking. Okay. We did a lot of canoeing.
Okay.
We did.
Did you dress any small animals?
No, we didn't dress any small animals. But like, I know how to do like the basic stuff, like a bear bag and stuff. You got to sling over a fucking.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
like I've done all of it, dude. The other thing.
Okay, hang on. Bear bag is? Take a guess.
A bear bag.
Big bear bag is.
A big burly man.
It's a big burly man in a sleeping bag, right?
I feel like if I'm guessing what a bear bag is, something wilderness related, it's a bag to repel bears.
Okay, how does it work?
How does it work? It attracts bears away from you. You hang it up in a tree.
Okay.
And bears will go to it instead of going inside of your tent.
Remarkably,
Yeah, well,
that is closer than you think. So when you can't.
that's not a terrible guess, honestly. I've got a nice comfy room and my streaming gear. It'll be a nice little break before a big road trip. Hell yeah.
Camp.
My dad was a camper.
Bears can smell food for an extreme distance.
Yep.
So like whenever you're preparing food, you're supposed to do it away from your camp, and then when you get done eating, you're supposed to hang your food up in a tree.
Yeah.
So that bears don't.
If you have even like a granola bar, which this motherfucker would, he'd be like, "Oh, I'll have a chocolate chip cookie. I have to have it."
He'd be snacking down on crudité, and he'd be like, "This doesn't attract bears, right? They don't like veggies."
Yeah. And then some fucking bear comes in.
I do like a midnight snack.
That's what I mean. He's gonna have a cookie.
He would die because of Austin's cookies.
Yeah,
So
100%.
I love.
I'm getting mauled to death. He's like, it was only one and a half.
Yeah.
I like.
He leaves the other
You know I can't sleep without my cookies.
half too outside the tent. He's like, I don't want to eat this. It's
I
too
didn't want
much.
to be tempted.
Yeah, it's too much.
I like to eat in bed.
Yeah,
Like in
that's what I
general.
mean.
Do you like to eat like meal? I like to eat.
I
full
love to
meals.
eat in bed as well.
I hate eating bed. No, I hate it. I hate it because then you get food in bed. Then you have to wash the bedding. No, thank you.
I'm a fan of
I like
eating
to.
in
I like
bed.
to have. And I have to be watching The Perfect Thing up in bed.
100%.
Like to have my little towel over me to make sure I don't spill anything. And then,
Yeah, I am fully in agreement there.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as camping goes, what else? Like I know how to fucking, I had to shit in the wilderness. Like I had to literally, we didn't for
Yes,
21
Hassan.
days.
Yes,
I had to fucking
Yeah, that's how camping works. Yeah.
Acting like I've
Yeah.
never been camping.
No, not
before.
like because many people camp at campsites and there's
No,
like
no.
a
When
public
you
restroom.
actually camp, you have to
Yeah.
dig a ditch,
Yeah.
shit in it.
I've shit outside.
Cover
Did you
it.
do that? No, you have to bring a.
Oh, I've done it before.
We have a little fucking shovel, like a hand shovel.
trowel.
Okay,
You
let me
open
tell you
up.
what happened.
You open up a hole. You shit in it, and then it was leave no trace, so we had to use leaves to wipe our asses.
When I was in high school, I got locked out of my house and I had to shit so bad. But I was able to get in my garage where we had our toilet paper. And I went in my backyard and I took a shit in my backyard in the grass. In the grass where my dog shit.
Did you blame it on the dog?
No.
Did you pick it up?
I didn't tell anybody.
Wait, so you just left the shit there?
What was I supposed to do with it?
You left your shit in the back?
You are Gary.
do something.
Gay Larry David, man.
Wait,
that's
You
unbelievable.
shat in
You
your backyard
shit,
and left,
then
dude?
you took the secret to your grave.
Wait, so your dad, like, what if he just walks out and steps on it?
I don't know. He's like, I think there's something wrong with the dog. There's cookie dust all over this shit.
What the fuck? You didn't pick it up in a bag?
What was I supposed to do with the shit?
Pick it up and throw it out.
I was responsible for scooping poop, and I took care of it.
No, you didn't. You left that poop out. You left the poopy out there, it seems.
I did.
I'm crying.
Well, yeah.
That's insane.
Well, I mean, I guess we should do a camping stream.
I
This would be
hate it.
very
I
fun.
hate
I'd love to do
camping.
it. I think, what about sending me into like very uncomfortable situations, like dirty jobs?
You would get over that after one episode.
You think so?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that would be hilarious, though. That would be hilarious content. I would watch the fuck out of that. Oh my god.
If it was popular, I'd do it.
Like undercover boss or something.
No, but I don't think I'd be able to deal with it. That's what I think. I think like we're over there trying to fucking man the fort, and Austin's just complaining nonstop. He's like trying to do a Snapchat heat map for himself to see if there's any twinks around. He's
I
like,
feel like if we did that
Come
show,
on, I don't have
it
that.
would just end up with me doing the dirty job and you guys being like, good work.
I was gonna say, I actually think Hassan and I are very similar with the, like, he tries to make me seem like I'm.
Okay, so I will say this.
Hassan could not do dirty jobs.
I have
either.
gone on the record. As you may or may not know, I watch a lot of survival shows.
Yes.
And people always ask me, you two, do you guys make good survivors?
Yeah.
And I always go on the record saying, absolutely.
Both of
fucking
us.
not.
No.
Disastrous.
Both of us would be disaster.
no, I can adapt.
There's no way.
I mean, I know all the fucking things that I need
Like,
to do.
if we were like
I just don't prefer
If we
it.
were just to break it down to like physical capabilities, you would throw out your back or some shit.
Fuck no.
Blow a knee
Oh my
out.
God.
No shot.
100%. I mean, I would be like, if I had to survive, I would be able to do it. I had to. Wouldn't like it.
Okay. Okay, Austin, sure. Whatever you have to say.
am a firm believer that the reason why I don't do this kind of stuff is not because I can't do it. It's because I just don't choose to. I like to be comfortable. But if I was put in that circumstance, I'd be fine.
Okay.
100%.
What's the number one skill you think you'd bring to a survival situation? Both of you get.
I'm terrible. Like my intelligence.
I'm terrible. Like
my intelligence is not very. Like I'm just not very. I don't have a lot of common sense. If I were to
Number one.
I don't have a lot of comments.
in a survival situation,
That's soundbite. New sub alert?
Sure.
I would be able to pleasure the troop.
What? You just what? Like
I would give
What?
everybody blowjobs.
What the fuck?
I would fuck everybody in the eye on the eye.
I cannot believe your number one survival skill is all.
I'm crying. I can't. I can suck on that dick.
Also your way to fall back and make money. Remember when I was like, how would you guys make money if you didn't stream? And Austin was like, oh, I'd blow people. And now I'm like, what's your number one survival skill? Austin goes, oh, I'd blow people.
If I had to survive, I'd just start. Think about it this way. Think
can't
about it this
breathe.
way. Who's gonna kill the guy that's sucking everybody off? Seriously, if you're on an island and you can suck dick,
He said
there's
he was
no
a hungry
way.
mouth, dude.
Seriously, there's no way you're gonna die. Right? There's no way you're gonna die.
The real secret to Survivor.
That's one of the.
Imagine Austin even attempting to be a bottom. I know. You could never.
Whatever the fuck necessitates needs.
Maslow's hierarchy. of
Maslow's
needs.
hierarchy of needs is getting.
How are you going to compete with that?
I'm telling you, it's actually very intelligent.
Just a sloppy toppy. That's one of the needs.
That's right.
What would your survival skill be?
I don't know. I mean, I know all the basics. That's it. So I don't know what I would bring to the table that's like different than anybody else.
I'd be able to fly a plane if we were about to crash. Like, if the
Yeah.
pilots died, I could land a plane.
It's true.
I'm not even kidding.
Honestly,
No, I believe you.
Give us
That's great for that one scenario.
something.
Thank
have
you.
nothing.
Give us something.
All I do is this, bro. I'd fucking talk the bear to death. the bear showed up at the camp. I have
Debate the bear.
okay. I've talked about this before, but I have this insane belief and I know it's not normal, and I know it's not correct.
Like where this is going.
No, he's right.
I have this insane belief that if I saw a bear in the wild, we'd chill. Like we would vibe. I feel like the bear would pick up on my vibes and would be like, "That's a chill guy. Like it's fine."
Is this something you think about a lot?
Yes. 100%.
He would just look the bear in the eyes. They'd have a moment. They would understand each other's souls, and they would just nod and walk separate ways. It's true.
Just be able to. I mean, that's a skill. If you think you can vibe an animal.
I think I could vibe out a bear. And then if a bear came up and was like hungry because the bear's like, where are the cookies at?
The other survival guy is like trying to make himself look big and make noises. You're like, no, let me just vibe.
Yeah, I'd be like, what's up, bear? I'm a big guy. You're big, you know? What's good? And we would vibe.
Yo, bear, homie. Put it right here.
And then we would fucking vibe. The bear would be like, you're chill as fuck,
Survival
dog.
experts like, let him cook.
Yeah. You don't have to do that. You don't have to get big. Just fucking chill.
Oh man.
Oh, then all right.
Classic.
Perfect. You'll chill with the bear. I'll suck everybody off, and we'll do everything else.
We are gonna die.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You fucking lug a lot of shit.
Honestly, a streamer survival show would go so hard. It would go so hard. Because like, that's pretty much everyone. If at most you're going to get someone who knows the basics. And then what? It might not last very long, but it would be hilarious.
I guess that's what I could do.
It's crazy because I can't even. Never mind. I'm not even good at sucking dick. I don't know why. I'm not even good at it. I'm just not even good at it. I don't even know why I would fall into that.
That'd be so funny if you were the dick suck guy in a survival situation and they killed you because you were just bad at sucking dick.
It's like, bro, you're raking it.
This dick suck guy is horrible.
I'm just not that good at it.
Checking Grindr halfway through my BJ.
I don't like it. I don't enjoy it as much for me.
He's raking it, dude. He's putting too much.
Raking it? Is that what you? That's a frat guy thing, 100%.
Yeah.
That's a frat guy term, bro.
I've never heard that before.
She was raking it, dude. 100%.
No, it's not. I mean,
learned
maybe.
That's a frat thing.
I don't think so. I think
you got that from
I
college.
cannot confirm or deny that is the first place I heard that. Could be likely.
That's a straight frat boy. She was raking it.
Yeah.
100%.
And on that note, we are going to disappear
Are we at the paywall?
Behind the paywall. That is correct. We are at a full hour, aren't we, Marsh?
Now that we've been talking about dicks for an entire hour.
Yep.
Sounds Friday for sure.
Yes, Billy
We're
Ray
at full
Brains.
hour. And by the way, Will has something to show behind the paywall.
His dick.
Yeah, literally.
Want
We're
some
not
of
even
the dick
kidding. He showed
Hey,
me the
yo.
picture, and we're going to have Hassan Piker
Hey,
react
yo.
to it.
Okay.
For what? The low price of $5 or whatever it is?
I like it. I'm proud of you.
Crazy.
Yep. It was
Why
good.
wouldn't I? It's a
It
dick
was
pic.
great. Thank you guys so much
Oh,
for
he's
watching.
pulling it out. Okay.
No, I'm checking
Patreon.com.
football scores. I'm checking football
Page.
scores.
Oh, what the fuck?
Whipping
Yo.
it out.
Yo.
That's crazy.
Chill.
My fantasy team. He's
Yo,
gonna
he's
censor
showing
He's
it.
gonna censor
Yeah, I still got to get on the Patreon. I keep forgetting whenever I get paid.
it.
Patreon.com/fear&. If you want to see Will's dick.
Yeah, we'll see you later, guys. Take care.
Yeah, no, every time they advertise it, I always want to watch it, but I just always fucking forget to even get on there.
We were always told not to flick your lights at people with their lights off.
Yes.
Because that's how they chose people for gang initiation. And I was like, Elon, North Carolina is actually really close to like a...
Wait, what? Wait, what?
initiation. And I was like... we were always told not to flick your lights at people with their lights off.
Yes.
Because that's how they chose people for gang initiation. And I was like...
Chose people for gang initiation. Huh? Yo, what the fuck? I've never heard that. I never heard that. I mean, I thought you shouldn't do it because, like, a cop will think you're signaling that there's, like, a speed trap to other drivers. But that specific thing, like, I never heard that.
Elon, North Carolina
This thing where moms would tell their kids not to flash their lights at someone, turn them on or off at someone because a gangbanger would shoot at you. Jesus. I mean, maybe I'm just too small town for that kind of shit. I just learned that it was rude.
Mine is actually really close to like a lot of gang violence. So I flicked my lights at someone and I was in the car with like 3 people and I noticed that the person flicked a U-turn and I was like, oh shit, I think this person's following me now. So then I like did
What do they do for initiation?
Bonkers.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
I did like 3 really random turns and
Everyone always honks and flashes at high beams. Right, yeah. Yeah, that's like a normal thing that happens. Like, I don't know. I feel like you would hear more about that, like IRL.
ended up in like a development and the car was still behind me and I was like, all right, this is weird. I'm gonna fucking fool, see if they follow me. I was in an Audi at the time and I did 110 miles per hour in a residential and they followed me. And I was like, oh shit, this is real. So I told the other people in the car, I was like, this is about to get so fucked up. I'm gonna drive to a police department. And I was fucking speed racer, like drifting around corners and they were following me. And I just like peeled into a police department and I texted some of my frat brothers to like alert the police department and be ready. And they were outside and the car just blew by. But yeah, it was wild.
That's so smart. IRL GTA. Holy shit, Will. Holy shit. That's like really fast thinking. That's clever. I like that. I like that about Will. He's good on his feet. Okay, I have a appointment early in the morning, so I should probably get some Z's. But thank you for the subs and the biddies and for the raid and for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. I'm gonna play us off with this beat again. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow, hopefully earlier with more more updates and the FD signifier on fuck the police. So I'll see you then. Have a good one.
As I walk on the holy line, I feel my spirit grow. How many prophets prayed there? I guess we'll never know. I swear the air feels blessed. I breathe it in, I let it go. I let it go, I let it flow, I let it go, I let it flow. As I walk with my 2 foot, I look around and see a bunch of aliens living here illegally. Why they claim their land? They're not from the land. The great ancestors never bought the land. Cause this place you see, it never got free sale. Palestinian or ever never see them fail. Then I sit and dwell, them a rise up, rise up. Palestine, put your light up, light up. Me not wanna see no violence, me only want peace. Everybody live in unity, that's how it's meant to be. But oppression is oppression, so nobody act blind. When me 6 foot did I be the day I stop trying, cause we got to keep on walking on the road to Palestine. Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free, Palestine, free. We got to keep it burning on the road to Palestine. And pure meditation without a doubt. Truth will rise when the lies them are drowned. God we are praise him, there we are shout. God we are praise him, yeah. In this world of calamity, as everybody gonna lost their sanity. What happened to civil peace in humanity? Eye for an eye brings no clarity. Don't forget that a smile is charity, especially in the times of war and tragedy. Are growing up without no family. It's only looking like a fantasy. But still,
500 years. I am not really fanatic about it.
Yeah.
So that's what this community helped me just this summer. Hi, Lainey.
Hi, Lainey. Welcome in. Thank you, Ray, for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah. We're still going on 15, almost 16 hours into our party cell.